Being a stream without even having a microphone near me. So let's bring that microphone closer. See if we can get anything going here. Not that you'll hear anything particularly meaningful, but hey, at least we'll be burning bandwidth, which sometimes is heck, it was immensely popular with the latest episode, and all we did was burn bandwidth without any particular objective or any message in particular to send out to the world. So maybe that's just what people like. In the meantime, let's get our man Jameson Reese here. Okay, we are live, we are streaming, so people can hear what you're saying. Received a message from you earlier that wasn't particularly reassuring, and something about yourself rearranging your brain. Nothing like getting a message from one's executive producer to that effect on a transmission day to give one confidence that it's going to be just a functional evening, but I guess we'll try. So I'm going to count on you to hold, the stage, the hour. We can poke around, see if there's anyone else who might be able to join us for an hour. But we will be bringing Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, who will help us from that point forward. In the interim, did Amanda, you just come on? Or did you try to call her? Or
I'm going to try to call her.
Oh, good. Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, if that doesn't work, we can ask Penny Bradley a question. Let's say, how are you? How are you? Would you like to come on? Like to on? No. There we are. I'll give her just a second there, because that way she can talk about Peter Moon speaking to her on Saturday. Oh, yes.
Okay.
And as well, our man Salman Sheikh wants me on right before the holidays, right before Halloween. So let me kind of send him a vocal message in that regard. In the meantime, what I'll try and do is also just to handle, aside from the links and the live stream, Nancy Volker's here. She says, it's 2D and Moon time. How are you guys tonight? Oops, 3D and Moon time. Laugh out loud. Spell check just does not work for some things. Yes, that's cute. Thank you so much for being there, honey. And so it looks like we've got a live stream. I'll handle the links. And in the meantime, our man Jameson will just shoot the shit. Or maybe
All right.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So I'm going to start off by reminding you to get the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II on skybooksusa.com, because this is extremely important information that you can only find here first. And if any of those other fucking pieces of shit assholes are trying to regurgitate this information, you know who they stole it from. Yes. And basically what we call the Axis did not lose World War II. Germany would go on to enter Unterland, which is the underground, which through Antarctica, which, if you ask me, is a far larger expanse than what Germany had to offer, or Europe had to offer.
Yes,
so in a sense, they gained quite a bit. And also Japan, of course. Why is it that everyone here is like Naruto, Bleach, and all this other stuff? Yeah, okay, we lost the Japanese. I mean, we definitely lost the Japanese. There's absolutely no way we won to the Japanese, because if we won to the Japanese, they would be walking around with like Marvel costumes, and everyone would be like rocking Spider-Man and Wolverine suits and shit, which they aren't doing.
Right.
So,
By the way, in that Wolverine comic, its primary theme was this Japanophobia. It was the primary theme behind Wolverine, and they carried that into the Marvel Comics movies. By the way, I do want to say that We've got the gang stalkers attacking right away. They've placed 13 downvotes. No doubt there will be more coming in terms of their bots. Understand, of course, there's 16 now, as a matter of fact. So everyone who comes on, just hit the upvote as soon as you can, because it's the only way to counter the agents of chaos. And this has to do with the bot assault on the part of their IT guy or their information technology guy, Stephen Outram, who's not some, master hacker or anything like that. He's just a fat piece of shit. And this fat white trash piece of shit, all the money in the world doesn't stop the fact that he's a smelly, fat, white trash piece of shit out of New Zealand who moved to Australia and tries to pass himself off as a native boy. But he's, he gets the bots and they get filtered out in time, or they don't. And honestly, it goes more and more to prove, since it's that capricious, it's probably intervention on the part of the Dietrich Artelek more so than any filter on the part of YouTube, though both might be involved. But what's interesting is sometimes the downvotes are taken down, sometimes they're not, and that's what's interesting. Why would they sometimes hold and sometimes they don't? But one thing we do know is that they're not organic. They're not from people, because they come on all at once as soon as the show starts. So even if it were a team of people who were assigned to do that, of course, that's not organic. That's an assignment. So your only way to combat this is to organically upvote. So make certain you do that. And I'll let our man take it from there. Thank you, James.
Yeah, and for them to downvote that fast is just, it's nigh impossible. I've watched a lot of different live streams. You don't get downvotes happening that fast unless you have some kind of bot aggregate working on behalf of someone to just, utilize multiple accounts and hit downvotes at the same time. Which again, they're all filtered out. So I mean that tells us all we need to know about who's doing it and what they have to work with.
Thank you. And so from there, I'll go on with trying to get the hyperlinks up, and our man Jameson will carry on with whatever stories he might have to share. I noticed something just recently, Associated Press maybe, said Army couple avoids further time for child abuse. So isn't that something? An Army couple avoids further time for child. So they got time for child abuse. They've somehow avoided further time for child abuse. Again, this is the most trusted institution in the United States, and people can't just keep fobbing this off by saying, "Oh, well, there's millions of people in this trusted institution, so some of them are going to be bad apples." No, this is a product of the norm, and it's one of the few times that people get caught. So that's the problem that we're contending with here. So everybody bear that in mind, take that into account. And so I'll let my man Jameson take it from there. You don't need to stick with that subject, but if you find anything on it. Yeah.
Well, what I will say is that a lot of people who go into the military based on, and I'm only speaking from the Air Force, so you can imagine how it is in other branches of service. But most people, went in because they either had not a penny to their name, or it was that or prison time.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
What are you going to do about that? And the fewer of us were eggheads who were, spurred on by the lie that you can make it through this this Air Force community college and blah 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 blah, which was bullshit. So I mean, yeah, there you have it. There you have it in a nutshell. So most people are going. You can expect people to be unhinged as the norm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And so the what do you call it? The sort of oh my gosh, they make them out to be like these Greek heroes and shit. I mean, that's what they do. They turn these regular pieces of lowlife.
Well, losers, basically,
losers.
The unemployable losers.
Yeah. They turn them out to be these like fucking Greek superheroes. If it weren't for our military, we would have nothing. Well, guess what, folks? You already have nothing, and you have a fucking military. So what the hell are you celebrating?
And would the only thing that will make people realize this is to take away the myth that these fuckers won World War II. All of this is based on the myth that they won World War II because they've been losing every war ever since, which doesn't seem to sink in.
It doesn't. I mean, there's no fucking common rational sense that they we honestly, America lost every fucking war it's been in.
Yes, that's quite right.
There isn't a war that's won.
Yes, and even if people go back to World War One, you can't claim
you
that.
You can even go before that.
Of course.
You could go deeper, further back in military history and see how many battles were lost.
Yes.
I mean, America doesn't fight wars. What America does is our strategy is to annihilate everything,
right?
Including the people who are fighting on our side.
Yes.
So it's pretty much a sort of wipe everything that's living out tactic.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, that's what the nuclear ordinance does. That's what our biological weapons do. That's what our chemical weapons do, which they still use, despite all these fucking, despite all these things that say that, according to the UN, none of that stuff matters. Yeah. I mean, they test the stuff here at home on people in the public.
Yes.
So why the hell wouldn't they do it out there?
By the way, whoever thinks that that's some kind of paranoid delusion, you're out of your mind yourself. That's something that people can research concerning the types of depleted uranium tested at the buried Goldwater firing range and the bleed off of this radiation onto local populations, etc. So this is what we're dealing with. The real enemy is your military. So in terms of all of that, since I've been exposing it for all these years, this is the reason why we have the gang stalker attacks. This is your military occult industrial complex. And there's, of course, the full acronym for that has been stated by Jameson before. And what we need to do is actually, it's something not even I can remember per se. I used to be able to do things like that, but I made certain drug...
The Memo nanny sec.
Yeah, if you could, what you need to do is place that in front of you so that you can read that out loud, not just the acronym, but actually what it stands for. Then people would make more sense of it. For future.
I will definitely have to write that down first because once I write something down, I have no problem memorizing it. Yeah. But for some reason, like I had it written down and it just like.
No worries. It's a tough one. I mean, it's a tough one. That was something that is exhaustive, but most people would probably find it ridiculous, but it's not because it serves its purpose, which is to show that the military has infiltrated every aspect of your society, is tainted by it, it's corrupted by it. And so once you understand the enormity of that pervasive infiltration, that subversion of your society, then you begin to comprehend the seriousness of this. So let me see if I can find that. In the meantime, you can go on talking about current events in general.
Current events. We have no shortage of things going on. There was a school shooting in Texas, of course, that seems to have caught my eye before this broadcast started.
Jesus.
We all know that there was a Facebook outage, but there was also an outage in Instagram and the WhatsApp as well. And according to what I'm reading here in the Associated Press, it's had quite the effect globally. Now, I'm thinking that the outage, this is just me going out on a limb to connect the dots, but I'm thinking that the outage is somehow related to these Pandora papers that were released by the journalist. And I'm thinking that somehow the network was trying to go and cover their asses from something that would be incriminating to them. So they shut down the entire network to do whatever they had to do behind the scenes. This is just my thinking out loud. I cannot verify that this is what they did. I cannot verify that this is the reason why they did it, but this is what I suspect. Because I suspect that there's enough evidence against Facebook to cause that little ugly white mushroom that we call Zuckerberg to be locked away somewhere.
Oh yes, that's beautiful. Yes, that's right. He's oh God, that says it all.
And what's scary about this is how many in the United States we already have enough industries and services that rely on these apps. But around the world, there are people who are more affected by these apps because they use these things regularly to connect with clients for certain services and goods, such as places in Africa, places in Haiti, places in Peru, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the list goes on. So whatever they did, they didn't care. They were whatever frightened them, caused them to cut whatever services they had off, so that they could clean their asses.
Yeah, I got the impression almost that these pariah papers, or what are they called again?
The Pandora papers.
Pandora papers. They're almost like a release to again kind of distract from my book completely, which I've said is the Pentagon Papers of World War II. So why not release some Pandora papers shit? Now, what does it all involve? I really, to tell you the truth, I've been so busy with my own social obligations and trying to check out from this world.
Well, what the Pandora papers really involve are just the vast abuses of tax avoiding, money laundering schemes that the super wealthy have gone out of their way to.
Okay, right. That's the impression I got. In other words, offshore accounts and all that shit. Offshore banking.
And it's they brought up names such as the guy who is the Prince of Jordan. They brought up Putin. They brought up all these other people. I mean, it's shit that they have knowledge of and that they're saying out loud, but nobody's going to do anything about it. You and I both know that no one really has the power to force them to pay up what they owe.
Right.
And especially here in the United States, they really don't give a fuck. So, we know that this is a super distraction. It's meaningless. Yes. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, I'm surprised. First off, it's nothing that nobody didn't know. Everybody knew that this was going on. So what the fuck? It's kind of like the shock that people expressed over the release of documents concerning the millions of people murdered in Iraq. Like, you'd have to be an idiot not to have concluded that independently. So
and then there's the people who are locked up and still in Guantanamo Bay as we speak, who were not terrorists and who did absolutely nothing, but were pretty much terrorized for being born
Iraqi.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Guantanamo Bay, it was just any Muslim. Yeah, it was like Muslims.
Yeah, they didn't give a fuck what ethnicity you were. They didn't care what you were from, as long as you had some sort of affinity for Allah. They would just toss you in there for their own amusement. Mm-hmm. They probably even tossed in people who weren't even Muslims, who just looked like they could have been Muslims, based on the American ethnic stereotype. And they probably just tossed those people in there and just did it just so that they could torture people and find out how good they are at torturing people.
Yes. I mean, by the way, like, this is you may think this is cynicism taken to an unhealthy extreme, but it's not. A great example was what I had brought up about that one case in particular that was happened in Italy, and all of this goes back to what they called the torture taxi airlines, this covert airlines of planes that were interrogation planes to take you to their various torture dungeons. And let me see, man kidnapped in Italy, man abducted in Italy by CIA. Italy by CIA. We should be able to get this up because I got this up last time. Abu Omar, Abu Omar case, 2003, February 17th, 2003. This poor son of a bitch is this cleric, a Muslim cleric from Egypt, and he just stepped out of his home. He gets grabbed by a bunch of CIA agents, and they did not bother to try to cover their tracks. This was just, it was, everything about it was total impunity. They abducted him in broad daylight with multiple witnesses. They did not care to have aliases themselves. They were just CIA agents, and they came into the country as CIA agents. Now, by the way, this is, of course, there are such things as sovereignty of nations, and they violated all of that and just figured, well, we're the United States. We can do anything we want. And then they took this poor fucker back to Egypt, where he was tortured, subjected to multiple gang rapes, multiple assaults. That idiot who first related this story to me, the person I actually first heard it from was James Arthur Yanchik. And of course, he expressed this as, oh, yeah, they gave him a lot of gay sex. And I had to clarify for him, no, they didn't give him gay sex. They conducted what's called male rape. It's called male rape. Of course, this guy has no it would figure he would have no disambiguation between.
Yeah, nobody wants to have a bunch of freaking CIA, a bunch of cracker hot dogs shoved up their ass by these pieces of shit.
Yeah, yes.
Not even the women want sex with them. Yes. So I mean,
yes.
For goodness sake, there's nothing that can be redeemable about this.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I would dare say this is their sex life, that their sex life comprises their profession, that they're so into their profession because their profession is their sex life. When it comes to that, I'm sorry if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. When it comes to that, anyhow, ultimately justice was served because Italy pursued this. And ultimately has been able to extradite many of these scumbags, the CIA agents. So the happy ending to this is that many of these CIA agents are facing justice. Which shows how expendable they are to their own organizations as well. And there we have that. They're being arrested. Hopefully they'll be deported and subject to Italian imprisonment. But by the way, this man's nationality, even though he was a Muslim cleric, the man's nationality is Italian. He's an Italian imam. So basically, the Italians treated this as the abduction of an Italian citizen or an Italian national. He originally was from Egypt, yes, but he ultimately received Italian citizenship. So there we have it. And Italy's ex-intelligence chief was given a 10-year sentence for his role in this, in tolerating it, allowing them to do what they did in the first. So there is a happy ending to this, and it goes to show that the biggest bully on the block is not that big a bully anymore. So there we have that. And
to cover this all up, the AP released this whole article about all these hundreds of thousands of victims of the Catholic Church. I mean, you have to. One has to laugh at how America will try to deflect from its own fucking bullshit.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just it's not even funny anymore. It's insulting.
Mm-hmm. It is.
You should be insulted by this shit.
Yes. Yes. Very much so. It's offensive. It is offensive. There's no way to describe it. So it's altogether. You just shake your head and move on. So I think I've got the hyperlinks up. What I'm going to do is grab the envelope from our friend Salman Sheikh. I'll go mute while I grab that so people don't hear this shuffling and huffling while I grab that, like they did last time. I didn't turn the didn't go mute, and from there we will just. Kind of alert people to other things that are happening in the future concerning appearances. And as a matter of fact, our lady, Penny Bradley, gave me a bunch of links to all of these shows, and I'll have to hand them over to John Warrington, maybe, to piece together into one giant show. Need to talk to him about that. And of course, hopefully, some communications are expedited between himself and Selena Khan concerning. I hope they've gotten together and talked, or at least we're able to communicate with each other. As I withdraw from that HostGator ripoff machine, that really predatory, sleazy corporation. HostGator is just wretched. So that anybody, just want everybody to know that. I can't overemphasize that enough. With that, of course, everybody keep hitting the upvotes. And I notice right now they're in the pattern of every upvote that a person hits, a downvote will equal it. And carry it as far as they can take it, see how far you can push them. And right now, I don't know, what day is it? I'm having a hard time keeping track of days. Is today a Sunday or a Wednesday? It's a Wednesday, right?
Today is Wednesday.
It's a Wednesday. So that's, yeah.
So you're in my headspace now.
Oh God, yeah. Well,
Shit.
it always is that way. All I know is that, I get reminded when I'm supposed to be on, and then I come on. And in a sense, I'm never really on. Sometimes I'm on. I get into the groove or the zone. But for right now, there's certainly nowhere near it yet. And with that, all right, Jameson Reese is going to take over the stage. I'm going to go on mute for a few moments, and then I'll grab that envelope from Salman Sheikh, add that to my schedule out loud so everybody can hear it, and be alerted to the next appearance. And of course, we have Peter Moon's appearance coming on what I believe will be Saturday at 2 p.m. California time. Let me take a look at this. Saturday, October, call 10 minutes early. Come on, man. Didn't I write a fucking... I may not have written the time on this thing. It should have. That doesn't make sense. How did I manage to screw that up? All right. Looks like I did. But I think it's 2 p.m. with our lady, Penny Bradley. We can always ask her later. All right, then. You take over, and Jameson Reese will guide us through the next several minutes. By the way, when I grab the envelope, I'll also start chewing on this sandwich, getting some calories into myself to help last through the evening. And our man, Jameson, will help make it all possible. So all yours, my son, and thank you very much.
Okay, so the acronym is MIMO-E-NANISEC. And it is the United States Military Intelligence, Medical, Occult, Entertainment, Narcotics, Academic, Nuclear, Information, Sciences, Industrial, Congressional Complex. Established 1876, of course, comprising our actual government. So basically, there's all branches of our society, all branches of our life that we pay attention to, from entertainment to education to whatever you call it. It's all pretty much a part of that complex. And what they're good at doing is not only obfuscating from the truth, they're also good at lying, down outright giving you disinformation and whatnot. So I mean, there's so many abuses attached to it. It's not funny, and this is what we are actively trying to combat, because if we do not find some way to overcome this structure, the United States of America, as you know it, the democratic aspects of it will disappear. And this will just be a communistic tyranny run by a bunch of ugly, pencil-dicked, white pieces of shit who are all males and don't respect anything that lives because, they're just all sociopaths and shit. And if you think I'm being cynical, you have a lot of history to mull over, which supports everything that I'm saying. All right, so there's that going on. We still have that volcano in oh my gosh, La Palma, which continues to spew to this day. And honestly speaking, there's half of me that wants to see it not set off the Die Glock, and there's half of me that wants to see it, the Die Glock just not be set off by that, so that there isn't a mega tsunami. And there's another half of me that wants to see it set off Die Glock to have a mega tsunami and to end this freaking nightmare of manifestation I have in chains. And for people who don't realize it, there's a reason why I sort of look at existence with contempt. And a lot of this has to do with my alignment within the path that is called the 218 current. This is the current of cosmic annihilation, or the Citra Acra. So for what it's worth, it's certainly been a hell of a year. I'm starting to grasp more of an appreciation for I don't know. I'm really no closer to grasping an appreciation for human existence as I was from the beginning. There is a longing to connect to what we in that path call Azarati, which is the that would embody the Klipoth and the Tree of Death in the sort of inversion of all that is light. But one also has to remember that these two exist, the sort of 10 and 11, they exist side by side. The 11, of course, being the Klipothic shells, and the 10 being the sort of completion that you would get from the Sephirotic cells. Without the two being locked in a constant sort of conflict with one another, existence as we know it wouldn't exist. We wouldn't have the second law of thermodynamics. We wouldn't have the capacity for things to be able to be synthesized either. So there would be no matter as we know it. There would be no existence as we know it if it weren't for the El Acher and what the Hebrews call Yahweh in constant conflict with one another, locked in that sort of stalemate. Of course, what we all seek to avoid is the incursion from the true alien gods, the anti-gods who want to rip just everything apart and distort everything. So those of us who wish for eternal rest in nothingness would not know that rest, and those of you who would wish for eternal bliss or whatever the hell would not know that either. It would just be an endless sea of suffering, and needless suffering at that.
Okay, what were we talking about? I just got back.
Oh yeah, I was just going into somewhat of my personal cosmology, because I've been looking more into the Citra Acra, and connecting to the what do you call it, El Acher, the sort of alien god that runs countercurrent to the Yahweh of the Hebrew cosmology. Of course, as I was telling the audience, the two have to work in tandem against one another, because that's the only way creation exists.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I was just
is that
bringing
Vedic?
up.
Is that Vedic tradition?
No, No, that's the
The
Hebrew.
no, I was about to say it's not. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with it through the Yazidi, so it was something else I knew. So okay, there we are, Hebrew. Okay, so you're going deep Hebrew, deep, shall we say, Hebraic? I guess is the best word for it. That's impressive. Thank you for sharing that. By the way, we've got in the live stream, Francis Williams says, DD, what do you know about Diego Garcia or Ascension Island? And of course, these are two different islands, and they are kind of on the same, shall we say, latitude. And they're, one, of course, is in the Atlantic, the other is in the Indian Ocean. So they are what they are. What is it that you want to know? I mean, basically, they're like extremely pivotal, strategic British outposts maintained at great expense. That the British, of course, leased the other island, Diego Garcia. That is, of course, part of the British Indian Ocean Trust Territory. They leased that to the United States. And with that, of course, nothing much else to say in the immediate sense. They all have a history. The worst aspect of the Indian Ocean Island, the British Indian Ocean Trust Territory, is that it was inhabited by black people. And what happened was they were all ethnically cleansed by the British. They were all deported to Africa. And then the British simply said they did not exist. Anybody can look this up. So you can actually look up the history of the black indigenous peoples deported from the British Indian Ocean Trust Territory. And then the Americans took it over and made a military base out of it. It's one of those things where it's just another horror story. Probably the only positive thing to come out of it is the largest crabs in the world, the coconut crabs, are thus preserved because no one's eating them. And these are like land crabs. They're like giant hermit crabs, so big that they can't bear any shells. In other words, they can't bear any shells on their back, and therefore they go around without shells. They look like big ugly ticks, and they climb up and down coconut trees, and they crack open coconuts. So they've got some pretty vicious claws, but nevertheless, they're slow moving and they're very vulnerable. And obviously, if the black people lived on the island as they had lived for, forever before the whites came and expelled them all, they probably were in ecological harmony where they would eat enough of those where there was still a breeding population. But God knows what would happen now if you brought them back. The coconut crabs might be hunted to extinction. So it's you got to have a balance where there's some kind of game preserve for the coconut crabs and bringing the indigenous people back ultimately. But right now they're in Africa, languishing as kind of a emigre community. So Land of No Name says, have you ever heard that Diego Garcia was a portal location in time and space and used for special projects? Now that's interesting. No. I have not heard that. So it's there are plenty of strange places in the world, kind of like vorticial or just vortice places on the surface of the earth. That may be one of them. I've never really heard that angle, but I'm not antithetical to it. And by the way, Jameson, when you do bring up the books, what you can do is you can put the links up for them. The Vampirology, of course, is selling on Amazon instead of through Skybooks USA. Okay. Yeah, but you can put up the links for both those books. And in the meantime, I could go on a bit more about the strategic locations of these islands, but I've always been more familiar with them from a military sense, because of course they're dominated by military concerns. The Ascension, of course, is a very low population level, and it's and maybe, am I confusing that with St. Helena? I don't think I am. As a matter of fact, let me Ascension. Island. Okay, versus St. Helena. And St. Helena, there we are. This is what I want to check into. So, Ascension Island, St. Helena. St. Helena is where they stuck Napoleon Bonaparte, where they imprisoned him for the rest of his life while they killed him. And so St. Helena, Ascension, and of course that third island, Tristan da Cunha. These are all occupied by the Brits, and that was how they dominated the Atlantic. They were always seeking these pivotal positions by which to dominate the seas, and they established sea dominance by the maintenance of these islands. So it was from these islands, of course, they launched the bombing raid on the Falklands. And looking at the photographs, there's some interesting development on these islands just concerning how the villages developed and the settlers developed there. At any rate, so aside from all of that, not much else comes to mind at the moment. I mean, most of what's been going on has been La Palma, of course, and paying attention to that. And James Forsyth said, I just purchased your Vampirology. I am enjoying it very much. So let me God bless you, James.
I think a lot of the a lot of the attempt to mystify these so-called islands as these secret bases being used by people using UFOs and all kinds of stuff is more or less a distraction or cover from the fact that these islands were sacked from indigenous black people and just those people
Yes.
just forced out. It's so that nobody focuses on the human rights abuse and everyone focuses on this sort of bullshit alien narrative that the fucking cultists of the Kings of Edom are pushing, because they don't want you to ever question what people were there from the beginning, because they know that you won't ask that question. You know that people are going to say, oh, there's an alien base there with their fucking disinfo agents and shit, and everyone's just going to jump on that as that being what it is.
Thank you. And that's an important thing to consider. As for the Malaysian Airlines conspiracy, I've heard that before, by the way, and Peter Moon might actually be bringing up conspiracies again, saying what's a fun conspiracy or conspiracies that seem to make the most sense. That might come up again in there when he brings that up to Our Lady Land of No Name, because I heard that, and I just don't know enough about it to comment. I personally don't find it, that compelling. But in terms of Malaysia Air disappearing and whatnot, these things get taken out. They crash. There are terrorists involved. The idea that why would they want to make it disappear and take everyone and keep them alive when, why go through all that trouble? What would be the point of that? What is served by that? So that's something that people have to also try and come to grips with. So let me finish this message to James Forsyth. God bless you, James Forsyth. It is an abridged edition, as we had to get it out immediately to preempt plagiarization. Plagiarism by a former and fired co-author, by a former fired affiliate. Okay.
Yeah, that horrid creature. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, John West, David John West, I think it was.
David West.
David John West. Yeah, David J.
Oh
West.
my gosh.
Yeah.
That odd creature. Oh my goodness. Hopefully something came of us reporting that stuff, and I know for a fact that Derek Patali reported nobody.
That's right. Actually,
Because
believe it or not, he did only under duress. He did under duress with cases, and it took forever for him to do it. It's just filthy. But anyhow, let me see if this message is ready to send off. It's an abridged edition, as we had to get it out immediately to preempt plagiarism by a former affiliate. Look forward to releasing the unabridged edition sometime. God knows, it should happen, but an abridged edition sometime, and no promises as to when. God knows I have to send out a bunch of books to these young ladies that I haven't. Maybe this is 208 too many. All right, so just lower that so I can send the message out. In other words, I had too much to the message. I forget they have limits on this stuff, and that's to prevent people from going overboard, I guess. So aside from that, when it comes to the other things going on, we've got a few minutes before we bring on Peter Moon. And our man Pac-Juan Morales is headed home, so he may not come home until when Peter Moon shows up, and by that time things will be going at their own pace. When it comes to tonight, I think Peter Moon wants me to bring up more of the occult again. It seems to be a thread that he wants to pursue, so I may be going in that direction. And so everyone has that, quote unquote, to look forward to. Other than that, we're catching up with the downvotes, but everyone keep putting your upvotes. You understand that the strategy behind this is that like Facebook, YouTube works on popularity. And Facebook, of course, is much more complicated, and all of the scandals involved with Facebook are coming out, at this point. And the one thing I can tell you is that this is not like other scandals. There is more to this than there was with the other scandals that Facebook has faced. But basically, here we got an incoming message. Let's see what that is.
Yeah, I just sent you a link. Basically, there's a lot of stuff going on in Taiwan and China. Mm-hmm. I mean, we are, for all intents and purposes, we're at war, mm-hmm. even though it's not declared. Mm-hmm. And they don't have to declare it, honestly speaking, for anyone to know that we're, pretty much locked in a conflict. I mean,
yes.
These things will be declared a lot later than when the actual conflicts start, which mm-hmm. usually is the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes. And so we do have that. And so it's just the situation is tense. And that's about what I can give for now. Aside from that, thank you for the link. And so what Jameson has provided is a very useful link because it has many other links. And so I'm glad to see the French ambassadors, or the senators actually, arrived in Taiwan. And this was, of course, Beijing has warned that this trip will hurt its ties with France. I mean, good. Let it alienate the fucking world. That's... everyone knows that Taiwan is producing these chips, and so that's what makes it so intensively valuable. Other than that, what I'm going to do is just have Jameson continue talking, and he can bring on several other topics while I just kind of gnaw on this sandwich. And thank God we've got Jameson here, or this couldn't work at all. It's been, of course, I have other stresses going on in life, just positive and negative, and we deal with these stresses as they come. And the important thing is that, I show up here physically, even if I'm not here mentally. And with that, we will, let's see now. You go ahead, Jameson, take it.
All right, well, we still also have that oil spill that is of major concern. They are starting to look into whether the ship's anchor might have struck the oil pipeline in the ocean floor, but there's also potential there that there were several violations that the company that was in charge of trying to get that oil was in violation of. I mean, which goes without saying. these guys, they always cut corners, and it's to the point where it's just completely ridiculous. The spill sent up 126,000 gallons of heavy crude into the ocean, contaminating the sands of the famed Huntington Beach and other coastal communities. This spill could keep beaches closed for weeks or longer. They might as well just say months, because honestly speaking, there's absolutely no way you can clean that up completely. And those chemicals are, we know that it's not just crude oil chemicals that are in there. There's also the chemicals that they use to extract the oil. There's the chemicals they use to push the stuff out. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how this all works, but what I will say is that I'm fairly certain that you're not going to want to go fishing there. You're not going to want to go swimming, or you're definitely not going to want to go surfing anytime soon there. I mean, that would be a real problem. They're saying if the operator had more valves installed on the line, they'd have a much better chance at having a point of failure isolated by now. But the pipeline was built using a process known as electric resistance weld, according to regulatory filing from the company. The welding process has been linked to past oil pipeline failures because corrosion occurs along the seams, according to government safety advisories and Pipeline Safety Trust Director Bill Karam. So the very technique they use to create these pipelines are compromising pipelines. They're trying to. These are people who are trying to skirt as much of the cost as possible to pay for, getting these things erected. They just want the oil and the money. They want as much of the inflow of money as possible. And this is where we reach a point where, capitalism, as we know it, or as is practiced in this country, has gone apeshit crazy. It just doesn't work anymore. The extent of the oil spill was revealed. Environmentalists had feared the oil might devastate birds and marine wildlife in the area, and chances are it did just that. It's they're claiming that it's much better than they feared, and honestly speaking, they're only looking at it from a short-term point of view. We're not going to see the real effects on the biology of the region until like months and years later. That's when all these chemicals are going to have a chance to seep in, dilute into the surrounding waters, and get into all the wildlife.
Right. These things last for years in terms of their repercussions. So go on. We've got a few minutes left for you to take us to the top.
Now, the cause of the leaks was determined to be corrosion that caused a pin-sized hole in the steel walls of the pipeline. The owner of the oil field at the time, a partnership between Mobil Oil Company and Shell Oil Company called Era Energy LLC. Oh my gosh. When I talk about the amount that they were fined, this is $48,000.
That's nothing. Yes, that is nothing.
What the fuck?
I'm shocked.
That's like asking them for $4.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. So it's terrible, offensive, indeed. So glad that you're sharing this with us. So do go on. I'm sure there's other things that are need to be brought to our attention.
Yes. Well, aside from what we have the COVID vaccine mandate taking effect for New York, and that's causing a lot of people to go like batshit crazy because which is to be expected. It's like, okay, it's like this. Why is it that we're making such a big deal about vaccines and masks? I'm thinking like this. You don't want to wear a mask. You don't want to get vaccinated. Don't fucking do it. You don't need to go out there and parade and create a fucking crusade around it. I mean, seriously. It's just absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, let people who actually care about their lives do what they do, and you don't care about your life, fine. Do whatever you do. We don't need to have a national debate about this shit. It's like having a national debate about, do you all pizzas should have pepperoni or just cheese? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Okay, let's bring Pac One on, and thank you for that, and definitely appreciate it. So here's Pac One. He's at home, and let's add him. Oh my God! And aside from that, I gave you the actual. So Pac One, thank you so much. Appreciate your coming on. I don't know how much time we have because we're bringing Peter Moon on at the top of the hour in a few minutes to help us get on with tonight's promotion of my need for funds for my birthday, of course, and the necessities I need towards that. And but God bless you. Catch us up on everything that's been going on with yourself. We're anxious to hear about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, Douglas. Good evening, J-Mall. Everyone out there tonight. I'm just getting back in. I had my daughter, oldest daughter, she's doing volleyball for high school. She's junior varsity, and so she's been playing, and so it's been kind of an adjustment because my last week on the taco truck was the 25th of September was my last day on the taco truck, and when my daughter, my oldest going, back in person to school, I got to pretty much be home with my two youngest now, and so now being home with them every day, it's kind of like cut short on everything. But usually my daughter gets home from her practice about 6:30, and then I usually go to. I've been training and boxing at a gym for about 3 weeks now. So then I go train there till about 9:30 p.m. And
wonderful.
Now my daughter's actually, she just got picked up to do a travel team, volleyball team. So it's kind of good for her. So she's doing 2 teams now, and yep. But yeah, so I've just been doing that. That's pretty much what I've been doing. Just kind of enjoying not running around like a chicken with his head cut off all day long, waking up at the crack of dawn and sleeping at the crack of dawn.
Yeah.
So
please go on. Yeah, by all means.
No, go ahead. No.
So when you say that, are you getting enough sleep? Is this?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I am. Oh, well, when I was doing the taco truck, I was on next to nothing. I'd sleep probably like 3-4 hours a day, which, I mean,
oh God,
it wasn't something that was hard, but it's just like, all I did was just like look forward to the end of the season, it's when I can start sleeping again. So now I get my good rest. I mean, sometimes I might not go to bed till like 11:30, but I'll fall asleep and I sleep in with my son and my daughter till about 9:30, and it's a great day.
Wonderful. No, that's excellent. And how is Elizabeth doing? How is
she's doing great. She's working at the hospital. Their COVID numbers are kind of going up right now. All unvaccinated people, and then people who haven't had a booster are also starting to become. Anybody who had their first COVID shot, like around in January, it's probably about time to get a booster because the people that they are seeing that are getting COVID who have been vaccinated were the ones who didn't get a booster and got the first shot in January.
Oh my God! But how are some places don't even have the booster yet? But go on.
Yeah. I don't know how it goes. I just know that's just I know that's what's happening. But yeah, she's doing good though. I mean, honestly, the hospitals are losing nurses in record numbers, man. I mean, their nurse to patient ratios just ridiculous right now. And they're giving them COVID patients and regular patients. So Then, in order to go to one room, they got to suit up, gown up, they call it, and that's putting the, PPE clothes and stuff on, and then they got to get out of the room and undress, and and go into another room, and you just it's really hectic for these girls. I know a lot of her coworkers have actually left. They're doing travel nursing now. Just because it's better pay. They do they're doing like sign-on bonuses and stuff for people who are just starting to be nurses, and they're doing like a it's basically a retention, or not a retention bonus. That's what the nurses were trying to get, who have been there through the whole pandemic, was a retention bonus. But they're getting a sign-on bonus where they'll promise them something like $3,000 or $5,000, whatever, and they'll give them $1,000 up front, and then 6 months, 7 months later down the line, they'll give them another $2,000, and then after 3 years or something like that, they give them the rest of the money to ensure that they stay.
Oh my God. It sounds so complicated. I don't know how anyone...
Yeah, it's stupid. The nurses are pissed because it's basically just a runaround to fuck you, basically, because sometimes the nurses will get better offers at other places or find better jobs, so then they lose. If they leave, I'm sorry, not lose, they do end up losing out, because if they leave, they got to pay that loan back, that bonus back.
Right. Oh my God, that's so stupid.
And the nurses that have been working, they're just trying to give them I think it's like $1,000 or something like that, and then they offered them. Well, the nurses wanted a raise, and they didn't want to give them the raise, and so there's actually nothing on the table for them right now.
Right. By the way, your camera's on, Peter, so there we are. Got that. And so Pac One just came on for a few minutes to catch us up on what's going on in his life. But I do want to clarify something between Pac One and Peter Moon and all of our listeners. And this is something that I really appreciate Pac One being here. And honestly, Pac One, this is a favor that you can do me in terms of communicating to the public, because I want the public to understand the reality of this situation. I'm very glad that Pac One is no longer working with the taco truck because of what we had experienced in the past. But there was a miscommunication between Pac One and Peter Moon. Nothing, of course, malevolent, and nothing that resulted in anything that was negative. But the communication that I want to clarify with all parties involved, including all of our listeners, is that one of the things that Pac One wanted to emphasize is, of course, he's not allowing fear to rule his life. He's not. He's not allowing paranoia to impact him or anything like that. This is not the case. But the one thing that I did want him to express was the time that he was working with this taco truck, and then this scumbag comes out of nowhere and basically is ramming the unit that provides the energy, what do we call that again?
Generator.
The generator, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Of course, Pac-1 was completely unaware of this because he's so involved with food preparation, and then it was someone else informed him that, hey, somebody's basically taken out your generator, or it certainly looked like it. And when Pac-1 ran out and confronted this individual, then this individual pulled this, oh, I'm a vet, I don't remember anything, I don't know what's going on. This whole get out of jail free card thing is, I'm a Vietnam vet, which of course they will use for any conflict that they were a quote unquote veteran of. And at the time that Pac-1 was presenting this, what I want him to emphasize to everyone is that this was not something where, the Kings of Edom, the cult of Michael Aquino never came into his mind. I want him to emphasize the fact that that's the first thing that came into his mind. The first thing that came into his mind was Kings of Edom, that this man was a cultist because of the military connection, everything. It was just so obvious. So I do want him to present that fact, but this has nothing to do with paranoia or that he's living in fear of these people. As a matter of fact, he seems to, but rather that it was simply the logical thing to conclude. So if you could relay that for all of our listeners.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I mean, when it happened and he said that, I mean, and for me, it was, I didn't, at the exact moment that happened, I didn't put it together. I didn't put it together or anything. It was after it was later on that day, and I messaged Douglas. I said, hey man, what would the chances be that, if there was, because I remember his pins, he had the Purple Heart, the little mock Purple Heart that was like, because they wear these veteran hats,
Right, and
and
just
it'll
so I can
say
explain to
Vietnam vet.
people explain to people what happens is they have miniature medals that they pin on their hats, so all of their medals are on their caps at all
Essentially,
times.
yep.
Go on.
Everything
Yes.
that they would have on their over their chest on their uniform,
Right.
they have the same ribbons, embroidered or ironed on, whatever, onto their caps. And one of them was a Purple Heart, and he was a Vietnam vet. And well, first place, I placed my generator at the nose of my trailer, and the nose end being the area where there's the ball hitch that hooks up to the back of your truck to pull it, so it kind of goes off at a triangle. So where I put it, it wasn't out in the road, and it wasn't necessarily where it was going to affect anybody driving by. It was in a good spot. Well, when we were busy, we were making food. Typically, I start my generator at 10 a.m., 10 a.m., and it'll run till about 8 p.m. And it was about 2 or 3, and it cut off. And I said, that's weird. I told my guy, I was like, can you run some gas out to the generator, turn it on? And before he could even get to go to the doors, when it ripped open, and it was this lady. She was like, "This guy just hit your fucking generator, man. He rammed it, and he's going." And I like jumped out, and I see my generator was like flipped over, and like the tires were broke off it, and so like I was all pissed and hopped up on adrenaline. I ran chase after him, and he was riding through a Home Depot parking lot to get out of the parking lot into the main road, so it's not like he could speed. So I got up to him and I dove through his window and like reached for the gear shift and like slammed the car up up into park.
Good man.
And
this is action movie shit. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, it was in the moment. I really wasn't thinking, because I mean, who knows, especially being where we're at. But I was like through myself, man. And so I'm like, what the fuck, man? And he's like, I didn't mean to. I'm a vet. I don't know. I'm a vet. I was like, no, fuck that. I was like, that don't mean nothing to me.
Yeah,
I was
and
like,
that's the first words out of his mouth. Like he was trained that this is what you say. I mean, honestly. So go on. Yeah.
And so I'm like, that don't mean shit to me. I was like, I'm a vet. I was like, but that don't. So I hit in his pockets like, how you got money? He's like, I don't have no money. I don't have nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck? You couldn't see. So like, I'm kind of like, and I'm yelling at him and like, going off, like kind of like scolding him, almost like he's a child. And he's just got this blank expression on his face, and all he keeps saying over and over is he's a vet. He's a vet. And so, as I'm talking to him, I'm looking at him, and he looked like, I don't know, like he was on some shit, like he could have probably possibly been a dope head or a heroin addict or something. Who knows, man? Pill head, whatever. He only had 2 teeth, and they were like on the sides of his mouth, like behind your canine teeth. So,
But definitely he was targeted on you like a torpedo.
Yeah, for sure. So when I after he left and I was packing up, and I was like, you know what, man? I was like, I started remembering everything I was looking at, the Vietnam vet, and I was like let me ask Doug. I was like, because I messed with him, like, what would the chances be that this guy was Army Airborne, fucking with the Purple Heart from Vietnam, that he would be some kind of affiliation or have been in contact with fucking the KOE. Yeah, I didn't want to say Queefo's name. So
yeah, got it.
Yeah, so and absolutely. I mean, and I'm not saying that like I'm out here being targeted or whatever. I don't know. I have social media. I post, where I'm at, what's going on. I boost it, so it's like actually promoting, not just on my page. It's promoting on everybody's page.
Right.
So I mean, chances are, and I was just, I don't know if you're gonna get on the topic tonight, or if you've seen the whole thing about the Facebook and ex-Facebook employees coming out and talking about things they've had to do, that they had to do when they were at Facebook, and the controversy with what they allow to filter through, as video wise and stuff like that. But they basically they were letting all this like videos, messed up videos, they were allowing them to be go through because of certain standards they felt were they said were too controversial to block a video or whatever. So you were getting these videos of like people being mauled by dogs, or like they did the Chinese festival where they were portraying it in a negative way, where they were like skinning dogs and stuff like that. But they were just like the dude like breaks everything down. Then there was some girl on 60 Minutes 2 days ago too talking about it. But they're under fire with some bunch of stuff. I'm barely looking into it, but yeah. So with all that, I mean, you never know. Anybody could get access to anything. They're talking about a bunch of people lost valuable information when the lockdown happened the other day. So,
Right. Yes.
So,
but definitely what's important is that you yourself have been open about supporting me, and you have been a guest on my show. That's why you were targeted. So it was definitely, this was not something where the last time we brought this up, the problem was it was buried in all this nuance where Peter Moon, of course, was mentioning the fact that when somebody approaches any kind of environment, like the investigation of a kind of paranormal phenomenon or something, it goes without saying that anyone who's investigating or researching a particular subject begins to attract a kind of energy that resonates, and then the resonance or the morphogenic field begins to draw these kinds of entities like flies to a kind of a person who simply has their headspace, so to speak, in a kind of space that they feel is also theirs. And this was not the case. Basically, you were just doing your work and trying to get by. Every once in a while you came on my show, you're talking about very personal problems that we find very irrelevant, which you're talking about your own experiences with the occult and why that's so important because of your military background, etc. So you were able to emphasize quite a bit of things that added a depth of reality, experiential reality to this, and that's why you truly were targeted. So when that man targeted you, he had the preset excuse, the whole alibi and everything, and it's not even so much for you. It's if you had gone off on him and really beaten him down, that's why he kept screaming that. That's what he would have been screaming when the cops
headlines.
Yes.
Local taco truck owner beats up a military vet, and then that'd have been the end of my whole little successful thing that I had going on this year. I'm sure. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, and so this is the kind of plot that the planning that they put into this, and anyhow, we love you dearly. We're glad that you survived that, and we're glad that you're out of that. At least tell Peter what you're doing now is so much safer, and segue over to Peter. You can turn it over to him.
So you probably weren't on yet, Peter. So I've been back in the boxing gym for about the past month, and I've been training and stuff. And actually, it's funny because I'm 200 and I was 215 when I started. I'm 207 pounds now, but I spar once a week with this guy. He's like 6'5", 310 pounds, like and we go at it. But I mean, it's all in fun. It's sparring. It's training. It's not like all out brawl, but it's the physicality. The workouts are awesome, man. Where it's all cardio. So it's I'm feeling good, and I'm thinking about possibly doing a couple little amateur fights next year, but we'll see when time gets there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that's excellent. But you're not doing that as a profession.
Oh no. Just really, I've just been training and doing that just to I don't know, just to get in better shape, and it's just something I want to do. I've boxed my whole life. Since I was about 7 years old. I mean, there's two brothers that have both been world champions, and they're the Jarrell brothers, Andre and Anthony Jarrell. We grew up together. We sparred together our whole lives. Like those, Clarissa Shields, one of her trainers that got her going was actually my trainer. And he's one of the people who actually started calling me Paco, so that's actually where I actually got my nickname was from when I used to box and stuff. So yeah, it's something that's always been passionate.
Let me ask you a question. How long do you hit the speed bag for at one time?
So actually the gym where we're at doesn't have a speed bag right now. That it's broke. It's down. So this whole month I haven't got on any speed bags, but we usually spar about 5 3-minute rounds. Lately, we just been doing 2. We the cardio we do, like anything we do 10 down. We do like the it'll be 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, 10 squats, 10 super squats, and do it 10 down. So you go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way down, keep going. We run a couple miles. We do a lot of like legs and the medicine balls and the tires with the sledgehammers and heavy hammers, and it's a lot of like, and it is high energy, like high pace, like move.
How long would you hit a speed bag for though if you did a speed?
To keep it going, it's been years since I've been on a speed bag, but I don't know. I could probably keep a good little rhythm. It's all in rhythm. I don't know. Maybe a good 30 seconds, maybe.
Okay, I'm happy to show you sometime an exercise that it's a qigong exercise. It's a foundational exercise that you would do slow for an hour a day, 6 months, and then you would do it 6 months fast.
Okay.
For an hour a day.
Okay.
And what I'm saying here is that you could, by the time you finish this, you could punch nonstop for an hour without getting tired.
Oh shit. Okay.
Now, when I learned the exercise, it took me 3 years to get it through my head to do it. Not that I really needed to do it. Well, I mean, I did need to do it. And when I did it, it cleared up this big back problem I had. Actually, the day I stopped, I had to stop because I was busy doing an event with David Anderson, and I just didn't have the time to do it. And all of a sudden, my back problem cleared up, lower back. But I asked my teacher, I said, how long do people do a speed bag for? He says, 5 minutes, the most. And so in other words, if you're going nonstop, and you build up to it gradually, you build up. First, you do it slow for 6 months, as slow as you can, and then you build up the foundation, and
technique.
Then it's like so you could just go kabam, kabam, kabam for a full hour, and it's like wow.
That's impressive.
And so I'd be happy to show you that. It's but there's another exercise I'll show you too that it's kind of it's called a Hindu squat. It's going down, and what that does is it shoots blood up into your heart, because it's like it's working the ankles, and it's like 50% of your blood goes through the ankles. It goes up into your heart. And this exercise, one of his students was doing it. He was like a kickboxer, and he was kicking butt, and his trainer told him not to do it. And then he got knocked out because it's really good for the stamina. It's really good for the stamina.
Okay.
I think, I don't know, I haven't been in a gym in a long, long time, a boxing gym. So I really, they all have their ways of training, but this is just, it'd be very interesting, especially if you're just sparring with people. The only thing is it takes a long time to do.
Build it up. Yeah. Yeah. No, that'd be cool.
Do that sometime and on over, Facebook or something. And,
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah. That's cool.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and I am so pleased to have you gentlemen communicate with each other and help each other out, and most of all, I'm just glad that our man Pac One's life has changed for what I feel is so much for the better. I'm sure you would agree, Pac One.
Yeah, I absolutely. I just keep try to do what I got to do, man, and just stay focused. Don't worry about anything else. Things out of my reach, out of my,
Yes.
Just can't. I try not to let things get me down. So.
Right. Right. Well, we love you dearly and share that love with Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Take
All
care.
right.
Hugs.
Good night. Good night, Peter. See you later, James.
Good
We'll
night.
talk to you later, brother.
Yes, and J-Mo is eating, but he's welcome to say his goodbyes to Pack One. At any rate, he's probably staying mute so we don't hear him chew. And of course, I'll have to stay mute so people don't hear me chew. I'm trying to get enough calories into myself to last throughout the evening. But definitely, I'll stay unmuted for a little bit of time while we segue Peter Moon into taking the stage. And Peter Moon will dominate the stage for a bit here because he's got a lot to talk about. And of course, we appreciate the fact that his listeners are with us, and I do want to educate everybody as to the situation. We have now overcome the gang stalkers by one upvote, and of course that may change any moment, but at the beginning of every episode, what happens is that our program is assaulted immediately by an entire battery of downvotes. And the reason that this happens is because it prevents the program from distributing. Bear in mind that YouTube works on a popularity aggregate, and the YouTube popularity aggregate will not distribute a video if it's considered unpopular. And so for that reason, the primary gang stalker at all times has always been Stephen Outrim. And Stephen Outrim is, of course, just a fat, smelly, white trash piece of shit, and not all the millions of dollars that he earned by insider trading that was gifted to him by Michael Aquino as to when to sell short so that his defense contract company Sausage Software could be taken apart and disassembled by actual software contractors. All of that made him a multimillionaire, but it doesn't stop him from being a complete and total failure. But the one thing he does know is enough IT to send bots. And so as soon as the episodes start, the bots come on and they slam a large number of downvotes at once. It started with 13. Then he goes into the PSYOP that he was trained to do, which is that every time somebody put an upvote, they would counter it with a downvote. So this goes on until basically they just can't do it anymore. So it went up to 19. We're at 23. Understand that you have to keep, all of you who are listening have to press an upvote, because this is the only way to get the program distributed at all. Otherwise, the only people who are aware of it are people who have subscribed and clicked the notification bell so they would receive notification. Otherwise, YouTube provides no notification that the episode is on. So we're counting on all of Peter Moon's listeners to hit the up vote button, click that thumbs up, and make certain that you spread the word that Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich are on as co-hosts. And honestly, this is a important night because, of course, we're conducting a promotional fundraiser for my pending birthday, and that's going to require some financial resources of my own to help me make it through the month, because that's just the way it works on these with the nature of the beast. Amy Como says we got you, and she corrected my pronunciation of her name last time, so I was happy to hear that. Rodney S says liked, and Rodney S says I'd like to hear more about ghouls. He says China is on the verge of invading Taiwan. We might get all to such things during Arc of Narrative. I do believe Peter Moon feels I should go into the occult area again tonight. I may talk a bit more about some of the nuances of magic, such as evocation and invocation, or the anti-gods themselves. But Peter Moon will help me get into the groove zone, so to speak. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, the stage is his. Bless you, Peter.
Well, thank you very much. I think, we can, cover the occult, and maybe you can bridge into it a little deeper after I leave if necessary. And then, then go into your current events with China and Las Palmas and the Canary Islands, volcano and all that. But that's just my suggestion.
Sure.
But anyway, okay, so here we are, October 6th, 2021. And October is an incredible month in New York. Usually, I mean, there's been one or two exceptions where it's rained, but it's the best time to be in New York. We also had an incredible September where it was not too hot, and September can also be a nice month. Traditionally, the two nicest months in New York are October and May. You're so glad you're in New York during those months if they break right. So October is like, wow, colored leaves. Yeah, it's just a great time.
Fabulous. It's a
Yeah,
fabulous time. As a matter of fact, one of the men who described it so poetically was Ray Bradbury, anthologized a whole series of short stories in a book titled The October Country.
yes, and he did the Halloween tree,
Yes.
which I read to my daughter.
Yes.
I made a habit of taking my daughter to the pumpkin patch every year, and I still, said she wanted me to take there forever, so I take her every year. This year, of course, she's in LA, so I sent her a October sweatshirt,
Wonderful.
sending her all the memories. So it's just a wonderful time, and of course I'm not going to go into October right now,
Right.
with all the connections to Halloween and the gate. And I was a big fan of Ray Bradbury. I actually got to meet him at the Library of Congress.
Oh, you never told me that.
Yeah, well, that's a whole sub story. But I was in D.C. To visit my friends who I've talked about before in Scientology, and I was just on vacation, and I went to the Library of Congress, got a tour of it, and I walked by. It said Ray Bradbury tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Free lecture sponsored by the Library of Congress.
Wow.
They had a really nice buffet full of grapes and cheese and stuff like that. It was really generous.
Wow.
And I got to listen to Ray Bradbury talk, and he's a much better lecturer than he is a writer.
Interesting.
Fantastic lecture. And he talked about Mr. Electrode, pointed a sword at his head. This is who he met, Mr. Electrode. He wrote about Mr. Electrode in his, I think, The Illustrated Man. And he put the sword at his head and said, "Live forever." And so he says, "I did." And of course, that was my first inspiration, was Ray Bradbury. His short story, The Kaleidoscope, in the book Illustrated Man. It told me that I was immortal. Very inspirational. And of course, he inspired me to be a writer, just reading his stuff. But so I got to meet him, and I got his autograph on the program. I asked him, we could ask him a question. It's personal, just me to him. And I asked him if he knew L. Ron Hubbard, and he says no. He says, but I used to read his science fiction. He said, I used to read his science fiction. He said that was before Scientology.
Right.
And Bradbury appears at the sci-fi conference convention that where Jack Parsons and Hubbard met, supposedly. Heinlein introduced them, was the sci-fi authors. And Bradbury was running around in a Halloween costume passing out pamphlets. Of course, Bradbury was younger then.
Mm-hmm.
He was still a writer, but he was not quite the personality he became.
Right.
Very much under the wing of a gossip columnist named Luella Parsons. She fathered Ray Bradbury and helped facilitate his connections into the movie industry, where he did at least a couple of screenplays for John Huston. Moby Dick. He was the screenwriter for Moby Dick. Very good movie with Gregory Peck.
Wow. Yes, the one that my father was so impressed by, of course. Go on.
He would have been, and that was, as they say, there was 3 required films in my house for my father. He didn't watch TV, but it was Moby Dick. What was it? Captain's Courageous with Spencer Tracy, and The Endless Summer, a movie about surfing. Just an incredible. I mean, especially for its time. These guys that went all around the world to surf, and so the endless summer, it would never end.
Wow.
Go to Africa, ended up in Australia, went to Tahiti. And Tahiti was my favorite place in the movie because they showed how the waves broke outward from the shore out to the ocean.
Right.
That was a phenomenon. But anyway, so much for that. Early inspiration. So yeah, Ray Bradbury was a great character in my life. But anyway, back to October 20th. This is the big day. It's Douglas's birthday, which will be, if I'm not incorrect, 55. The big 55, correct?
Oh, God, I've been trying not to keep track of that, but probably, yes. Yes.
Yeah, you're born in 66, that would be 55.
Oh my God.
55 is a great year.
If you say so.
The 50s are fantastic compared. Then you get the 60s, and then now I'm about to hit the 70s in a couple of years, and I started qigong at age 57, and as my teacher said to me a few years later, or he said to the whole class, he says, when Peter came here, he was done. He was finished. He was done. But now he's good, because I took what he said seriously. I took what he said seriously to, start breathing, and you start changing immediately. And he really respected that, because he was really used to students not doing what he said, and
Right.
countering what he said. And we all fall away from it. We all would mess up what he said, but you try hard. So anyway, 55 is a great age. October 20th. That was my qigong teacher's birthday. October 20th.
You're
also
kidding.
my ex-wife's birthday.
Jeez.
So I've had important characters in my life born on October 20th, and as they say, my ex-wife, although I did have trouble with her in divorce, she was a pivotal character in my life, very helpful to me. And I have nothing but what's the word? Gratitude for her appearance in my life, despite any of the negatives. We even had a nice conversation about a month ago.
Good.
We actually had a lot of nice conversations. She used to go to qigong with me for a while, but then she got back into Scientology, and that she couldn't really communicate to me anymore. She wasn't allowed to.
So sad.
So never told me that, but I knew what was going on. So anyway, we had a very nice conversation. But be that as it may, October 20th is a great date. So what we want to do is we want to raise some funds for Douglas for his birthday, October. We want to raise it for October anyway, but
Yes.
we want to give him special birthday presents. As my qigong teacher used to say, they would have a dinner for him every year. What do you want for your birthday? And he'd say, cold hard cash. It's nothing like cold hard cash. It's a great gift.
It certainly helps. Yes.
You can't argue. When my daughter took me to the airport in June, coming back to LAX to fly back to New York, she kind of busted her ass to, the traffic, LA traffic. She picked me up. She took me there, and I gave her $20. I said, here's a smoothie. Here, get a smoothie with this. And she just smiled. I mean, she didn't expect any money. It was just a token of gesture. Cash is very nice. Even if it's a small gesture, it's very nice gift. So we want to, and I also suggested we have a contest. I don't know how well how well this will come off, but if somebody can, present the best conspiracy theory. I don't know if conspiracy theory is the right word. Like
Scenario.
something like Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump are secret lovers, something like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't, something like it's really outrageous and really there. Who can give us the best conspiracy theory? Not something we've heard before. Not like it was really aliens that did Roswell or something like that. Yeah, just have a contest. So with your the money you send to Douglas, maybe you can offer, or just tell him your favorite conspiracy theory, your favorite one.
Either that or something almost verging on gossip will be fine. I mean, that's essentially what I was indulging in when I told everybody that, oh God, what's his name? The son-in-law of Donald Trump, who had the effeminate demeanor, and that I was telling everybody about how he basically was a sex change individual, that he kept signing himself originally as a woman on his voting form, and this happened repeatedly, and so he obviously identified as a woman, and then he winds up with this marriage with Donald Trump's daughter, and all the kids are in vitro, but he's definitely, you can tell by looking at him how effeminate he appears, and it's just one of those things that there certainly was that rumor floating all over San Francisco within the transsex community, and everybody just takes it as gospel here. But when I would bring it up to the majority of people, it would just be too shocking for them to absorb. It could be something like that is borderline ridiculous to the common sensibilities when first heard, and that would be fun. Our man Jameson is suggesting something along the lines like Trahamius wrote the Voynich manuscript. I'm not quite sure. I don't even know.
Obscure. It's too obscure for
Yes,
people.
yes. Trithemius. Yes.
Trithemius.
Yeah. Who the hell is that? I mean, the fact that
He did the wheel. He did the wheel, the crypto wheel.
interesting.
Very fascinating. But anyway, that will take us into different corridors. But my favorite conspiracy theory, one of them, and it's not true, was this guy Nelson. Nelson was somebody I met at Psychotronics, and I used to run into him in the post office. And he was always being he was being pursued, because back in those days, there was no internet to speak of, and he was into conspiratorial topics. He'd grown up in a Pentecostal family and had to get away from it, so he was very attuned. But he'd have incidents where he wasn't a writer or anything, but we'd meet him in the post office and we'd share stories. And I remember one time he was getting run off the road by this guy with a football helmet. It was like a crash helmet.
Right. Go on.
And then the guy would disappear, and it's just like, God, it was horrific. Now,
did you say this was a repeated phanomenon? This happened more than
that was one of many things. That was, I think, the last straw, kind of, and he got run off the road on the Parkway.
right.
It's like a highway.
But
And,
wait, just to explain to
like,
people, the serious automotive assassination attempts, when somebody is trying to run you off a road or run you over, you'll know it's professional or at the level of government agent when they are wearing a crash helmet or when they're wearing a motorcycle helmet or something that looks like padding or something. Sometimes because basically they know that when you're basically crashing into another car, you're endangering the frame of your own automobile and you're endangering your own life. So it's risky enough where the person who's not engaging in spontaneous road rage, when it's not something that's simply compulsive, then this is a professional attempt, is when they've prepared for it by padding themselves and protecting their head. So that's how you know it's professional. So when somebody describes something like that, that's not something your normal paranoid fantasist, your fabulist who's just fabricating a story, would never normally come up with those details. So when Peter Moon relates that, this strikes me as a very real experience as opposed to somebody misinterpreting something.
This was no misinterpretation, and he had this stuff happen. He used to work for Leona Helmsley, the famous real estate magnate.
Right, and you could tell people a little bit about her in San Francisco, yes, and her ultimate fate.
She was New York. She owned the Empire State Building. I guess her company still does, unless she sold it.
I didn't know that. She's infamous here. In case you didn't know it, she's also infamous here. We had the Leona Helmsley project housing site, so to speak, where it was.
I didn't know she owned real estate in San Francisco.
Oh yeah. Go
but
on.
she, I think it was her husband that was the real estate magnate, and then she inherited it. And Donald Trump once said that she tried to play footsies with him under the table. She was hot for the Donald. Of course, he wanted nothing to do with her. Of course, Donald was very young and good looking in those days. But so anyway, he worked for Leona. He ran one of her hotels. And anyway, but he told me, I guess the conspiracy theory, what was interesting, was about Chelsea Clinton. And he was saying, and he wasn't saying this was true. He was saying this is what he'd heard. I just loved it. And it's not true, obviously not true. But he said that you never saw Chelsea when she was the first daughter. When, Clinton was president, they were trying to hide her. They were trying to hide her and not show her because she was like, deformed or or just like, was like a genetic monstrosity. Not like, I mean, she was just really beyond awkward. She was at the awkward age, but it was beyond awkward. In other words, she was really just a genetic freak show. It was just very odd, and she wasn't normal. Now, how can anybody be normal? But, she has since shown that she did not fit that bill. I just thought it was very, because you didn't hear much about her then.
That's weird. You mean Donald Trump was saying this, or?
No.
The other guy, the guy you were talking about.
Yeah, he this was what he was hearing about on the grapevine about Chelsea Clinton. She was like, it was like a big problem,
right? Well,
unless they substituted.
Right. I'm glad
they substituted her.
Okay, so there we are. Okay, so like you said, this is something that we qualify as just something that's out there, because I was going to say.
It was a rumor. It was a rumor.
Right.
It was a rumor, and I don't think it was true. But it was. I thought it was funny.
Right. What's funny to me, but also tragic, was very similar to that. That's very similar to what they said about the Obama's wife, Michelle Obama. Everybody kept insisting that she was a man. So these things, they just go on, and I think the most unbelievable one, and I'm glad you added, by the way, the caveat about they supplemented a double for Chelsea or something, because I was about to say
Right.
I was about to say that they did show her, quote unquote, or they were bringing her into the peace talks between Israel and Palestine back when Yasser Arafat was still alive.
Chelsea?
Yeah. Look at this. Oh, it says the reconnection is successful. So we just got disconnected and reconnected. So people might have missed a little something that we were saying. And what we were saying was that concerning all this rumor and gossip-oriented conspiracy theory, what this individual that Peter Moon had known was just sharing what he had heard, that Chelsea Clinton was in reality kind of like this a genetically deformed individual, someone with a congenital defect that impacted her physical appearance, and probably was also socially almost feral, etc. So this is where then they were saying that she was kind of supplemented by a quote unquote, like someone to represent her, like a kind of like an actress, so to speak, and that would make sense if you're going along with the whole conspiracy theory.
I don't think it was, because Chelsea, what was the most interesting thing Chelsea Clinton actually ever said is once she graduated from whatever, I think she went to Columbia, but she was getting involved with the Clinton Foundation. And she says, we've got to investigate this, because there was all these, reports of corruption. And she says, well, we got to investigate this. It's got to be looked into. Like she really believed there was something wrong. And then of course she, I guess, was pretty naive when she said that, and she, then you didn't hear anything more about.
Interesting. I mean, I guess I was just following it a lot more tentatively, but I certainly don't remember any reason why I would. It was just, in fact, it was just simply in my face. In other words, whenever I would turn on the media, conventional media would talk about Clinton all the time. He was just news. It was just, it was like what Trump was later. I mean, he was just somebody that people love to harp on. And when it came to Chelsea Clinton, the one thing I do know was that either her, which I'm sure it was her, or the actress that represented the real Chelsea Clinton was being brought constantly to the peace talks over in Israel, between Israel and Palestine, as represented by Yasser Arafat while he was still alive. And at that time was Menachem Begin. I'm sorry, not Menachem Begin. Who's the guy with Bibi? Was Netanyahu?
Oh, yeah, Netanyahu.
Netanyahu. It was Netanyahu and Yasser Arafat, and they were both bitching about her, because that's why it stood out. And this is why I was bringing up for years what I said was the pattern as it was evolving, and what I was convinced was going to be the norm. What it had, since we're going into this kind of evolved conspiracy gossip thing, let me share this with people. This is what I was convinced of, was basically what had happened was the original George Bush Sr., he, of course, had really wanted his other son, the man who was the governor of Florida. He really wanted, Jeb, to be president.
Low energy Jeb is what Trump used to call him. Low energy Jeb.
There we are. Yes, he wanted low energy Jeb, and then it was his son, the idiot, instead, the one that nobody thought would go anywhere. George W., who became the president instead, and there was a whole series of dumb things going on behind that. But one of them was the fact that, and by the way, the only reason that I followed this attentively, not obsessively, but the only reason it impacted me personally, or I felt it did, was because, of course, I had been working at the Presidio when suddenly there was this nobody, as far as I was concerned, certainly nobody I knew or had any interest in, William Jefferson Clinton, this governor of bumfuck Arkansas, who was staying over at the Ritz-Carlton in San Francisco, which is, of course, the diplomats' hotel where people from leaders of the Soviet Union like Nikita Khrushchev stayed there. And so you have this situation where I was familiar with some of the security problems that they had, because any of these hotels, that they're not, well, fuck, even government buildings, you'd be amazed at the low quality of security that these people hire or employ. And but at any rate, in terms of what I was aware of, and I was far less aware of the security situation at that time. In fact, it was just not in my world. But suddenly it became very much a part of my world when all of these people showed up, and like Lieutenant Commander William Hunt of the United States Navy, and of ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and Yosi Yamir, or that's the name she gave, this woman who claimed to work for Mossad, and I'm sure she did. And they all start showing up and basically involve myself, because they're like saying, hey, hey, we hear your data. We hear you're the guy who works with Aquino, and that you know what's what and what's going down, and you've got all the facts. And so it's like, show us who we can get together to kill Clinton. I said, who? It's like, yeah, Clinton. He's staying over. He's running for president. He's he's a candidate. And basically, you have no idea how blasé they were about this. But then, as I pointed out with Jameson Reese earlier, when you come to the experience of, shall we say, that one cleric from Egypt who was in Italy, who I was telling Jameson about, who got abducted in Italy by CIA agents, who then gang raped him and tortured him, and he was kept prisoner for a few years until he was finally released because he was completely innocent. And then then they finally faced justice years later, because the Italians said it was a violation of their sovereignty, as it most certainly was. But by the way, just so people understand, that was the Abu Omar case, and he was abducted on February 7th, 2003 in Milan by agents of the CIA, who, but anyhow, when he was taken, the CIA did nothing to cover the tracks. They had no aliases. They abducted him in broad daylight. They did it all with this sense of impunity, because they just felt they were working for the biggest bully on the block and nothing would ever happen to them. And so they had this sense of total impunity. But the happy ending is, as I said, years later, they were extradited to Italy, and wound up, many of them, going to jail there, because this was, after all, an illegal abduction. This was a criminal act. So when it came to this kind of impunity, that sense of impunity was what was displayed by everybody involved with this attempt to assassinate William Jefferson Clinton. And so they told me straight out that Senior Bush wanted him dead. And they said, yeah, Senior Bush wants this guy dead, and we're here to kill him, and help us get together a team to kill him. And because you had a lot of these mercenary type veterans who would stay over in the hostels, the hospices, they're not hospices, they should be hospices, but they're hostels. What I meant to say, they had these Presidio hostels where these people would sleep for cheap, and then take the what's called the MAC, MAC, Military Airlift Command. And for those of you who don't know, if you were honorably discharged and have spent somewhat of a career in the military, you can fly on the military airlift command for pennies on the dollar, like just a few bucks, and then they put you in as luggage. In other words, you sit like with the baggage and shit, and you can go all over the world. And so a lot of military veterans take advantage of this, most of them up to no good. And so you've got this kind of criminal mafia aspect to the military that I've always been exposing. But so they were trying to get me to identify which of these guys would be best to gather for a hit job. And so, I've gone into some of the details about this before, in fact, fairly in depth on some interviews. But those interviews are probably, lost on the internet someplace or something like that. But I could always go over it again. Be happy to do so. They even had a code name for the operation. They called it Operation Mount Rushmore. And so basically what had happened was that the security guard that the Israeli lady had seduced over at the Ritz-Carlton was going to shoot Clinton in the back when he exited the Ritz-Carlton, Robert F. Kennedy style. And the snipers that I was supposed to help them arrange for were going to take out Clinton from the front as he exited the Ritz-Carlton. So between the security guard in back and the snipers taking him out from the front, he would have had a shadow that looked like the Eiffel Tower. They were just going to riddle him with bullets from both directions. And so when they were planning all this, it all broke down when the security guard started bragging that he was going to kill Clinton. And when he started bragging about it, they took him out, and that security guard was pushed in front of a BART train, an oncoming BART train, while he was waiting in the quay for it after work. So this actually made the papers. I mean, so that security guard dying at that time made the papers. And then, of course,
Does bragging make the papers?
No, just the fact that he was killed. Just the fact that he was killed. There was this article in the papers about security guard falls in front of an oncoming BART train. That's what made the papers. I'm the one who knew the story behind it. It was Lieutenant Commander Robert Hunt who pushed him, and ultimately went to jail for that. He went to jail for murder because I reported him. By the way, when all of this was going down, this is not something that I cooperated with willingly. This was something where these people were approaching me specifically, and I'm saying, why don't you talk to my operations manager, Andrew Mangeris? And of course they said, well, why don't you talk to him? Tell him what we want. And when I spoke to him, I said, there's a bunch of people here who claim they want to take out a presidential candidate. Is this something that I am supposed to cooperate with? And he said, Douglas, you dumb son of a bitch, stop fucking bothering me. Why don't you call the goddamn CIA office at the Federal Building? Get on the goddamn phone. So I called up the CIA office at the, what was the name of the agent there? But I wrote it down. I've got all these names available. I used to know them all by heart. But when I called the CIA office in San Francisco at the Federal Building, the guy told me, of course you cooperate with them. Why wouldn't you cooperate with them? Aren't you a good American? And so as far as I was concerned, I was stuck. And then, so I'm stuck in this plot to kill some imbecile. And when these people are gathering together, the snipers, and they're fixing up their rifles inside of the library, preparing their sniper scopes, everything else, they had all the photographs of the Ritz-Carlton avenues of fire, what you'd call fire lanes, all the rest all set up, escape routes, all the rest of that, that they're all getting together. Then at the time it was just it was unbelievable, but all of this was going down. And then that's of course when they told me, oh, and you've got such an important role to play in this. And oh, how's that, aside from what I'm doing? And they said, oh, well, because you're going to get the credit for it, the credit for the hit. And this is when it was brought to my attention that I was going to be the scapegoat, the Lee Harvey Oswald. And they all looked at me as if I would be elated. It's just whatever they had in their dossiers was completely fucked up. By the way, at this point in history was most certainly the time when Michael Aquino was realizing that I was not really on his side at all. And so this sort of thing seemed to have been like where he was pretty much ready to sacrifice me. And so I found myself in a trap that I didn't know how I would ever escape from it. By the way, they were all covering all of this as some kind of, they had all these dummy front companies so they could get all the funding for what they were doing. And it was through some Chinese real estate agent named Chang Wan or Wang Chen. I'd have to look up his name again, but I think it was Chang Wan. Yeah, I've got the notes down on these various names. And I actually repeated the majority of them on Coast to Coast AM when I called in about this at one point. And even George Noy said at that time, too many names. When I was surprised he let me get as far as I did to describe Operation Mount Rushmore in general. But at the time that they took the security guard down, then they were in damage control mode. And at that time, they were covering their tracks, and basically they were going to kill everybody involved who was expendable. That would have been myself. So the first thing I did was I reported to the police that the real murderer of the security guard was Lieutenant Commander William Hunt. Now, he ultimately went to prison. So he was arrested and he went to prison, and that got him off.
Was he arrested by the police?
Yeah, the local constabulary, San Francisco Police Department. Yeah, they arrested him, and he must have been considered expendable by the Office of Naval Intelligence. As far as I'm concerned, when he went to jail, he went to jail. For the kind of sentence you get for murdering somebody, which would be, a number of years or decades. And so at any rate, that's how I got myself out of the situation. But it was one of those things where I've done this before. You have to play like local authorities oftentimes can pull off more than you'd think they could pull off simply because the federal authorities have handcuffed themselves, or they've basically limited what they can do because of plausible deniability. So in other words, there's only so far the feds can interfere with an expendable asset or accessory or agent simply because they really don't give a shit, and they just don't need any kind of spillage. If they had gone to bat for him, it probably would have exposed the whole operation. So in order to avoid that, they just let him go to jail as if he were a single madman who had pushed somebody in front of an oncoming BART train. And so that went down. The Jewish lady went back to Israel, and then and then pretty much the whole thing just crashed and burned. So it was an abortive.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Did these people do this? Well, obviously, Bush was they were following the orders not because they were loyal to Bush, because they were loyal to the president, and the president was ordering it. And Clinton emerged very strong. I mean, he had some very powerful backing. But this was Bush orchestrated more than anything, correct?
That's right. And the odd thing about it is I remember, and help me with the chronology here. I remember Bush losing twice because basically Bush, so this is what happened. Now I'm beginning to remember it. First off, of course, Bush was effectively running the White House when Reagan was president because Reagan was completely senile and would spend 18 hours a day sleeping in the White House. And so it was effectively run by senior Bush anyway when Reagan was in charge,
So this would have been in the 80s before Bush ran for president in 88, and he beat Dukakis.
That's right.
And then in 92, he lost to Clinton. So
that's
Clinton,
right.
You were long gone by 92.
No, it was, don't forget that I was coming back for that one because they needed the people in the library. They didn't care.
They were there in the early 90s because the Presidio didn't last too much longer after that.
Yeah, the Presidio closed very short. That was one of the reasons the Presidio was forced to close after that. That was the final nail in the coffin, was Operation Mount Rushmore, because I started talking about it. One of the people I talked to about it put it in a book. Fuck if I remember the guy's name, but he was I'd have to look him up, and I might be able to find some notes right here online in the cloud. But in terms of what I've spoken of in the past about him, I had this up on my resume on Facebook back when I had my own Facebook page. I put up Operation Mount Rushmore. So when I had talked about it in the past, I had spoken of it with Vinnie Eastwood for a while. Some of the other, here we are. Let me take a look at get some names here maybe. But in terms of the time that I went back into the Presidio was after my dishonorable discharge from the Marine Corps. I did one more kind of season there with the Presidio military base. Anybody who thinks that's not possible, they're an idiot. It's like I said before, the dishonorable discharge doesn't mean shit when you've got the right connection.
No, I didn't know you'd return to the Presidio. I didn't realize that. It makes sense, the timeline, though.
Oh,
sure.
yeah. And I've spoken of that before. It was, I don't, it's like, it's a lot to remember. And don't think that I remember. I've done my best to drink and drug myself out of forgetting it. But in terms of what I was dealing with there, let me see what I'm digging up here. Nothing much in terms of immediate information. But when it came to the idiots and what was going on, when the dishonorable discharge thing, think about the guy who killed all of the high-ranking Nazis. This was a guy who had a dishonorable discharge, and he wound up back in the Army. First he was in the Navy, got a dishonorable discharge, then he wound up back in the Army. As a matter of fact, like I said, it's almost certainly my dad who got him dishonorably discharged when he was in the Navy, which was how my dad knew him and hated him. And then
Dad electrocuted him.
Yeah, and then ultimately electrocuted him when he was on one of the atomic bomb islands. I'm forgetting whether it was Eniwetok or Bikini. I can look it up. I'm pretty sure it was Eniwetok. But in terms of, Operation Mount Rushmore, what I'm looking up now. It used to be on my resume that was on the old Facebook timeline. There is some other places where I put up some allusion to it, but the real notes, pretty much I got them written down, so I'd have to look those up. But the important thing I'm pointing out was that after my dishonorable discharge, I went back to work in the library, very similar to the guy who got dishonorably discharged from the Navy and then winds up executing all the high-ranking Nazis as an officer in the United States Army. I mean, the guy not only gets dishonorably discharged from the fucking Navy, he gets into the Army after that and gets promoted to an officer status. It just all depends on what they want from you. So just understand this. Anybody who says this is the way it works in the military, it's all bullshit. It's just whatever works is whatever works for the people in power who want something to work. So they're going to make it work no matter what. They don't give a shit about what other people call standing on ceremony. Standing to form is meaningless. So when it comes to what happened with that, I was working at the library, and that was another thing I leaked and exposed. And pretty much at that point, the reason I was able to get the job back at the library was because Michael Aquino was no longer on base. At that point, he was no longer on base. He'd been so scandalized, he was off base. And then when I got the job back at the library for that final year, he probably learned about it and then turned on Bush himself, Bush Sr. Oh, hey, there's this guy, Douglas Dietrich, who can help you set up this assassination, and he'd make the perfect patsy. That's what makes perfect sense, because then that's why these guys, thought that I would be elated. He probably gave them some doped up dossier that I was psychotic, schizophrenic, whatever, and wanting fame.
In other words, it was probably more Aquino than Bush.
Yeah.
And using Bush as the sort of the fall guy, and Bush is, sure, good. That sounds good to me. Get rid of this guy.
Yeah, yes. And that's ultimately, just so people understand this, to put this into perspective or context, understand that Ross Perot was also running, and Ross Perot is the reason Bush Sr. lost. Understand this much. William Jefferson Clinton, who was president twice, never won either time. Either election, he did not win. Either time, the only reason he won was Ross Perot on both times. And that's why Ross Perot at some point came out and said to the public, I can't run for president, I'm withdrawing because Bush Sr. has threatened to kill my family because my daughter's getting married and Bush Sr. has threatened to take me out and my family at my daughter's wedding. This is what he said. He said this on record. So it was basically because he was costing the Republicans every election, because he would take all the extremists and the radicalized right from the Republican Party and steal their vote. And he's, and whereas Clinton, he basically got the least amount of votes. He only got enough to win the Electoral College, because otherwise the Republicans would have won by a landslide. But the person who fucked it up both times was Ross Perot. And so Bush had every reason from his own perspective to kill Ross Perot. And barring that, kill Clinton. And so, there you go. This is ultimately the way it went down. By the way, the book where you can find this written about is Defrauding America. The title of the book is Defrauding America. So if I look up the title of that book, I'll find the name of the man who I basically gave the dope to, the information about this. So it was Rodney Stitch.
Rodney Stitch.
And or Stick, but everybody called him Stitch. But Rodney Stitch, what's interesting about him was that Rodney Stick, he actually flew planes right while America was still legally at war with Japan. From 1945 to 1950, he was flying planes with Japanese pilots. Basically, America was kind of going into stand down. America had to cooperate with the Japanese. And so he was basically, I'll call them air power veterans, because there was no legal Japanese Air Force. The Japanese Air Force was covert and run by Hirohito. But the Japanese air power pilots, in other words, naval aviators and army aviators who survived World War II, Rodney Stick, the reason he loved me, the reason he liked me so much was because he had flown side by side with Japanese pilots. Once 1945, ceasefire was established in 1946, and the Americans had to start working with the Japanese. He was flying planes with Japanese pilots where he served as co-pilot, or he was the pilot and they served as co-pilot, but he was working with the Japanese pilots a lot who were veterans of World War II. So he knew the Japanese had won the war. And so that's why he was willing to believe everything I said. And so he wrote the book Defrauding America, and that is something that, of course, is highly recommended. And then you'll find out many of the details. There's very little I could give the public outside of what the book already gives. So when I gave him all the information that I did, then it enabled me to forget quite a bit of it in good conscience since that point in time. But in terms of Rodney Stick and the book that came out of it, there you have Douglas Dietrich in print. Although I'm never credited by name, you'll find everything about Operation Mount Rushmore and all of the information that I give you. And of course, it's obvious once you know the narrative. We'll certainly talk about it probably in one of our books, Peter Moon and I, and then we can recommend people to Rodney Stick's book as well. But in terms of the what all of that came down to was, this was the impression it gave me. It gave me the impression that here you had Bush Sr. was running America throughout the Reagan administration. He ran it once with himself as president, so he had already served effectively 3 terms. When he wanted to get to his 4th term, then he was knocked out by basically Ross Perot. It wasn't because Clinton had super charisma. It wasn't because Clinton had too many, great backers. Clinton was just basically a criminal, a white trash piece of shit who was running all kinds of mafia crap down in. He was the Dixie Mafia. It was basically what they called the Dixie Mafia. So he was this Dixie Mafia boy who the only reason he won was Ross Perot. And so when all that came down, needless to say, Bush Sr. was fucking pissed. But later on kind of came to terms with it, figured he'd been running America for 3 terms anyway, and just kind of said, well, I'll get one of my sons in power. And so then what happened was that after he served his 2 terms, thanks to Ross Perot each time, then William Clinton basically kind of did not want Al Gore to succeed him. Now, Al Gore would have won the election at that point. At that point, based on the popularity of Bill Clinton, because of all his infamy and his sex, he was like this celebrity president. He was kind of like an Elvis character. Then Ross Perot, it was his election to lose. And the only reason that he lost it was, well, there was a number of factors, but one of the reasons why was because the Clintons did not want him to win. And the reason why was because if he had won, then what they were afraid of was that something could happen to the economy that would get blamed on the Democrats, and then they wouldn't get voted back in. They want it back in. They want Hillary in. So they wanted Hillary next. And so they made certain that Al Gore lost. They did everything they could to sabotage him. And then the Republicans did what they did with, of course, that judge ruling in favor of the hanging Chad, etc., and all the rest of that. And then what happened was they put Bush Jr. in. And that was the least expected result, but he was the easiest one for Bush to get in, Bush Sr. to get in. And so when George Bush Jr. became president twice, thanks to the war on terror, thanks to 9/11 and the war on terror, that's what ensured an idiot being president for 2 terms, with Dick Cheney running the show. Then you had what everyone thought was going to be Hillary becoming president. And so this is the way I had figured it at that time, and it made perfect sense, because when Bill Clinton was president, he did bring Chelsea Clinton into the meetings between Netanyahu and Yasser Arafat, who both protested vociferously. They were both adamant that this was just disgusting. They were saying, what is she doing here? And both of them kept asking, what the fuck is she doing here? And President Clinton said, because someday Chelsea's going to be president. That's what he said. And basically what that meant, and what you could derive from that, was that I figured the fix was in, because at that point you saw Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton in the same golf cart. I mean, by the way, I'm not making that up. That's not a metaphor. This is literally what you saw on film, was you saw Bill Clinton and Bush Sr. in the same golf cart, and they were going around on the same golf cart. So here's what I thought they had, and I'm certain this is indeed what they had set up. And what they had set up was that after Bush Jr., it was going to be Hillary for 2 terms. And then after that, it was going to be Jeb for 2 terms. And then after that, it was going to be Chelsea for 2 terms. And then after that, it would just go on and on. It was just going to go back and forth between the Bushes and the Clintons forevermore, as far as they could stretch it. That's what I figured was going to happen. And then Obama comes out of nowhere. And whoever was supporting him did not want this to happen. So they put everything behind this guy, and they put all the marketing into this guy, and they got him into the presidency. So he was like what you'd call a president select, as opposed to a president elect. And the reason they selected him was, of course, he was not born here. And this has nothing to do with a birth or rent. It has to do with the reality. He just basically was not born here, and that way they had that over him. They had that over him, and as I explained before, at that point they could get him to do anything they wanted, because at any time they could pull the string on him and just say, if you don't cooperate, we'll just expose the fact that you weren't born here, and then you're basically not just illegal as a president, you're also basically a spy. So he did everything they said, and pretty much railroaded it through much of what they wanted. He was very much a puppet. And so there you have that. And that is, talk about, in that case, you have a very real conspiracy, and it's of course proven by all circumstantial evidence, but people are welcome to push something like that, share their own ideas of something that happened here and there that they'd like to share. And I think that would be wonderful to share that with myself, and I could read it out loud with the next transmission, along with whatever contributions financially that you contribute your own conspiracy.
Douglas, I was told that there's a book, and I've seen the book, I haven't read it. Zbigniew Brzezinski, I don't know if that's how you say his name, Zbigniew Brzezinski, had written a book where he explained the Obama presidency.
Interesting. Yeah.
I think it was before it happened. He says, you throw the people a bone. You make them think they're getting a liberator, particularly the underprivileged. And many people just had tremendous faith in Obama because he was black and because he was going to come and bring justice to the oppressed and going to sort things out. But they were quite disillusioned. Some of them, they just didn't understand why he didn't put things together. They thought he was the hero, the deliverer.
The Black Messiah. Yes, this is quite true. And so the man you're talking about, his name, I believe, is pronounced Zbigniew Brzezinski, and it's almost impossible to pronounce. The reason nobody knows about this son of a bitch is because nobody knows how to spell his name, so nobody can even look him up.
Everybody used to know about him because he was the secretary of something or other. I think defense.
He was like the Henry Kissinger of his day. He was like the other Henry Kissinger. Yeah, he was Secretary of State. And so he was the other Henry Kissinger, and he was basically a Polish-born Slavophobe. He was a pathological Russophobe. I mean, people hear me shitting all over the Russians all the time, but it's only because of Putin's actions and the kind of satanic connection via Michael Aquino and Alexander Dugin. But this man was pathological in the sense that he hated Russians, just period. And this was because of whatever experience he had as a Polish individual and whatever happened on the side of Poland that got overtaken by the Russians. Do remember that as far as the Polish people are concerned, their idea of a proper Poland stretches all the way to the fucking Black Sea. So they have no limits on what Poland is. To them, Poland is fucking all of Europe as far as they're concerned, because the Polish-Lithuanian Empire used to be vast, and the Polish-Lithuanian Empire, the only difference between what made someone a Belarusian or a White Russian and a Ukrainian or a borderland Russian, the only difference that created those two nationalities as separate nationalities was who was enslaved by the Poles and who was enslaved by the Lithuanians. So these were people who suffered deeply under that conquest. But the Poles, of course, lost enormous land to the Russians that they never regained. So whatever you see the Poles gain in the West, they lost in the East. So he was probably from one of those lost eastern regions that became part of the Baltic littoral states, or Belarus, White Russia, or even Ukraine. And so he hated the Russians, and he was always trying to find ways to dismantle Russia, and he succeeded. He succeeded through the operations in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan was one of the reasons that the Russians suffered the death knell of the Soviet Union. And of course, the movie they make about it, starring who's that guy I can't stand? He starred in so many films that the guy who takes pictures of shoes, by children's shoes by the railroad tracks all the time. He was the guy. Tom Hanks, there we are. Yes, there was some film about Afghanistan starring Tom Hanks that kind of replaces Zbigniew Brzezinski as the mastermind with this, operative in the field who was a real person, but they make him as the man who they portray him as the man who made it happen. He probably is the man who made it happen in the sense of realizing Zbigniew Brzezinski's strategy. So he was the operator. So, but anyhow, I think he's portrayed by Tom Hanks. I can't even remember it. Charlie's War. I think it's called Charlie's War, something stupid like that.
Charlie Wilson.
There we are. Thank you.
Charlie Wilson.
How did you even know that? How did you even know about that?
It was all over the TV for months.
Good God.
I watched a little bit of it. Charlie Wilson was this big American operative, and it was like you couldn't get away from it.
Wow.
And they made such a big deal about it. I watched a little bit of it, but he wasn't interesting to me.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's just bizarre what they sometimes push upon you, and you wonder why. And
this is the great secret of what goes on with American espionage.
Yes.
Instead of more interesting things.
Thank you.
It's you'd think that the Iran-Contra scandal was the height of CIA military intrigue. It's but let me this is great. So people do please share your stories when you send your contribution, or supplement your contribution with a story if you think it's worthy. JFK Jr. was really broke and didn't have any money. Whatever. But to get into the meat of tonight,
yes,
with sort of the occult side, it's really been good for the audience if you've been contributing, because we've been getting, at least I have, and I'm sure you have too, or you wouldn't keep listening, much more meat to chew on the bone from Douglas. I mean, Douglas has done, I think anything he could possibly say has been covered already in his voluminous diatribes that he's given. But and there are some places where he can go into more detail and clarification, but it seems like things are being handed more on a platter. It's more understandable, and it becomes more understandable if you go back and listen again and again. But I wanted to point out one of the biggest challenges in dealing with Douglas for anybody is to assimilate the information. And I had heard him bemoan at the end of one transmission how, he was a little frustrated that I couldn't, remember everything that he said. And then on another transmission, he's saying how grateful he is that I am a conduit for people to understand, so it's like it goes both ways. But this was very interesting because Douglas has a ability to assimilate information. It's beyond human. It's ordinary human. I mean, there's all sorts of, what do you call them, savants. And he is a savant with information. David Icke is also a savant with information, by the way.
In a sense.
He just churns it out. He told me he had diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah.
Because he just gets information and just churns it. And that's not the way I operate. I'm like more of an editor, sorting and, putting into assimilable, packaging it. I'm a packager. It's not that he doesn't package or that Douglas doesn't package, but that's what I specialize in. Packaging information, making it a consumable consumable commodity.
Yes.
And not just consumable in the fact that it's put into a book that can be sold, it's put into a book that can be read and understood and comprehended. So basically, though, I realized something. So when he said this, I said, well, this is good. I want to be able to process it better and faster. But then I realized, and I will share this. This is from, it appeared in my book, Encountering the Pleiades, in my section of the book, which is now semi-delightfully out of print because I've ran out of copies. I got to put it into print on demand. It's one of my many tasks to do. But in that book, I talked about how when I was writing the Montauk Project, I went into a dream state that was not a dream state, and I was taken aboard a UFO, and Preston Nichols was there, and he says, "I've got your signature," meaning my electromagnetic signature. Then I went into another room of the UFO. It really wasn't like a UFO. It was more like a, like a facility, like a classroom or something. Mm. And where I met this Asian lady, and she was showing me Japanese characters, big characters. It wasn't like a book. It was like an eye chart or something in size, and putting them in front of me and saying, "Read these." I said, "I can't read these." She says, "Yes, you can." I said, "No, I can't." She was insistent, to the point where I began to read the characters and make sense out of them in the dream state. And then I began to open up, and I had a warning bell go off in my mind that, if I continue this, I'm going to have a seizure because my brain is not capable of processing this. So I cut it off. I said, "No mas." As the great boxer Roberto Duran said, "No mas, no more." Didn't want to fight anymore. And I was then let down into a letdown room. I was, put into a letdown room of the UFO or whatever it was.
Decompression.
And then, what?
Oh, decompression chamber. Yeah, I was just
thinking.
And I was thinking that what my mother was showing you was flashcards. I'm sorry, sir, go on.
It was like that, but they were big flashcards, so could have had a whole page on it. So then I woke up, and I was in, my wife's bed, and because we slept in separate rooms, not because of any animosity, just that she couldn't sleep. She was irritable in sleep, so but I was sleeping in her bed, and it was the afternoon, and I woke up just completely relaxed. Boy, was I relaxed. I felt great. It was about 7 p.m, summer, August, I think. And I just, I had just, I finished writing the book at that point. I was doing the marketing plan. I just done the marketing plan while on vacation in Lake Placid. And I was like, really, the book was going out. Now it was going to take us another, 7 or 8 months to produce the book. It was completed. It still needed to be edited. Took a long time to edit it, to send it out to people to read it, get their feedback, and then to actually construct the book and typeset it, which we were learning how to do. So in any case, I was out on the morphogenetic grid as a writer, even though I hadn't published anything yet. And I later concluded during an interview, I was being asked about this, and I said, that must have been Douglas's mother, or her higher self, or some capacity, because seeing that I was somebody who would write about topics that were off the beaten path, I was being recognized and saying, hey, do this. So then when I was looking at this morning, actually, I realized, I said, that's a higher capability. I did not have Douglas's functionality in being able to, regurgitate data, assimilate and regurgitate data. Now, Douglas has been a part of, aside from whatever his natural gifts are, he has been a part of projects, which he's talked about at the Letterman Army Medical Center, that have, changed his blood, and he's also at a computer, had his mind downloaded into a computer, and with the information coming back to him as well. So, he's got what you would call superhuman abilities in this regard. So, it's not, it's an AI type of intelligence. So it's not necessarily pandering to stupid, dumb humans. And I'm not referring to stupid, dumb humans with any disrespect. Human beings, by and large, are said to operate with a limited capacity of their brain power. So, what can you expect of a human being? Some people have very special gifts that are just ordinary walkabout humans. But so anyway, I said, well, I want to increase my ability to assimilate data, Douglas's data, and by the same token, me working with him, he's been engaging us much better, and with all of the audience's support and contribution, goes a long way towards this, because it's easing the trauma that he's been through, and it's informing us of what happened. Now, I will go into some of these aspects, which I mentioned in the email I sent out to those of you who are listening because of that email I sent out with regard to September 11th and the building of the Pentagon. But Douglas's whole life is a fascinating picture. And the more I'm getting into it, his life might be more interesting than all of these subplots. But I will, but it's important. This first book we did, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, it's very important that you push this book, because, as I say, if this book was selling well, what I would consider well for most books I put out, it's not going to make Douglas enough money to to ease his burden, because it's just the way the publishing world works. It's the royalties are not that much. It'll help him a little bit. It won't even make me enough money. But what happens is, with me, I have so many books. This book is not going to make or break me in any way, shape, or form. But if I have to have some remuneration on it, I don't even know if I've broken even on it. But I can't. I put so much work into this. It's and I would just say, with one of my books, the Montauk Book of the Dead, which is about to go out of print at some point in the reasonably near future, which I will then put it on print on demand, because it's no longer worth it to store these books and sell them. They do their things, but like say, I might profit on that book as a publisher, not as an author, $30,000 to $40,000. It's a very high price book, $30, $29.95 retail. I might profit $30,000 to $40,000 net profit over 15 years. It doesn't add up to very much money, when you think about it. It sounds impressive, but it's like, it's going to take that long to sell. But I'm saying is, with Douglas's book, I have to make something on it to want to do the other books, to at least get to where I'm not like writing down into a black hole because nobody's listening, or nobody's paying attention to it. And I am reaching out into the internet community of people that I know to push the book. We all need to push the book. So, in other words, I think L. Ron Hubbard, it was, who said, when he was a writer, he was talking about being a writer, not a Scientology founder. He said, he'd get these, he'd be kind of broke, and he'd get these tiny little royalty checks. They weren't much from stories he'd wrote. And it would motivate him to write again. Motivate him to write. Oh, okay, I'll go back. Oh, yeah, he gets $13, $20 here, and he starts writing again, and starts doing manuscripts. So anyway, all of you who are listening have been supporters in one way or another, and I get many nice emails from you, and it's great. Anything you can do to push the books. This book in particular, The Roswell Deception, will help, and anything you can do to bring people to the show and help Douglas. Now, in alignment with what I was saying, particularly about September 11th, Douglas has talked about this. September 11th, the military conducted a groundbreaking ceremony, 1941, to begin the construction of the Pentagon. And of course, the Pentagon is the symbol of Mars. It's the god of war. And Leslie Groves was the one who built it, and he was also the one who supervised the Manhattan Project. And Douglas has identified him as a dyed-in-the-wool Satanist, along with Curtis LeMay. Curtis LeMay ran the Strategic Air Command. He was in charge of all the UFO sightings, whatever they might be, Strategic Air Command. And there was the famous incident with Barry Goldwater asking him to get into the Blue Room at Columbus, not in Columbus, Wright-Patterson. Wright-Patterson and LeMay, who was his friend, screamed at him and told him, don't ask me about that again. So basically, what I had realized in the context of all of this is that Michael Aquino was born as a result of a ritual that was being orchestrated by these Satanists, of which Groves and, more to the point, the atomic bomb, splitting the atom. This was quite an astonishing thing to do. But it was done in conjunction with a metaphysical equivalent of an atom bomb, a release of energy. And this coincides with so much of the Scientology paradigm. And Hubbard, who was, I suppose you would say, psychically aware of what was going on, or psychologically aware of what was going on, because this man was obsessed with the atom bomb. He hated it. He despised it because he saw how crazy it was. And he hobnobbed with those people who were involved with the atom bomb, one of which was Bob Cornog, who was the administrative head of the Manhattan Project, the civilian head of the Manhattan Project. And the book Stranger in a Strange Land was dedicated to Bob Cornog and someone else, I believe. And of course, I didn't even know who Bob Cornog was, except that I was introduced to him at the memorial service for Marjorie Cameron, and by George Frey, Jack Parsons' great friend. And I had sat at her funeral service. I sat in between George Frey on one side, Jack's friend, and Moya McNulty, Cameron's, closest confidant. I sat between the two of them. And of course, I went out with George afterwards, and his wife, who I don't know if she's listening to me, Madeline. George has passed on. I don't even know this. He was in his 80s when I met him. But Madeline has ordered your book with a lot of other books. And
Wonderful.
I really liked Madeline. I'd like to be in touch with her again. She's in Southern California. And of course, Moya, I don't know what happened to Moya. She kind of went off the radar. But I used to have many conversations with her about Cameron. But anyway, George had introduced me to Bob Cornog. And Bob said, I told him about, that I was writing about space-time projects, and boy, did his ears perk up. And he told me, I've asked him up, he knew John von Neumann, who was part of the Montauk Project, a big part of it. And he said that John von Neumann, he said they didn't know what the hell they were doing at the Manhattan Project. They were having a hard time, and I guess this would have been the building of, this would have been Fat Man, right? Fat Man was the second one, the uranium bomb.
That's correct. Yes.
Or the plutonium.
Plutonium. Yes.
Yeah. And so he said that, they kind of had their thumbs up their ass. He didn't use those words, but he said until John von Neumann came and he talked and he just and was very kind of harsh. And once he told them what to do, they knew what to do. Von Neumann was brilliant. So it was just a story that he relayed to me. And, we didn't really talk about Heinlein. We did talk about Hubbard. And he said he didn't know what to say. He was losing words. He says, well, Hubbard was very good at, but with people, he said he wasn't a scientist, but he was very, I said, good at manipulating people. He goes, yeah, that's right, manipulating people. That's how he would have looked at it.
Yes.
Controlling people, influencing people. He's very persuasive is really the right word. But I knew he would like manipulating. So anyway, Bob, I had a conversation with him once. He was in his older years, but so Hubbard, he was at the parsonage, and they would have the this was either, I think, Sunday. They'd all gather and people would bring a potluck and they'd all eat, and you'd have atomic scientists, occultists, and of course L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons.
Right.
And he said that I guess Cameron had told me that he was very sweet on her. She didn't care for him. Because he was a dry scientist, you know. She was a wild artist, occult artist. He was a dry scientist. A nice man. But anyway, so Hubbard was hobnobbing with atomic scientists, and he tells even more stories than that. And he thought they were just out of their minds. And he did a lot of talking about the atomic bomb, and how dangerous it was and whatnot. So what we're talking about here, when we get back to this situation with the Pentagon and Aquino, is the atomic bomb was a metaphysical bomb. And Douglas has talked about this and talked about how if you're trying to evoke an entity, to summon an entity, and then trap it, Hubbard talked independently of this about how you would use electronics to trap spiritual beings.
Yes.
But Douglas is talking about, it's energy. It's energy. Electricity is energy. He's talking about using atomic energy to trap. Now, Hubbard goes into this as well in his upper levels of Scientology when he talks about using atomic bombs to basically knock the hell out of spiritual beings in a way to forcefully overcome them so as to implant them, to then attract them with electronics and then bring them into a escape. I want to call it escape, a theater, an experiential diorama, a virtual diorama where they're being implanted with cascading memories, as Douglas would say. Yes. Archetypal cascading memories that would influence their behavior, that would include all of the ugly imagery of Christianity, and many other things besides that, devils and angels and all that sort of thing. So people would respond to these. And he was coming up with, I don't know where the hell he came up with this stuff. I really don't know. But other than his fertile imagination. But this atomic idea of capturing beings, summoning beings, and the purpose of summoning eventually is to, what Douglas has described, the difference between evocation and invocation. They're evoking or summoning beings, which is calling on an entity to come forth. And look, it doesn't have to be a negative entity. It could be an angelic entity. But you have to, it's very dicey to draw the line between angelics and non-angelics. But in any case, the entity, the whole idea with invocation is to have it with coming without the being, coming from the being. Like you see people that are channeling a spiritual being. They're transmitting from inside of their body. And this is what happens in invocation. You're drawing the Holy Spirit down into your soul, and then you come out speaking in tongues or whatever. There's all sorts of smorgasbord of different ways to invoke. When we're talking about whether it be New Age or occult, it's basically something generally overtaking the individual, and if it goes on long enough, it will dominate them to the detriment of the individual. And it might be very entertaining. And I will never forget some woman who was learning how to channel, and she was trying to sell me on it. It really wasn't her trying to sell me on it. It was the entity inside of her trying to sell me on it. She says, oh yeah, and this guy, he's channeling and he's doing this, and he channels, and all these women come over and they just love him, and they can't get enough of him. And he's kind of a geeky looking guy, but they just love him. It was like the entity was saying, oh, if you can channel like me, you'll have all these women falling all over you. I'm thinking, like, I think there's an element of men that would like that, but why would you want those women gawking over you? it's like having the Brides of Dracula on top of you. It's not good. It's not good. So I mean, it's like that made channeling very unappealing to me. Not that it was that appealing to me in the first place. And of course, I felt like I cut it off in that experiment, in that experience about in the dream with the UFO, because I was being invited to take this on. But I felt if I did, I was going to be compromised physically. I might have, I would have been able to communicate this entity, whatever it was, but I wouldn't have been the same, and it would have, because it was right in the spirit of times. I start spouting out this stuff, and I could have been, the great thing. I would have emerged as the next great thing, because I was right in the position to do it. However, I knew better. So anyway, to get back to this invocation that was done in conjunction with the atomic bomb project, it starts with the building of the Pentagon. Is part of the whole ritual to bring in the anti-gods that Douglas has talked about ad infinitum. And then what happens is they have the atomic bomb behind all this as part of their ritual. And Douglas could better go into that if necessary. I don't mean to suggest it's necessary. At some point maybe, about how they harnessed the bomb, because there's a whole story about why they called it Trinity, the place where they were doing the bomb, because to invoke entities that were opposite of what would be considered the Holy Trinity.
Yes.
And it was completely anti-Christic, anti-God. Yes. So, and we don't even have to get into the Christianity of it all. It was just anti-life.
Yes.
So we have, as part of this ritual, was the invocation of an anti-God himself, an antichrist. And they wouldn't call it the Antichrist. I don't know if that's really what they wanted. But what happened was, it was coincident with the Nuremberg hangings of 1946, October 16th, the day Michael Aquino was born. He was the answer. He was the ritual. He was the stillborn baby that was born blue and born dead and brought back to life. And he resonated with this. And it did not work. It was an abortive anti-Messiah, whatever you want to call it, because of Goring, because all of these Nuremberg war criminals were to be hung, but Goring, and I think there were 12 or 13. I think there were 12 of them.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 12. They wanted 13, but they wound up with 12, and then two of the men broke that. So it was very much a broken circle, so to speak.
Goring broke it. Goring broke it because he escaped the hangman's noose by getting suicide.
Yes.
And there's a whole book on that, and the American officer who facilitated it. And there was Martin Bormann, who escaped Nuremberg altogether, and went on to live. And he was a very powerful character, and he was very influential in the establishment of the what some people call the Fourth Reich, the
post-war Reich. Yes.
All of this, the underground Reich, and so that. Was was what was keeping the anti-gods at bay. It was a counterinsurgency against the anti-gods by, of all people, the Third Reich.
Yes. Which had always been antithetical to the anti-gods, which was the whole reason for the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, what's called the swastika in the West, because that's the ward, that's the elder sign against the anti-gods. as I've emphasized. But go on, yeah, by all means.
Well, yes, and so and what I'm doing for the audience here is to, contextualize. It helps me to recontextualize it, and then we'll get Douglas's input on it as well. But see, Michael Aquino was a spokesman for the anti-gods, a deliverer, a messianic character, an inverted messiah. And the fact that he was born on this day of October 16th, and this is exactly 9 months after the Babylon working, in January of 1946, Parsons takes Hubbard out into the desert, into the Mojave, and says, "It is done. It is done." Now, I think Marjorie Cameron showed up after that.
Yes.
But this is 9 months. So my theory is that Michael Aquino, so you have two factors here. You have the atomic satanic ritual of the U.S. Army people. And Parsons is off on his own tangent. He's off on his own tangent. They didn't really want him involved in anything. They were dependent upon his rocketry, his genius. He was a loose cannon. Yet he was trying to reverse the patriarchy. I don't think he was in alignment with the anti-gods at all. He was in alignment with the antichrist, to the degree that he'd say the Christ and the Christian religion had interpolated. It had reversed. So he says it was a living evil. The Catholic Church and all this was a living evil. It gets complicated. It's like the yin is in the yang and the yang is in the yin.
But to put it perhaps in another way that people understand it, one who is satanic is not with the anti-gods. The anti-gods are of a different cosm. The cosm that we're in, the cosmic ecology, the ecosystem of the cosmos that is created by the divinity, has as its reflection that which is infernal. But the infernal is not antithetical to creation itself. It is part of that creation. It is, of course, a necessary element, the composting, if you will, for that which flowers above in the more heavenly realms. But when it comes to Malkuth, or Earth, it's in the middle of all of that. And therefore, Parsons was not operating outside of that. Parsons his objective was basically anti-patriarchal. He was more on the side of matriarchy, and because he was on the side of matriarchy, he identified very heavily with the moon, and that's why the darkest crater on the dark side of the moon is named after Jack Parsons. So he is someone who was very much affiliated and identified with that moon-like female nature, and was very much representative of this kind of love taken to an extreme. It was his lodge was often called the agape, or lodge, and that can be identified with love, or certainly that's the impression that I got.
The highest aspect of love, and Jack was very peculiar.
Yeah.
He was very unique as an individual, and he could embrace great darkness, and he was a very unique character.
And
any way to look at it.
Right, and just to clarify for people, one of the impressions I had always gotten was, of course, when we have to all put this in context of the intelligence work that L. Ron Hubbard was involved with, that was later on verified by Fletcher Prouty. And Fletcher Prouty, of course, was the National Security Advisor to John F. Kennedy. And so when Fletcher Prouty confirmed that L. Ron Hubbard's records had been sheep-dipped, that basically much of his intelligence work was just erased off the books completely, which is the norm, of course, for so many of these situations. Then you have a situation in which L. Ron Hubbard's activity in dabbling with the satanic needs to be seen in that in intelligence perspective or context. So at some point, when he's dealing with British intelligence, which he was very heavily involved with, then he got the orders from Aleister Crowley to get Parsons out of the lodge that he was running and kind of take his place. And one of the things that did happen was L. Ron Hubbard, aside from the Babylon working with Jack Parsons, he wound up running off with Jack Parsons' wife and some bit of money that they had. Of course, I was always under the impression that because it fit cleanly, neatly, like a glove, I was always under the impression that this might have been the money he started Scientology with. But it was, as Peter Moon pointed out, it really wasn't that much money. He couldn't have started Scientology with what he took from Jack Parsons, but he certainly left Jack Parsons dead fucking broke. So he ran off with his wife and what was left of his life savings, basically. And Jack Parsons, after that, became very desperate and was involved in espionage with Israel. And bear in mind, Israel had just come into being. Israel, we're talking like 1948. World War II is not even over officially. World War II doesn't end until, for the Pacific theater of war, until 1952. And it doesn't ever end with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. But certainly at that period of time when World War II was still in full swing, albeit under conditions of ceasefire, and guys like Mr. Stick, who wrote the book Defrauding America, was basically breaking in a kind of rapprochement with the Japanese by flying missions with them. Basically, and by the way, when if I failed to mention this before, people might ask, what the hell was he doing with these Japanese pilots? Where were they flying? They were flying over Vietnam. And in other words, because the Japanese had occupied Vietnam and they'd occupied Southeast Asia, flying missions over Southeast Asia for the Americans would have been impossible without Japanese help. So this is what they were flying into, was over communist territory, reconnaissance, dropping spies behind enemy lines, etc. But while he was doing that, Jack Parsons was selling state secrets to Israel, mainly advanced weapon secrets. So that's why he was assassinated. He was taken out in a mercury fulminate explosion that was, of course, misidentified intentionally as a suicide. His mother knew better, and his mother said that her son had been taken out, assassinated, and ultimately, if I'm not mistaken, she killed herself shortly thereafter. Or
she died right away.
Yeah, in grief. She was
the attending physician at her death was Joe Huntsman, Dr. Joe, and I was stunned by that because I used to go to Pasadena for New Year's. We go see my Aunt Jackie in Pasadena, and of course my cousin Susie married Peter Huntsman.
Wow.
When I saw that name Huntsman, when I saw Peter the last time I saw him at a family reunion, he told me, "Oh, yeah, that was Uncle Joe." Of course, he didn't know anything about Parsons, but he says, "Yeah," because he was from Pasadena, and Peter was from Pasadena.
Well, you think he would have known because
no, he was not. He wasn't. He was my. I mean, Jack. I mean, my Peter was my cousin-in-law, my cousin's brother. Mm-hmm. My cousin's husband. Right. And I mean, Susie, I was never close with. I mean, we used to see, in the 60s when we lived, I think I saw her at a family reunion a few years ago, a couple times. But other than that, I last saw her in 1968 at my grandmother's funeral in San Diego. Mm-hmm. So, no, I mean, I wasn't close, but I did run in, and her husband told me, I remembered her name. And yeah, it was, so he was the attending physician that pronounced her dead. Because she I don't know if she committed suicide. I think she just freaked out. I think she just had a heart attack or something.
Well, she was so overwhelmed with grief. Broken hearted. She was broken hearted. She died of a broken heart.
He didn't care for his mother. Jack didn't care for his mother.
That's awful. I didn't know that. That's fucking awful.
That's what Cameron told me. But she was, she was apparently, hard to deal with. I mean, Jack, people could be very judgmental about Jack, and of course with the mother. Also, he, was said to have been a bit of a mama's boy to the extent that he was a rich boy.
Right.
You know, he had rich. So
yeah. He was
he always had nice clothes.
Yeah.
And he didn't. So he kind of stood out, and he had to deal with bullies and stuff. And that was where Ed Foreman came to his rescue. Ed was a little older and protected him, and Ed was the mechanic of the JPL-4, which was Ed Foreman, Jack Parsons, Frank Molina, and who was the other one? I don't know. It was Theodore von Karman. I don't know.
That would make sense. His name is familiar. But
Theodore von Karman was the guy who had the power, the academic. He was the head of Caltech,
right?
Which was, in Guggenheim Aeronautics Laboratory.
Right. And by the way,
yeah,
go on.
He sponsored them, so to speak.
There we are. Yeah. That makes such sense. And by the way, I do want to emphasize a point here that it's at this point it's important to bring up that when you have men like these occultists, like General Leslie Groves, he was always involved with the atomic bomb development project to oversee the physicists, and he was always known that despite the fact that he didn't have this formal kind of upper level education that these physicists obviously had at the postgraduate level, he was able to comprehend all that they were saying and understand and grasp all of these obtuse and obscure concepts that they were tossing about, and then force them to stay on focus towards the production of the plutonium bomb, the Fat Man. And this, of course, was because he was an occultist. And really, the occultists considered themselves far more superior intellectually to the simple physicists. They felt that the physicists were simply children playing with children's toys, whereas they were adults playing with the real thing.
Slave scientists, they call them slave scientists.
Thank you. And so this is Theodore von Karman would be this kind of, he would have that kind of attitude. He would have been one of the people who would have thought that the science was just a front for his real work. And so in the interim, one of the things I was curious about was at some point, L. Ron Hubbard was basically complaining, or basically he said he forgave somebody essentially at one point, and it concerned essentially what seemed like a violation. So both Peter Moon and I felt that this might have been some kind of sodomy during a ritual, perhaps some kind of like in what would you call it, like an indoctrination or induction kind of thing. But that didn't have anything to do with the Babylon working, did it? Obviously, the Babylon.
Wait. This is what I would say. He mentions in his affirmations of his revulsion for Jack Parsons, or overcoming his revulsion.
There we are.
Now, there's only two ways he could have a revulsion of Jack Parsons. Well, three ways. One was that he committed so many sins against him that, he couldn't, didn't like him because of his own misgivings. I don't think that's the case. He liked Jack. But the other one would be that he was grossed out by his occultism. I don't really think that's it. Or because you got to understand, Jack was so passionate about magic. He was passionate about Crowley. He called him my beloved father, and he believed in the magic. Now, if you're going to go all the way with magic as your religion and with Crowley as your prophet, you're going to be very open to the 11th degree of magic, which is sodomy. This is going beyond the 9th degree, which is creating a moon child. Well, you already done the 9th degree to death. So it would stand to reason that from a completely clinical magical standpoint, he would have, and Hubbard being his partner, he would have done something of a 11th degree nature with Hubbard. And it would have been in the context of magic, not in the context of homosexuality. And that this would have violated Hubbard's norms, sexual norms. And this is, I suspect that this is very likely the case. And this has to do with the revulsion, and it would have been done in the name of magic, and it would probably have been done out in the desert, out with because they were only, the Babylon working kind of ended when Hubbard left. You know, it kind of ended in March of 46, and then Hubbard went off somewhere, and then he ended up, they did Allied Enterprises. And that it just kind of like, they did the Babylon working, did whatever they did, and then Hubbard took off with Allied Enterprises, took off with the boat, and Parsons had to go down to Florida and basically arrest them and salvage what money he could and return. I think he salvaged $3,000 or something out of what was originally 10 or 20. I don't know what it was. Hubbard, Jack had sold his shares in Aerojet General for like $50,000, which was a lot of money in those days.
Right.
And he wasn't real, I guess what you'd say, thrifty. But he did it.
No, he was a spoiled rich white boy. Yes, that was.
This was money he earned on his own, though.
Understood.
This was money he earned on his own. He could always make money. He could always make money because of his skills as a chemist. So, but no, I don't know whatever inheritance he had. I don't know how much he really got inheritable wise, but this was money he made by selling his stock. He was forced to sell his stock in Aerojet. Frank Molina kept his stock and became very wealthy. He's a whole nother case. But in any case, to get back to Aquino was he was an aborted
kind of an
child.
abortive anti-messiah, and to put this into
He was an aborted anti-messiah. That means he wasn't exactly perfect what they needed, but he was close.
right.
It's like he was close enough to do a lot of damage. It's sort of like he didn't lead the league in home runs, but he hit enough of them to be, recognized and powerful and to be a formidable force, to use a baseball analogy.
Yes.
Wasn't the best home run hitter, but he could hit home runs.
Yes.
And help his team win. So this is what Aquino was, and he relished in that role. And even if any of this stuff I'm saying wasn't true, his identification with it made it true. So, and I'm not to say that it wasn't true, but I'm just saying he identified it with it splendidly. He identified himself with all of this occult ritual that was done to generate him as a spokesman, facilitator for the anti-gods. And so this is 1946, but it's coincident with the Babylon working in terms of Parsons is creating this really a golem. He's creating something, and it creates an effect. Now, those who are magically astute or magically, what's the word, parochial, very, very orthodox, better word, is would say that the Babylon working was unorthodox and it was an abomination because it wasn't perfect. On the other hand, Jack would be given credit by a lot of people because he was the only one doing anything. It's like, you're looking at all these baseball pitchers who can't throw the ball perfectly. They don't have correct form. Or better yet, a fighter. None of these fighters have good forms. They're not using the jab correctly. They don't have a good cross. They don't have a good hook. And or you say one fighter doesn't have any of these things, but he's the only one who can fight. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have perfect form. He's the only one who can pitch. He's the only one who can fight. Is he the best fighter? No. He's better than all of them, though. That's who Jack Parsons was as a magician. He wasn't perfect. He was that way as a chemist. He was an unorthodox chemist. He didn't use formulas. He just made things work. And Hubbard noticed this. And Hubbard created his Scientology procedures in that image. He says, I want something that works. I'm not going to kiss the ass of this, that, and the other thing. I want to make something that works. And he admired Parsons for this. And this was in the context of applied science, although it was more bootstrap chemistry.
Yes.
Bootstrap physics, this is bootstrap chemistry. So Parsons, was creating these astral forms every time he had sex. Marjorie Cameron told me, she says, every time you have sex, you're creating a moonchild. There's degrees. You're creating an astral form that's going out there and, doing something or other. So what we know, so Aquino kind of like is a side effect of that. He's kind of in rhythm with it. There's also the story that Douglas has told that Marjorie Cameron had an abortion, but the baby they thought was dead and discarded was not dead.
That's correct.
It was kept and it grew up to be I guess kind of a deformed creature known as Moonchild that
Yes.
Aquino used to talk to.
That's correct. And I spoke to that individual for a period of time on the telephone. Yeah, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, and that's another interesting story for another day. But
Right.
Right now we're getting back into Aquino was the spokesman and the main facilitator for the anti-gods.
Yes.
Now we also have, and this is basically who our military-industrial complex is.
Yes.
And all of World War II, all of this America stuff that it's based upon, which is America was a racist nation based upon genocide. At the same time, it had some positive characteristics and qualities to it, which is almost symptomatic of what happens. If you have something too negative, it can't help but have something positive. But in any case, this is the context. So when I get involved in the Montauk Project, writing the Montauk Project, I'm going up against this military-industrial complex, which was also creating the Philadelphia experiment and experimenting with space-time. And was bringing in the same type of energy, which was very negative. And when I wrote the book, the only countries that embraced my book and translated it were Axis countries.
Yes.
Axis countries. The one exception being Spain, which really was an Axis country.
Yes.
Neutral.
Yes.
And they did translate one of my books, Encountering the Pleiades. I personally arranged for the translation of the Montauk Project into Spanish, and it is available, El Proyecto Montauk, translated by my Romanian friend, Catalina Pascal, and she did a good job. And so anyway, but it was Axis countries, and I always thought that was odd. It never made any sense till I got involved with Douglas and see that the Axis isn't what it's been cranked up to be by the American press. So we're living in a world of lies and illusion, so much of it generated by the Office of War Information. And it's like you can interact with a Catholic family, and the Catholic family is exposed to all of this horrible information and pedophilia that's gone on in the Catholic Church. But the rank and file Catholic family will still believe in the rank and file Catholicism because the priests weren't they were corrupt. They weren't doing the right thing. It doesn't shake the faith of all Catholics.
Right.
Whether it should or not is beside the point. People still believe in it because Catholicism offers what it offers: eternal life, salvation. I don't know. People identify with this, or you better do this. And if you've been indoctrinated your whole life, a lot of people in Catholicism were not molested. I would say that the majority of people in Catholicism were not molested. They are only going to go after the vulnerable and weak ones.
Yes.
That they can keep it hidden. If you went to Catholic school, you might have been subjected to degradation and punishment. The nuns used to hit the kids' hands with rulers if they misobeyed. But everything that the Catholic schools did wasn't bad. Where I went to school, I did not go to a Catholic school. The Catholic kids got much better education than the public schools, and much more was demanded of them.
Right.
So, at least in where I went to school in Southern California.
Right. They had an excellent
so-
reputation. Yes. So go on.
Yeah, in fact, I even knew of a guy here who sent his kids to Catholic school. He was in Amityville, and the Amityville school didn't have a good reputation, so he sent he was non-Catholic. He sent his non-Catholic kids to Catholic school so they get a good education.
Right.
Paid for private school.
Right.
So but a Catholic, what I'm saying is, just as a Catholic's not going to let go of his religion because there's been corruption in the priesthood, so is a person who grew up, watching combat, whatever shows they had.
Yes.
Or watched combat, but watched the John Wayne movies, watched all this stuff. Maybe their father was in the war.
Right.
They can't let go of, the great the stories of, Americans, dropping Hershey bars on the,
yeah, the kids and all this shit.
Hershey bars to feed people, to give them food, whether it was their own people, care packages, so to speak. There was, America had this humane factor, and they had an abundance and an attitude of generosity, whether it was generosity indeed or not. There was so people have this feel good about America.
Well, I'm sorry, I was going to say, well, Americans have that. There's plenty of people in other parts of the world who don't. This is
what we're talking about, though. Yeah. We're talking about Americans.
Yeah.
We're not trying to convince
the people,
the foreigners so much in this podcast, but it's the Americans have had this feel good America, and the 1950s had a lot of feel good about America. They had so much feel good that in the 60s it became nauseating.
Yes.
It became nauseating because it was so phony. Yes. And so people began to reject that, at least the youth did. And so to get somebody off of the opium of America was great, the greatest generation, we did all these things, and the facts have been so ignored and distorted to make America great. And if America truly was great, it wouldn't be suffering what it's suffering from now with this dissension, because you wouldn't have all these people complaining about injustice. And what is the injustice of young people? Young people are growing up into a world that does not accommodate them. That's the main problem with the youth. And when I grew up, the world was not accommodating, but it could accommodate you.
Yes. Well, I mean,
It could accommodate you very easily if you were willing to play the game.
yes.
And I was not willing to play the game. I ended up, finding my own accommodation. But it was a disgusting world, but it was easy to play the game. Nowadays, it's much harder to play the game, to get accommodated in this world. It's much more challenging. And while people might grow up or, entitled, where's their life? Unless they're really driven, and even driven to, maybe if you could become a nurse and go through school and emerge making $70,000 or $80,000, well, you're going to have a school bill that's going to be hefty, and $70,000, $80,000 is not, it's a great salary on the one hand. On the other hand, it's going to buy you subsistence in this world. Might buy you a little more, but most people aren't going to have the interest, the wherewithal, or the stick-to-itiveness to go become a nurse.
That's right.
There are other professions. That will remunerate you, but you're going to have to earn it. And not everybody's cut out for the medical profession. I think I mentioned this before, but I was kind of heartened by the guys I play football with who were in their 20s.
Yeah.
And they were talking about going to the BOCES, or the continuing education place, where somebody helpful to teach you how to be a carpenter, to teach you this. Seems like there's systems in place to teach people how to do things if you know where to find them.
So I was about to say, geez, I'm impressed that these guys know where to go. That's by the way, just to put all of this in context and to support what Peter is saying and reinforce it, for Americans to understand what he's trying to convey about Aquino, think of the Marvel Comics universe. And in the Marvel Comics universe, of course, there is one of these supervillains that is right up there with Thanos. I think they're going to bring him into the Marvel Comics universe franchise some point soon. As a matter of fact, that's supposed to be one of the big things to look forward to, is Galactus. And Galactus is this entity that goes around eating worlds, and of course changes shape and, changes size, basically, because if you see him on Earth, he seems to be like, not that big. And the idea of him eating a world is, apparently he does this by sapping its energy or some bullshit. But when he's floating around in space, he's supposed to be like bigger than worlds, right? So he's so there you have that. But Galactus is foreshadowed by an herald who's the Silver Surfer. So the introduction of this superhero character, the Silver Surfer, by Stan Lee back in the day, was Galactus's herald, his herald, the man who came to warn Galactus is coming. And this is, of course, essentially what Aquino felt he represented when he would make these kinds of allegories or parables or analogies for the stupid GIs around him to understand. When he's working with the rank and file, he would make parallels of himself to the Silver Surfer, saying, I'm like the Silver Surfer, I'm Galactus's herald. And then they'd all go, oh! And so they were all in. Of course, we're talking about the people who joined him in his satanic ranks, which were the complete rank and file. And so they would understand that he was an abortive Galactus. He really was supposed to be Galactus, but could only serve as Galactus's herald. So we don't have anyone yet who's given birth to a Galactus. And this is what Jameson is asking. He's saying, so who's the Galactus now? And we don't have one. Now, what Aquino was telling me...
Douglas, I would say it's the beast himself.
Okay.
The concept of the beast.
Okay. Yeah. And that's interesting, but at the same time that does have the danger of conflating what Aquino was involved with Christian cosmology, and so that can be.
I would take issue with some of Aquino's cosmology.
Understood.
And that, it's a whole nother show that I don't even know if I want to devote the energy to it. But the problem with his cosmology is he's creating it, and he's doing. We were talking about semantics the other day.
Yeah.
And the word mantic and necromancy and all this. It's like it's so much in the words. Mm-hmm. He's defining things in such a context that it's anti-life, it's outside of the tree of life, and there's he's inventing paradigms, and he's creating his own pigeonholes, and he's redefining. And when you do this, he's creating his own power. So he's making himself outside of the box, when in many ways he's in the box more than he realizes. Mm. He's a nut. Mm. He's anyway. So anyway, but I mean, I don't want to digress onto that.
Right.
But I do understand what you're saying, and that there is even I would say there's a danger of conflating anything to do with these topics. But go ahead. You were talking about
and the reconnection was successful. So you might have missed a few moments there, but what Peter Moon was saying was that we don't want to take everything that Aquino says as a kind of gospel. In other words, to contextualize what Aquino is saying in terms of his derangements, his insanities, his megalomanias. If we were to take that into account, then it certainly puts into perspective that he is creating things as he goes along. Okay, all of this is valid, and there's an element.
Yeah, and I would say that to maybe give a better answer to Jameson, what was the word for this world eater? What was he called?
Well, we were just talking about like the Galactus was the world eater. Yeah.
Galactus.
Yeah.
Galactus. See, what I think might be the Galactus would be Aquino's. Who did Aquino answer to? He was very inventive, seemed to operate independently, but there were forces that he could not in the army that he couldn't bend, and these forces that were.
Well, one of them would be the guy who runs the Clear Channel, the guy who George Norrie answers to. That would be one of the people Aquino answered to. Would be the Rear Admiral Bobby Ray Inman.
Okay, I don't know much about Bobby Ray, but
no one does. So no one does. So no, you're not alone.
Much lower profile.
Yeah.
And there are plenty of Satanists in the world. So there would be Satanists who are. Aquino was quite a magnet celebrity in his own right. It's kind of like he was the John Gotti of Satanism, because John Gotti was he changed the mob forever because he was like a star.
Right.
He was a celebrity gangster, and the old time gangsters and the smarter gangsters don't like a lot of celebrity.
That's right. That's right. But to put this into some perspective, after acknowledging the validity of what you've said, it's also important to remember that Aquino is not someone who is simply like showed up out of nowhere. He is the heir to a very long tradition of this. So it is from that long tradition, the other Edomites, going all the way back to Herod and the Edomites of that period of time, from whence sources the cult of the kings of Edom. And what we have is a genuine occult tradition. And so it's from that. Yeah, it's an important point. So this is not something that there's plenty of things Aquino did pull out of his ass, but there's plenty he did not. So the important thing to remember is that this is when the God of the Bible says he's a jealous God, it's because there are other gods out there and anti-gods. Now, these anti-gods are simply not part of the cosmology most people are familiar with. So that is a reality. That is a reality. There are other cosmologies that, as people are aware of, and when they study comparative religions, they run across things that are complex, like the Vedic cosmology of the 17 worlds, and all of this bespeaks to a different understanding of metaphysics by different cultures. But when it comes to the anti-godly cultures, people only became familiar with them through the exposition by H.P. Lovecraft. Now, what's interesting is that when it came to Salman Sheikh, and a shout out unto he, and later on I'll credit him with the $100 he sent me as a money order, deeply appreciate it, and I will have an interview with him on Friday before Halloween Day, most likely. Yet he and I will confirm that. And of course, I'll be on Saturday on the day before Halloween Day itself, Halloween Eve Day, with Penny Bradley. Our man Peter Moon will be on with Penny Bradley this Saturday, so I need to make everyone aware of that before this weekend, because you won't be seeing Peter Moon and I again until after he's interviewed with by Penny Bradley on Sunday. So Peter Moon will be on with Penny Bradley this Saturday at 2 p.m. California time, which would be 6 p.m. I believe, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so be prepared. Put that on your calendar. Very important, because he's going to be talking specifically about Roswell and the Rising Sun throughout the entire 2 hours. But right now, we need you to start buying the book now, telling other people about the book, telling them why it's so important. Now, an interesting thing when we talk about the anti-gods and this, talking about semantics, talking about the reality of this, is that one of these individuals who named David John West, who was brought up because we had brought up the Vampirology book earlier, a wonderful human being in the chat room, and there's so many wonderful human beings in the chat room right now. A shout out to all of them. One of them, who was certainly in earlier, may or may not be there now, was a Mr. I'm scrolling for him, James Forsyth. And James Forsyth said, "I just purchased Vampirology. I am enjoying it very much." So thanks to him, and I did let him know that that's an abridged version that we had to put out right away to preempt plagiarism. I didn't name David John West in what I wrote down to it, but everybody knows who it is. Now, David John West was someone I had collaborated with in the past when he was asking myself as a consultant to produce short stories. And the short story he produced that was anthologized in the book Space Eldritch was, I can't even remember the title, to tell you the truth, but it was one in which he was working with the information I gave him on the secret space program. And so when he wrote that short story out, and he credits me for it in the book in the most important manner, I'm the last person credited, which, by the way, the names that everyone pays attention to are the first and last names credited. So he honored me in that regard, because I did so much work with him to produce one of his most popular short stories, and what was actually the most popular short story in that anthology, that collection, Space Eldritch. But when he and I never had the opportunity to work together again, something happened where he very much exposed himself. There are very, very bizarre and just repulsive behaviors that were exhibited by him on his own Facebook timeline concerning his daughter, who he was presenting in a very sexual and seductive light, as if she were a seductress. And we're talking about somebody who's very underaged. So you have this individual changing his whole lifestyle.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this was an individual who then approached Richard K. Cole and basically sent him basically a notarized claim that I had never published this book called The Red Undead, which of course was published because it was issued an ISBN number, which, as Peter Moon can tell you, this doesn't happen. It's like a social security number. You don't get it unless you make it through the birth canal and survive. If you make it through the birth canal and survive, you get a social security number. If you're a true abortion and you're a blue baby who doesn't reanimate, you don't get a social security number. It's the same with an ISBN number. So this individual was laying his reputation on the line to support something that's simply untenable. And it was obviously, he was rattling before he struck. He was obviously going to plagiarize everything that I had been talking about for years and had put originally in the book The Red Undead, which Laurie and Ann Fenton had cooperated with Michael Aquino to see to it that not a single hard copy existed. In other words, she took photographs of piles of these hard copies. None of them ever made it to the stores. I'm certain they made it to a landfill en route to the stores. These sorts of things happen, and this was one of those, these jobs of suppression, information suppression, which is why the First Amendment is meaningless. Anybody who says, if it weren't for those soldiers who fought and died for you, you wouldn't be able to have free speech with the First Amendment. There's no free speech for someone like me. As a public informant, everything I say is covered up, buried, literally buried, like in a landfill, like all those books were. And the truth is buried with it. So the idea of free speech is laughable. So anyone who truly believes that, you're advertising your naivete. But when it comes to the interesting thing about David John West was when he wrote that short story. So in that short story, I told him the correct term for these high priests like Michael Aquino who had entered what they felt was a state of semi anti-divine status, a semi status of an anti-god, like we would use the term demigod for people like Heracles or Jesus Christ, who are half human, half divine. For someone like Michael Aquino, he felt himself in that company, but a product of the anti-godly cosmology. These are actually what are considered apostasials. And so the term was always very definitive. And I told him the term was apostasal. As you had Christ and his apostles, this is what Aquino would consider his position. Apostasal. That's his title. This is what Peter Moon has been articulating, but without the title. I'm giving you the title now. Everything that Peter Moon has been articulating, this is what the title is. So when I provided David John West with that title, and it's a simple thing to write out. It's not a problem he had with spelling it. You simply write apostate and you conflate that with the term apostle, and it's apostasal. It's not that difficult a concept, and I wrote it out for him. He refused to enter that term into the short story describing the anti-godly priest or elder, the acolyte who was the nemesis in the short story of the secret space program. And so when I never understood that, and when I asked him, why would you not use that simple term? He says, it's you can only introduce the public to so much at a time. You can only introduce the public to so much at a time. Now, bear in mind, of course, this man is a Mormon, and I know that Peter Moon has a very, very negative outlook on the Mormon church. And many people do, for good reason. I mean, just like many people have a negative outlook on the Roman Catholic Church for good reason. As I've said, I've always respected the Mormon church in the sense that since they believed that the Native Americans were descendants of the lost tribe of Judea, they were always respectful towards the Native Americans. And for that reason, I've always had that respect for the Mormon church in that regard, at least. And
they've also massacred the Native American Indians.
There were some massacres, yes. There were some massacres of actually also European Americans, by the way, which the Mormons were that was pinned on the Mormons, and it's probably true. I mean, I've never investigated it. Yeah.
And this was Brigham Young, who really was more of a Freemason than he was a Mormon.
Thank you. No, important term. Important to bring that up, because shout out to Salman Sheikh, and we'll get back to that. But say what you were going to say first. Finish that.
Well, it also legalized sodomy in the Utah Territory. Literally legalized it. I mean, it wasn't like it legalized it. Sodomy is good. Now,
maybe he considered it, in all fairness, he might have considered it a form of birth control. I mean, in all fairness, in other words.
Well, they don't want birth control. They want lots of kids.
No, that's true. Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Touche.
The thing is, they had women were breeders and serving the men. You'd have several wives.
Yes, touche.
And I think this tells me that the higher levels, they were more interested in men or the young. Like during the ceremony, they go reach down into your loins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from what I've heard, I've heard similar things. By the way, and again, just a tangent here. that I cannot resist is, I brought up before, I thought this was a Judeophobic racist myth. I never believed it. That the Jewish rabbis, when they circumcise the young boys, they actually put the penis in their mouth and suck out the blood. They cauterize the wound with biting it down on it with their teeth, suck out the blood, and then supposedly spit the blood out. It's a terrible. It was such a bizarre thing to hear. I thought this was just some repugnant lie, and then I found out that all of these young babies, it was a scandal in these Jewish communities that a lot of these young infants were contracting AIDS at birth, or various STDs like chlamydia, or they were getting it all from the rabbis who were sucking the boys' penises at birth, and therefore they were contracting these diseases via the saliva entering the bloodstream immediately into the baby. And so when all these babies were coming down with these various illnesses, it reminded me of the Presidio military base and what was happening with all the children that were being molested. So it turns out that this is true. The Jewish rabbis actually do this. And so I was appalled.
Some of them do. Not all of them.
I guess, it depends on what they consider tradition or something. So I appreciate that.
Well, there's many factions of Judaism.
That's true. There's many.
But the bottom line is, with the whole circumcision, is that when you circumcise somebody, it makes them eligible for sodomy. Because if you have an uncircumcised penis, it's going to get mixed with, and you put it in the rear, it's going to get mixed with fecal, and that becomes disease. And this is why, this is the basic reason you have people circumcised, is to make them eligible for sodomy, without getting diseased.
Oh my God!
And this is sort of a secret patriarchal. These patriarchal religions. See, they're so much in denial of the female that they're polarized towards the male, and this is to serve they have to have females. They're breeders,
and basically otherwise, Judaism is very gynophobic. I mean, the whole thing about not being in the same tent with a woman when she's bleeding, there was some hysterically funny situation. I don't know how I became. Oh, I know how I became aware of it. It was because, of course, I'm in San Francisco, and as I've said before, you could be in most places in the United States, and you're likely not going to meet a single person of Jewish extent, Jewish, heritage or practicing or whatever, because, there's just not that many of them. And so you could go your entire life without meeting a Jew if you're in many parts of the U.S. or other parts of the world. But where you're going to meet them is New York and Los Angeles, where there's finance and where there's media, or you're going to meet them in the satellite states of New York or Los Angeles, which in the East Coast, it would be Miami, where all the Jews go to die, or in San Francisco, where the Jews go to film car chases, because we're a city built on hills. So when it comes to the Jews that I met, so many of them, I became aware of one situation where I was told there was some guy who was, he became a rabbi, and then he really took it seriously, and he wasn't going to be in the same room or sit on any of the chairs that his wife sat on during that time of the month. And so she took it upon herself to sit on every chair in the house, so that he'd be fucked over and not have any place to sit down. So he had to go around in his own home with a folding chair that he kept with him at all times, so that he could have a place to sit his ass. I mean, this is the kind of shit you're dealing with in a gynophobic patriarchy. Yes, it's so... what Peter Moon says resonates with me. I can believe that this is, ultimately would gear towards a kind of sodomy. I mean, why not? I mean, with what I've expressed so far and what he's...
and you have to put it in the context, too, of history. And somebody like King Herod, who, reading history, King Herod would have ostensibly had a relationship with Caligula. They were good friends, and then you have the priesthood, and of course the priesthood is going to be, as any priesthood practically, is going to be dichotomous.
Right.
So does it apply to all Jews? God, no.
Of
No,
course
it
not.
doesn't.
No. So we do need to make these qualifications in everything that we've mentioned, but still, it's out there, and it's certainly a part of the overall phenomenon, a facet of it. But so when it came to David John West, so you had this Mormon, and for some reason, he considered himself, quote unquote. By the way, I knew more about the stories he was infatuated with than he did. 2 points come up that I think need to be shared while Peter Moon is with us because they are interesting and ultimately relevant, not necessarily to what we're speaking of right now, but relevant in general. One of them was that, of course, he was a big admirer of sword and sorcery fantasy. So a lot of his short stories were inspired by none other than Robert E. Howard, who wrote the Conan series. But I much preferred Robert E. Howard's other character, which was Solomon Kane, who was, of course, a Puritan and a fanatical Puritan, well, fanatical to a degree, but a world traveler and someone who basically would encounter the supernatural on a regular basis because of his own proclivity to seek it out, to seek out that which he considered ungodly evil. And so when it came to one time when David John West expressed to me, oh, I'm like a paladin. He felt that he was spiritually like a paladin, and I said, could you elucidate on that? Because, what is your definition? He meant like an unyielding crusader for right and good that would stay in the light. So he's talking about something like a violent Dudley Do-Right, which he then tried to parallel to Solomon Kane. And I pointed out to him, which astonished me that I knew more about this than he did. I said, but Solomon Kane cooperated with black African sorcerers to fight the undead in various short stories. He was someone who had a tolerance for magic when it was on his side. So, that blew away what he was saying with his zero tolerance attitude. Bullshit. But the point being that, of course, no one can be that ideologically doctrinaire when confronted with the vicissitudes of the adult world. People have to adapt. And Solomon Kane is a successful character because as a wanderer, he can do that. Whereas this person was just a writer of fantasy. The other thing that brought to mind was, of course, he admired Robert E. Howard, who committed suicide right after his mother died. And a lot of people never understood that, and they mistake Robert E. Howard for a mama's boy. And in a sense he was, but not necessarily the way people understand it. But Robert E. Howard was someone who, of course, developed himself physically, pursued boxing and bodybuilding because, of course, he had been bullied, which was why he wrote about these champions taking on the protection of the weak, like Solomon Kane and Conan. But when Robert E. Howard's mother was dying, he had loved her dearly. He couldn't bear to think of life without her. He had become her care provider, and when she was dying, his dad, who was an MD, he said everything's going to be all right. And it was shortly after that, after his mother had died, he went out and sat in his automobile because he had purchased a new automobile with the money he was making as an author. So this was like, in those days, this was like a fairly expensive automobile. It would be like a sports car, the equivalent thereof for the time. And he blew his brains out. Of course, what I explained is what most people don't comprehend is that he did this because he had a deep conviction, a true belief in reincarnation. So he felt that if he committed suicide at that time, that his mother died, that they would reincarnate and he would be together with her again. They would reincarnate quickly, simultaneously. And this it could be taken as very sick or incestuous, but that's not how I perceived it. It was simply that he loved his mother so much that he felt that he would reincarnate with her. Of course, we can say there's an overdependency there, but you get my point, perhaps. So I explained that to David John West. It was amazing how we had gotten along in so many ways and shared so many things that were at this level of understanding, and yet he did what he did. But he claimed he went over to the side of Richard K. Cole because of all the negative things I said about white people, so then he felt, if that's the case, he felt it as if, which I know it's not, he was trying to plagiarize the book, but if that were the case, then his actions hardly support any, would hardly act as a defense for white people in general in terms of his betrayal of my trust, so that he could steal what I'd exposed to the world and present it in some stupid vampire novel or something. Which, by the way, just so people know, the reason why we had to fire him from the project of The Red Undead was because he kept trying to turn it into a personal sex romance story, where I told him, yes, I had met possibly the only survivor, if not, one of the last survivors of the Soviet experiments on creating a vampire female. And I met her in the Balkans when I was there. And I told him I wasn't willing to share the story, but he wanted to start the book off with that. So he started the book off with this: oh, yes, I met a vampire. I loved her. Basically trying to get into this intimate relationship that I was unwilling to share. So it was a no-go. You couldn't start anywhere with this. So he's trying to turn it into a pot boiler. So all of that aside, people now hopefully understand the context of that. Do buy the book. It will help support myself. And I guess it's on Amazon. I don't know where the proceedings go, but I would presume Peter would know of them. And of course, but most importantly, Roswell and the demystification, the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Purchase that. Either it's on sale with our man Peter Moon. Get it while it's on sale. Get it now, and make a contribution. And with your contribution, tell us about something that, like conspiracy gossip, something that's as fun as the real fact that John F. Kennedy willed Jackie in his will. He gave her $20. That's a real fact. So she had every reason to want him dead. So not because the $20 would have done her any good, but just on the principle of that alone, with what little he gave her, I'm certain she wanted him dead. She certainly didn't mourn when he did die. She wound up in the Lincoln bedroom with Aristotle Onassis, and they were having sex. We know this because they signed in, and that was right after Kennedy's brains were blown out, practically on the same day. So there you go with that. She wasn't sad for him being taken out of this world, even though she had his brain spilled on her lap. That didn't stop her from having sex with Aristotle. So there you go with that. In terms
You're
of
saying he was registered in the White House before Johnson moved in the White House?
I think so. Yeah, that's from what I heard, and people can verify this and tell me if what I say is bullshit. But this is what I've heard from multiple sources: was that Aristotle came right over, and this was right after Jackie was filmed with our boy Lyndon Baines Johnson being sworn in, because they flew him in like they were expecting it, of course, but they flew him right in.
He
like
was on the airplane when he was sworn in. They were all on the airplane going back to DC.
Thank you.
With the president's body as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I don't. She was involved with the funeral. I mean, we were absorbed. Like, he was shot on a Friday. I think Oswald, got it on a Sunday morning.
Right.
And then I think we had the funeral. God, I think we had Monday off from school. But I mean, the funeral was, there wasn't a lot of time involved. I mean, it was like the whole world was kind of shut down.
Yeah.
And the TV was just full of Kennedy coverage. They didn't have, and there was no TV. The only TV they would show, this is in LA, was Channel 9 would show, I think, the Fatima prophecies. That's the only movie, the only thing that was not news coverage.
Interesting.
For 3 days, they canceled they wouldn't show the football games. The NFL played on Sunday, but they wouldn't show the games.
Yeah.
College canceled their games on Saturday. And I got my new 10-speed on that Friday, so I was driving around the town on my 10-speed. But
oh my God.
It was delivered. It was an early Christmas gift for me. And I went down and came home. My mom took me up to the bike shop, and my 10-speed was delivered.
Wow.
It was a great day for me. Not a good day for Kennedy.
Right.
or the whole nation. Yeah, it wasn't fun. I was not a Kennedy fan, but boy, it wasn't a fun thing.
Right. No. I mean, it was, for one thing, all of America felt very vulnerable. I mean, they were told essentially that a communist assassin had taken out the president. The fact that something like that could be done so easily, obviously it wasn't. This was something that was a conspiracy. But as I pointed out, the people who killed him were the Strategic Air Command, and this is what he expected. He expected the military to kill him, which is why he put his blessing behind the movie 20 Days in May. 21 Days in May was the film that was based on the book, which is about an attempted military takeover of the United States. Kennedy did not trust the U.S. military. And it was Curtis LeMay who called Kennedy to his face a coward and a communist and said he needed to die. And that's why Kennedy filmed himself being assassinated with the Secret Service brought in as extras pretending to assassinate him. I'm not shitting you. This is exactly what was filmed, and you can look this up. He had Jacqueline, partaking in that filming. And so he had this film done of his own assassination because he expected the military to kill him. He wanted the American people to be prepared for this. And
you know what? You know, if I mean, my own analysis of Kennedy, if I look at the historical record that I'm aware of, and plus what I've seen dramatized, it's based on history. It seemed to me that his main impetus in doing what he did in Cuba was to avoid any possibility of nuclear war, which was the extreme opposite of the anti-gods.
Yes, that's true. Absolutely. And so that can never be forgotten, and that's the important point. The generals kept insisting on escalating to full nuclear conflict. And regardless, as I've said before, I've deconstructed the ability of the Soviets to really strike back, but they could have done some damage, obviously. The damage would not have been anything to dismiss, but it would not have been the destruction of the world, but it would have been the destruction of a large part of the world, in the sense that the American damage done to the Soviets would have been much, much more. But in terms of the this is why the generals were so confident and so cocky, those that were outright anti-godly, as in, and I use that term in disambiguation from satanic, because that's one of the things that Michael Aquino himself insisted on. He was not pulling that out of his ass. What you notice by the time that Sean Stone is interviewing Michael Aquino was using the term former Satanist. And that was true, because at that point in time, not just Satanists, but the devils in hell themselves rejected Michael Aquino. At that point, Michael Aquino had sided with something outside the cosmology. I always understand the demons are a necessary part of Christian cosmology. Evil is as necessary as good, and they are the composters, the carrion feeders who recycle. But in terms of the anti-gods, they're like industrial waste, industrial grade nuclear or chemical waste that cannot be absorbed or converted or just used by the environment. All it does is destroy.
You know what? Nuclear waste actually can be transmuted.
Yeah, theoretically, yes, but nobody's putting the energy into it. Yeah, it can, but but by the way, could you give us some elucidation on what specifically?
Well, I can only say that I've talked about it, sitting on a symposium of unemployed scientists on Long Island. I was not one of them, but I don't even remember why I was sitting in this symposium. It was part of a group I belonged to. And these people, they could talk in detail about how to do this stuff. Like there were no problems that couldn't be solved with the economy, with the environment, and they talk about it. They were engineers. It was like, what do engineers do? They solve problems.
That's right.
The problem was they were unemployed because the complex didn't need them, and these things wouldn't be implemented. There were always political reasons for why they weren't implemented, or just retarded non-recognition. So they talked all about how, toxicity could be reduced, atomic stuff, and it just wasn't done. So, they were speaking with breadth of knowledge. And so what I'm saying is, this is why I'm saying with the semantics, even Aquino and his gods can be composted, in my opinion. It depends in the context.
But this is why I said the technology of David Lewis Anderson will ultimately prove decisive here. Now, don't ask me to articulate just yet on that, but at some point I will.
Okay. I'm going to have to retire.
Understood. Understood.
Because it's late, but yeah. So I hope you will continue in whatever direction you deem. Because it was certainly interesting last time you did.
Oh, bless you.
And I want to remind everybody to contribute to Douglas's efforts, as he's been saying. We want to get, if you can offer any conspiracy theories, whether they be amusing or true. True is better, but amusing is okay too.
With a contribution, preferably, yes.
Yeah, well, with the contribution. So, do that, and I'll be on with Penny on Saturday.
Yes, and I so look forward to that. And he will be talking exclusively about the Roswell deception, and of course, just as
if I'm talking to Penny, I'm going to talk about airships too. I'm gonna
good point.
Pay tribute to the Sonora aeroships. I don't know if I can tie that in, but they do tie into the Third Reich, or the pre-Third Reich, the German, the Second Reich.
Yes. And they tie in the sense that you have a massive foreign power who is involved with UFO sightings in the United States. There you have that. I mean, so that the Germans they anticipated what happened with the Japanese at Roswell. Except the Germans retained much more of a control over their situation because it was not a state of war that this was taking place in. Or it might have been during World War I. There were probably...
Well, these things go back into the pre-Civil War.
Of course.
They're pre-Civil War. So they had flying technology way back when.
It's true.
And of course,
yeah.
and there was the French had some hot air balloons back there. So, I mean, this stuff goes way back.
Oh, yes.
And then, as I said, there's even technology for rocketry in the city of Sibiu in Transylvania. So there's a lot of hidden history. A lot of hidden history.
It's so true.
But anyway.
And before you go, though, and of course such things were the inspiration for the Wild Wild West series when they brought in Dr. Lovelace and the kinds of technology that was seen in the West, though they didn't give it the historical gravitas it deserved. But yes, there was indeed the airship technology developed as soon as men started using balloons. The concept for the larger balloon craft was put into motion, and many experiments were done in the American frontier where there wasn't much law and much that could stand against them or stand to stop them. So it was the perfect place, was California and the Barbary Coast to start these experiments. So that is something that Peter Moon will be speaking about with Penny Bradley on Saturday. And so in terms of Holly Caditis Kiefer, just before our man Peter leaves, she says, I remember you also saying that Kennedy was appalled and feared proliferation of the particular horrors of the neutron bomb. This is true. It was brought to his attention, and he refused to authorize the go-ahead with producing the neutron bomb. He allowed only one test underground, which of course defeated the whole purpose of the neutron bomb, which has to be above ground in order to do any damage. So you have that as a very important element of what I will probably talk to Penny Bradley about on Halloween, because I'll probably bring that up and its connection with the zombies, which I haven't talked about in a long time, the phenomenon of zombies. But before you go, Peter, just want to remind you that while you're here and while I remember it, the man who started the 442nd Regiment, the Japanese individual named Masaoka, who was Mike Masaoka, who was the son of Japanese immigrants who grew up in Utah and was 26 years old when the U.S. military placed his family into an internment camp. And he was trying to prove how American the Japanese Americans were, and started that 442nd combat group. And it was later on, after the war and after his brother had died in that group, but he had survived, that the Japanese, or rather Asians in general, suddenly became a kind of, how would I say it? They pretty much disappeared from the United States. And of course, there weren't any other Asians here either in large numbers throughout the 20th century. They were all blocked from entering the country and prevented from becoming citizens after they arrived. And the Japanese had their citizenship taken away. Just so Americans know this, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 banned all immigration of Chinese laborers. And in 1924, the Congress enacted a whole new set of ethnic quotas dreamed up by eugenicists, aimed at maintaining their conception of America as a white and Anglo-Saxon nation. And by designating some races as more desirable than others, that law also sharply restricted Jewish and Italian immigration, as well as banning all Asians. But then, while the Jewish lawmakers were fighting to abolish those quotas, in 1952, after the Japanese had definitively won the war and America had entered into basically peace with them under Pax Japonica, Congress embarked on its most ambitious overhaul of the country's immigration system in decades, when everybody recognized their best opportunity in a generation. And Mike Masaoka of that 442nd Unit fame joined the fray, and he lobbied for a provision that gave Asians the right to naturalize, and for an easing of the nearly comprehensive ban on Asian immigration. And this was when war brides were coming home, and this would include my mother along with my father. But defeating the overall quota system proved more difficult because of the Red Scare, and the lawmakers were wary of admitting Eastern and Southern European immigrants whom they associated with radical political activity. This was to the dismay of the Jewish leaders, and the lawmakers refused to abandon these ethnic quotas, giving preferences to countries like Britain. And the African American leaders weren't pleased either. But that was because by the end of World War II, more than 250,000 black immigrants from the Caribbean had settled in the United States, mostly in New York City and Chicago, and they were counted within the large quotas of their colonizers, the British, the French, and the Dutch. But the 1952 bill aimed to cap this flow of immigrants at 100 a year from each of these European colonies. So the point that I'm making is what happened when you had Masaoka basically pitting the Japanese American interests against those of other immigrants to secure gains for his community. He abandoned the other groups to support what became known as the McGarren-Walter Act. And winning the right to naturalize was a watershed moment in Asian American history that allowed my mother to enter as a war bride of my father. But the fight left all the other ethnicities bitter. It's impossible to compute the amount of harm which the Japanese American Citizens League and Mike Masaoka caused to effective opposition to his legislation.
You might, if you have time, you might want to address the Zodiac killer identification article.
Could you tell me? We've just reconnected, so people who might have missed something, Peter is telling me something about the Zodiac killer. Tell us the point that I should pay attention to with the Zodiac killer news.
Oh, it says this is the only thing. There is a article claiming, it says that the Zodiac killer is identified, linking him to another murder. I don't know that they really did identify the Zodiac killer, but the fact that it's coming up right now is interesting.
I think what they're saying is they identified the fact that the Zodiac killer, whoever he was, definitely committed this other murder. They're making the tie, but they're not necessarily, that doesn't mean they identified the killer. But in other words, they know that the guy who claimed to be the Zodiac killed this person too, is what I think they're saying, without necessarily identifying who that person is.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, I don't know if it's relevant, but here it is, kicking up in the press after all these years.
Yeah. Well, bless you. We love you dearly. Share our love with Paula. Thank you so much for tonight. And everyone, do take into account everything Peter Moon says. Buy the book, and I'll let him know what you think of it. Add the 5-star review onto the Amazon if you get it from there. And very definitely, Peter, none of this would be possible without you at all, the book or anything else. So God bless you.
Okay, thanks. Good night, everybody.
Good night. So that was Peter Moon, skybooksusa.com, getting his much needed rest. And he was up till 1 a.m. the other night, and glad that he's getting some more sleep tonight. Our man Jameson, of course, was pointing something else out about the Zodiac Killer as a plural. And so he was talking about the undesirable quotas, desirable/undesirable. Could you elucidate on that a little bit, Jameson, while I chew this sandwich? Come on for a little bit.
Well, yeah. Based on what I went into, I think the last time I was on the air, they found that, the Haitians seem to make up the most undesirable of the quotas, and they have the lowest percentage of being accepted into our country, whereas people from places like, oh my gosh, the largest percentage of people allowed in are probably from Honduras. And so this is basically the what skin color, the skin color gradient filter.
Thank you.
And it still exists today. It's never went anywhere, which is one of the reasons why when Peter says good old days.
Oh, you got cut off as soon as you said that. Yeah, can you talk now? Let's see if we can hear you.
Because it.
Okay.
Nice.
You got cut off completely. You got cut off completely. So right when you said, when Peter talks about the good old days, you got cut off completely. So reiterate.
Okay. What I was saying is when Peter talked about the the times of 1950s and the sort of naivete of things being good, that only applied to white folks. That did not apply to people of other ethnicities.
Yes, by all means, go on. Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure I was audible because it wouldn't surprise me if they would cut me off when I say certain things, because the enemy seems to be trying to hit me where it hurts the most, and that is my freedom of expressing certain ideas and expressing myself. And that seems to be what they want to suppress entirely.
We'll join the club, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I, yeah.
Well,
So,
I mean, I'm sure, well, mostly you. You're probably the most shut down of all of us, of anyone.
thank you.
Without a doubt.
But not that I'm trying to claim first place, but you get my point. Obviously,
Yeah.
what you have to say is also just as threatening. And so when it comes to what you're saying, believe me, my gang brother Beaver says the same thing. He says he gets sick to his stomach whenever he sees this nostalgia for the 50s. Like, there was this one guy I met at State University who just said, yeah, I want to open up a 50s franchise restaurant. I want to make it so 50s, it'll make you sick. Because, the 50s to him was, to the whites, those were good days. And it was... they thought there was a positive outlook towards the future. They thought they had won the war. They thought that they had limitless atomic energy. They thought that, the world was theirs. And of course it was all a lie, so it wasn't going to go anywhere. So there's only so long it could last, right?
Yeah. They were completely, they enjoyed being ignorant, honestly speaking. That's what it sounds like. They were in love with that ignorance is bliss thing going on at that time.
No, well, worse than ignorance, they were in love with the lie. They were in love with the lie. The lie.
Yeah, because they knew damn well that things were not good, for
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, they suspect it. Maybe some people, I think the majority of them were too dumb. The majority of them were too dumb to realize it. They thought literally all this shit was true. They certainly raised their kids to think it was true. I mean, to give people some idea of this, the whole attitude towards atomic cultism, the atomic power was believed to be magical, and they wanted everyone to believe in it and to take part in it. And so you could order bits of plutonium and radioactive materials on, we would say these days online, but through the mail order. You would order them through comic books and shit. And they would send you,
shit.
yeah, they would send it to you so that you could play Geiger counter. They would say, these are like little scientific lab shit you could order. So you could order the Geiger counter and a little piece of plutonium so you could make it go brr, 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 or uranium or whatever the fuck it was. Plutonium might be a bit too expensive, but it was
my gosh.
yeah, a piece of radioactive, material. And so then they also had the stupid games. I mean, I swear to God, there's one game I made certain to get images of it. It was real, and it wasn't a game. It was like stupid toys they produced for kids. One of them was a bomber that was supposed to be a combination of Enola's Gay and Boxcar or something, but you only got one bomber. But you had a map of Japan, and there were two holes in it, one where Hiroshima was and one where Nagasaki was, and you plant the little plastic atomic bombs in them from the bomber. I mean, this was like, quote unquote, a game. But it's obviously not very challenging, and there's no way you could lose. So that was how the Americans thought it. There was no way they could lose, right? This is what the kids were programmed into. But the whole point of that is not that I'm regaling with some kind of humanitarian horror. Rather, I'm bringing that up to show you how delusional the Americans were and the kind of mindset that they were in, that they had won by these two atomic bombs. And this is what they will still put in the history books to this day. This is what they're putting out now. And this is why everybody is so fucked up. Our man, Peter Moon, was talking about, it might have been a horrible system, and he's speaking about the morality of it, but you could get by if you applied yourself. Okay, this is what it was like. In those days, the wealth that the whites had stolen from all of the Native Americans they had killed, all the blacks they had enslaved for centuries, all of the largesse built upon black and red and brown bodies that and everything that they've raped from the rest of the world, all of it was such that the white guy coming home from World War II could say, fuck it, I'm not going to work, I'm going to go to school on the GI Bill. His wife didn't need to work, and they could both have all the children they wanted and still afford a home. Okay, this is true. I mean, literally, this is what happened. People didn't need to get a job. They could get educated and then get a much better job than they otherwise would have had. And so the largesse was such that a man could spend his time educating himself, get a higher paid office job. His wife, all that time, could afford to raise the children and stay at home as a stay-at-home wife. What people need to remember is, if Rosie the Riveter had stayed at work, all of the female labor force had stayed at work, we would be in a matriarchy today. All of those women would be running the United States, because if all of those women had stayed at work, then they would have become gradually the people running those plants and factories, running American industry. And an old girls network would have developed where they would have helped each other into positions that they otherwise would never have had. But the Americans wanted none of it, so they made certain all the women got out of work. And automatically all these women were pulled out of industry and told to become housewives. And so they all stayed home and raised kids. And but in those days you could do that. And even the next generation after that, during the Korean and Vietnam War eras, the economy was going so gangbusters because of all the wars. I mean, bear in mind, the wars never stopped. The Americans couldn't afford to let them stop. That was the source of their income. So they had to keep the wars going in Korea and then in Vietnam. But whoever says, oh, this was so horrible, okay, all the humanitarian aspects aside, this is what kept the economy nonstop going, is that these wars. And so with all of these wars, what could happen was that your average individual, now granted, if you were a young man of draft age, then you were fucked because nobody would hire you because they'd say, oh, this fucker's going to get drafted. So then this forced a lot of young men to actually volunteer. This is why 2/3 of the men in Vietnam were fucking volunteers. Only 1/3 were drafted. 2/3 were volunteers. That was one of the reasons. In World War II, 2/3 of the men were drafted and only 1/3 were volunteers. Quite the opposite. Because they were afraid of fighting the Germans and the Japs. But with the Vietnamese, they felt they had total upper hand. So sure, why not go volunteer to fight in Vietnam? You're just going to be bombing people from 20,000 feet in the air or on a ship, bombarding them from the shore. You know, very few people saw combat, comparatively speaking. But nevertheless, you get my point. So unless you were a young man, if you were an older man, you know, beyond draft age, in your late 30s, 40s, my age, you could get any job you wanted. I mean, the jobs were open anywhere. You could like quit one place and get a job across the street. I mean, the economy was just gangbusters. And this was because they were manufacturing all those millions of troops overseas needed ice boxes. Because Vietnamese, believe it or not, and a lot of Asians, they drink warm beer. And they don't mind it. But Americans,
I don't mind it either.
Hey, there you go. Well, Americans have to have it cold. So they shipped all these refrigerators over to Vietnam just so men could have cold beer. It was like,
oh my God,
millions of refrigerators. When the Americans withdrew from Vietnam, they left behind, among so many millions of other things, millions of refrigerators and shit. Well, hundreds of thousands. And so the point that I'm making is that, you know, with that kind of economy going, anybody could get a job anywhere. So a young man in those days could say, okay, I'm going to get a job and you stay at home. The wife could easily stay at home and raise the kids while he worked and support the whole family. Okay, no one can do that now. What Peter Moon was emphasizing, I can re-emphasize and emphatically reinstate by saying it's beyond what he said. It's nowadays, of course, both parents have to be working. All your money's going to go into childcare for the kids, and you'll get nothing, and you'll barely be able to pay rent. I mean, in fact, both of you will have to work 2 jobs in order to pay rent and keep the kids in child care, and you know, work every day of the week. I mean, this is what Americans are doing now. It's you're making far, far less by working far, far more. So it's the end of the fucking world. I mean, we can't keep
that is actually a compelling reason to get my tubes tied.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, well, of course, we can't afford it. We can't afford to live like this.
Yeah, if I'm screwing around, pregnancy would be like worse than death. That would be like a life of enslavement.
I would. There was that one guy, I would do what he did. This one guy, he was there for his baby to be delivered. He was there in the maternity ward, and as soon as the baby was safely delivered, he walked outside of the hospital and blew his brains out with a firearm. And that's something I could easily see myself doing. It's I can't handle that kind of responsibility, but at least I'm cognizant of it.
Hell yeah, I can't grasp how some people actually want that responsibility.
Thank you.
It's beyond me.
Yeah. Well, we'll check in with Penny Bradley again shortly, but I'll go into monologue tonight because I feel obligated to do so. Before we do, of course, I'm going to check the live chat, and I'm going to complete what I was saying with Peter Moon, talking about that Mike Masaoka. So what happened was that when it came to Mike Masaoka and the Jewish Congress, which became the blood enemy of the Japanese in the United States, it took 13 more years of pressure from Jewish lawmakers and activists and support from the Irish Catholic Kennedy family before race-based quotas were finally abolished from our country's immigration system, you know, at least on paper. But the success of the Black Civil Rights Movement, of course, also provided moral momentum for that cause. And by 1965, the year before I myself was born, President Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Immigration and Nationality Act, abolishing the race-based quotas once and for all on paper. Now, that 1965 law, because it happened before I was born, without that happening, I would not be here. I mean, literally, I would not be an American. which is not necessarily a bad thing. I would have grown up in Taiwan and have been infinitely happier, but that's beside the point. But anyhow, that proved much more transformational for Asian Americans than Masaoka's 1952 effort, and it opened the gates to non-European immigration, especially from Asia, in numbers that this country had never seen before, bringing along with it ultimately many Chochoa. But Masaoka's battle was not inconsequential. Once Asian immigrants became citizens, they were able to take advantage of the law's preference for keeping families together by bringing relatives living abroad to American shores. So if Mike Masaoka had not previously won Asians the right to naturalize, far fewer of them would ever have been able to settle in this country. There would be no Asians in America today effectively, because those that settled here would have been bred out or not able or provided any opportunity to breed at all. Yet because he decided to go it alone in his fight, the Asian Americans lost all opportunity to build any alliance across racial groups. And that's a pattern that persists to this day. All of the recent attacks have exposed the fact that Asian Americans remain isolated politically completely, estranged from one another and all potential allies, who are now all blood enemies. So that current spasm we have now of racism, where the footage existed just the other day in Oakland, California, right across the bay from me here, and within the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, some black son of a bitch got on a bus and whacked his cane. He was some old retarded black guy, whacked his cane on some old elderly Chinese man, whacked his face open, cracked his face open, and then some homeless black woman who lived in a car was on the same bus. She stood up in front of the Asian guy and took all the blows from this vicious nigger, and wound up being beaten half to death herself. They both went to the same hospital. And when the Chinese guy who's one of the big shots in Oakland, I don't know if he's the mayor, he went to visit them both in the hospital, he was attacked by a goddamn nigger on the way to the fucking hospital and beaten half to death. So the attacks on Asians by blacks is just nonstop. And that's because these dumbass niggers believe whitey that the Asians are their enemy. And this goes back to all the history that I'm articulating to this point. And it's incredible how monumentally manipulated blacks are by whitey. And
it's beyond sickening. It's one of the reasons why I've just decided to exercise both races from my will.
I don't blame you. Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah, honestly, there's so many elements to make both parties just repulsive. So here we are, Mayor Kwan, Gene Kwan, and well, he was mayor of Oakland from 2011 to 2015. I believe he's still alive. Maybe he was visiting them in retirement. He was the 49th mayor of Oakland. But here we are, SF man beaten in Oakland dies, but that was back in 2010. But here we are, shocking video, February 4th, 2021. Shocking video shows 91-year-old man senselessly pushed. That's just another one, actually. That's a different incident from the one on the bus. But here we are, the president of Oakland's Chinatown Chamber of Commerce. And so it was the president of Oakland's Chinatown Chamber of Commerce was attacked on his way to visit with the assault victims, both the homeless black woman and the elderly Chinese guy. So there we have that. His name is Carl Chan. So Carl Chan was himself attacked and beaten half to death. So this shows you the level of this anti-Asian assault that's going on. It's almost, the majority of it is being carried out by blacks. Many of it by whites, of course, but not nearly to the level of violence that the blacks have been taking it. And the blacks are trying to prove something by doing this. They're trying to prove themselves good house niggers or something like that.
Yeah, they want to curry the favor of the fucking oh my God. It's just beyond, for me, as disgusted as you might feel, I feel like 100 times more disgusted.
Thank you.
Only
And I believe you.
And yeah, it's just because it's like what the it's like we should know better.
Thank you. Yes, this is, and a lot of this, of course, comes up with the fact that you had these Korean-owned stores in Los Angeles, where, of course, they were shooting shoplifters and shit, and a lot of animosity because they were taking advantage of black communities. And of course, my gang brother Beaver, his dad had a shop he was running in the Tenderloin, of course. By the way, Conspiracy Kitty, Shauna Bando said, well, good night, I must rest. Son gets up early, hugs everyone. Good night, honey. Hope you're there to hear that. Sky A said, cool, I follow Penny. Land of No Name and Marky Milk both, for some reason, retracted their messages. Why? Don't do that. Don't do that. It's fine. Whatever you say, I don't mind. Marky Milk said, amazing explanation as always, Douglas. And bless you. Thank you so much. Travis Moss says, has anyone seen the terrible film Iron Sky, which was sort of a bad spoof of the Fourth Reich UFOs and things of that sort? No, don't ever see it. Just do yourself a favor. Don't see it. Moed Mechanics said good morning, good evening, and then both he and Travis Moss were asking about Skorzeny. So okay, what about him? Of course, Travis Moss is asking, is it true he collaborated with Mossad? No. Clarice Claudette said, please be aware that this is still currently going on. Thank you for sharing this knowledge. Please also speak about the person's spiritual protection and reclaiming one's own soul, self-power once one becomes aware of you shall know. Yes, this is true too. I'm saying this in the sense of New Age spiritual deception arts. Yes. Hi, yes, I experienced this scalar technology may be used in conjunction with magic. And Clarice Claudette has been victimized in a horrific fashion. Or at least is certainly convinced she's been victimized, which is the same thing. Experientially, it's the same thing. So, oh God, Conspiracy Kitty, this is Shauna Bando. No wonder she has some things that, anyhow, I'm not going to mention what she said. So Amy Como said, thanks, Peter. Jesse Bullock said, hi, Doug, Peter, hi, all. Then they were speaking of Romani for a while, descendants of Hyperborea. And then they were talking about Alexander Dugin. Land of No Name was asking who is Alexander Dugin. And then Travis Moss said Dugin's publisher in English is a Freemason. And Red Ice TV promotes them quite a bit, of which I know you made an appearance in 2012 or so when they pushed a different angle of things. A question that I'm not sure if you discussed is who really were the Scythians. Okay, that takes us deep into anthropology. But Alexander Dugin has been proudly introduced by Alex Jones as Putin's brain. And he heralds to the satanic tradition of Rasputin and has since gone beyond and below that to anti-godly unholiness. And that is the co-religionist of Michael Aquino, who was contacted during the Cold War behind the Iron Curtain so that they could subvert and ultimately overthrow the Soviet Union. The Americans were working at overthrowing the Soviet Union, just as the Soviet Union was working to overthrow the United States, and Russia currently still is. But when it came to the Soviet Union, they were overthrown by the United States, and the way that the military did that was they contacted the one resistance group that had the ability and the motivation to overthrow the Soviet Union, which was their Satanists, descended from the Rasputin tradition, and converted to far worse with the influence of the American occultists, who brought them into the anti-godly Edomite occultic milieu. And they succeeded in overthrowing the Soviet Union, and ultimately, after a period of intensive chaos, when Putin established himself, they immediately subverted, corrupted Putin by implicating him in a number of things that he had to hide. So one of those things might be pedophilia, because that's what one journalist who ultimately was murdered was insisting, was that Vladimir Putin is a pedophile, and that he was therefore manipulated by these occultists to do what they needed him to do. Sarah Thomas is there with 3 pulsating pink to red purple hearts or the like, and so God bless her. And same with Land of No Name as well. She says, Land of No Name, I remember the threat to Ross's family, meaning Ross Perot's, yeah. And he dropped out of the race and came back later while the press made him look wishy-washy, undecided when he returned. Right. Well, after he said his family was threatened, I think that was at the time that he didn't come back. He did this wishy-washy trip a little bit because of the constant threats. And then he finally didn't come back at all. And he says that's true about Ross Perot. And then Travis Moss was saying Bush was also more likely involved in the JFK assassination since he was CIA director at the time. This is correct. He was probably involved in the killing of his own president, most certainly. And Amy Como was saying more about mum and ministry work. No rush. Be happy to, honey, if I knew what exactly you were talking about. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, what is that? Yeah, and then Rodney S. said, I find missing 411 David Paulides is fascinating. You know, people keep bringing that up, and I've told people what I tried to have him on my program, and he says, no, you got to read my book first. Buy my book. And I says, yeah, your book is fucking $400 online, you son of a bitch. Give me a free copy of your fucking book and I'll read it, And it's like, bullshit on that noise. Anyhow, there we are. Travis Moss was saying, a tactic that government agents do is use flattery to lower one's guard. Yeah, that's true, among so many other things. And then Rodney S. was helping us with Jared Kushner. I couldn't remember Jared Kushner's name for the life of me. So there we have that. The husband of Ivanka is really a bitch and got a sex change operation, and all the kids are in vitro or adopted. And there you go. There's a fun conspiracy theory for you, except it's real. And
the thing is, how is she so ugly.
Jared Kushner, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, because yes, there you go. He was never an attractive woman. He's less so as a man. So what I'm going to do is finish the sandwich. Finally, get enough calories in me to hopefully go for a little while longer. And I'll have you take over for a while. Do you need to take a break before you take over, or what?
No, I should be good to go.
Okay, good. Let me let you hold the stage for about 15 minutes approximately, okay? And
all right.
So at least, and about 20 minutes at the most. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. Well, we've got a very interesting world. We have a student taken into custody hours after a Texas school shooting. An 18-year-old opened fire during a fight at his Dallas area high school on Wednesday, injuring 4 people, and then fleeing before being taken into custody hours later. That they're not showing his face. He was obviously white. Timothy George Simpkins was taken into custody without incident. The Arlington Police Department tweeted, because if he was black, he would have been shot to death. He was booked in the Arlington jail on 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and was being held on $75,000 bail. Why did they have bail at all if he honestly shot people? One person was in critical condition, another was in good condition, and a third was treated for minor abrasions and was scheduled to be released from the hospital later Wednesday, police said. A 4th person was hurt but didn't require treatment at a hospital. Police said earlier that 3 of the 4 were students that were shot. The shooting at Timberview High School, which is in Arlington, but belongs to the school district in neighboring Mansfield, stemmed from a fight that broke out in a classroom. Arlington Assistant Police Chief Kevin Colby said at the news conference before the arrest. This is not an unrandom act of violence, he said. This is not somebody attacking our school. A spokeswoman for Simpkins' family said that he had been bullied and robbed twice at school. That would do it. The decision he made taking a gun, we're not justifying that, said the family spokeswoman Carol Harrison Lafayette, who spoke to reporters outside of Simpkins' home while standing with other relatives. That was not right, but he was trying to protect himself. The Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives is investigating how the suspect got a gun. Local police from nearby jurisdictions, including the city of Mansfield and Grand Prairie, assisted Wednesday. Basically there was a shooting, and that's about it. This is pretty much a normal thing, so we can probably look forward to seeing more of these stories as things are back in school. And New York, well, there seems to be some news close to home, because apparently some teenagers were gunned down in Harlem. I found that out while my father was watching the news upstairs. But this is people getting shot every day in New York, so that's just become normal now as well. I hazard to think that I kind of miss these days when it used to get cooler. What I would do is I would go out late at night, like around 10 o'clock, 9. I'd go to Manhattan and I would just walk all the way into the morning from anywhere from the what do you call it? That park. Oh my gosh. How the hell do I forget the name of that park? Central Park, all the way down to the ferry terminal, or I'd walk all the way up there and back. I don't think I'm going to be doing that this winter because, everyone's gone apeshit crazy, and I suspect that the coronavirus had something to do with it, but I think that the coronavirus is just something that has enabled people to let their true demons out, which is another thing that is which is very concerning. And of course, we have that horrible phenomenon of these black men beating up on Asian people. Why the fuck is somebody of a ethnicity that is being picked on by white society going to all of a sudden side with one's oppressor and start beating up on the probably most peaceful ethnicity that we probably have here in the United States? What the hell kind of logic is there? There is no excusing it. I think these guys are pretty much let out of prison deliberately to do that. And I think there is a concerted... Yeah, actually, I have a good conspiracy now. And this is something that I'm probably going to be able to run with, but I'm suspecting that a lot of these white supremacists and QAnon assholes in the law enforcement are releasing these violent criminals and letting them. They're probably giving them some kind of incentive to go beat up someone Asian or something. And the thing is, I don't know how well these people are being prosecuted for what they've done, but it seems like this is a very big problem. And all these are men. Men are just fucking retarded. I hate men, but I'm going to segue into another topic. The head of the NYPD, Sergeant Union, is out after the FBI raids his office and home. Now, federal agents raided the offices Tuesday of New York City Police Union, of a New York City Police Union, the Sergeants Benevolent Association and Long Island home of its bombastic leader, who has clashed with city officials over his incendiary tweets and hardline tactics. FBI spokesperson Martin Freely said the agents were carrying out a law enforcement action in connection with an ongoing investigation. So there's definitely, it's good to know that there's whatever underhanded things might have been going on are being looked at, although we don't know how far it's going to go. Agents were seen carrying boxes out of the Union's Manhattan headquarters and loading them into a van. The FBI searched Union President Ed Mullins' home in Port Washington, Long Island, Feely said. Mullins resigned as the union's president Tuesday night, according to a message on the union board sent to members. The board said he did so at its urging. The union represents about 13,000 active and retired New York Police Department sergeants and controls a $264 million retirement fund. He was probably stealing money. Well, that's probably what comes to mind, at least. The nature and scope of this criminal investigation has yet to be determined. However, it's clear that President Mullins is apparently the target of the federal investigation. The board's message said, "We have no reason to believe that any other member of the SBA is involved or targeted in this matter." The union's board said that the Mullins is presumed innocent. It asked him to step down to ensure the union's day-to-day operations continue unimpeded. But if he was presumed to be innocent, I don't get why they would have, federal officers doing an investigation on him. Mullins, a police sergeant detached to full-time union work, in the middle of department disciplinary proceedings for tweeting NYPD paperwork last year regarding the arrest of Mayor Bill de Blasio's daughter during protests over the Minneapolis police killing of George Floyd. Mullins' department trial began last month but was postponed indefinitely after one of his lawyers suffered a medical emergency. Quote fingers there. Who knows what that was. Mullins' lawyer denies he violated department guidelines, arguing arrest papers with Chiara de Blasio's personal identifying information, such as her date of birth and address, were already posted online. Okay, so it seems like there was some kind of targeting going on there. Mullins, see, what makes it so weird about how they write these stories is you kind of have to deduce these things on your own. They're definitely not telling you any details at all. Mullins is also suing the department, claiming they were trying to nuzzle him by grilling him and recommending disciplinary action over his online missives, which have included claims that officers were at war with city leaders. Responding to Mullins' union investigation, Mayor de Blasio tweeted, "Ed Mullins dishonored his uniform, his city, and his union more times than I can count. It was a matter of time before his endless hatred would catch up to him. That day has come." The Sergeants Benevolent Association runs a Widow and Children's Fund, a scholarship fund for members, children, and Blue Christmas, which distributes toys to needy children. Mullins, a police officer since 1982, rose to sergeant, a rank above detective but below captain and lieutenant in 1993, and was elected president of the Sergeants Union in 2002. Under his leadership, the union has fought for better pay, with contracts resulting in pay increases of 40%, and staked prominent position in the anti-reform movement. Though he's a full-time union chief, city law has allowed Mullins to retain his sergeant's position and collect salaries from both the union and police department while he's under investigation. Seriously? Last year, Mullins made more than $220,000 between the two, according to public records. $88,757 from the Union and 133,195 from the NYPD. The NYPD referred to questions about Mullins to the FBI, along with his periodic appearance on cable networks like Fox News and Newsmax. Well, there you go. In which he was pictured in front of a QAnon mug. Perhaps the Union's most powerful megaphone is its 45,000 follower Twitter account, which Mullen runs himself, often to fiery effect. There you go. The stupid motherfucker decided to put himself in the middle of politics, and he gets what he deserves. In 2018, amid a rash of incidents in which police officers were doused with water, Mullins suggested it was time for then Commissioner James O'Neill and the Chief Department Terrence Mohan to consider another profession, and tweeted that O'Neill must go. O'Neill reported that Mullins was a bit of a keyboard gangster who seldom showed up to department functions. Last year, Mullins came under fire for tweets calling the city's former health commissioner, Dr. Oxiris Barbit, a bitch, and U.S. Richie Torres a first-class whore. So, yeah, obviously the guy is a misogynist as well. Mullins was upset over reports Barbit refused to give face masks to police in the early days of the pandemic. Well, honestly, that is a fair thing to be upset with, but considering the amount of police I see wearing masks at all, what would be the point of giving them face masks? And angry with Torres's call for an investigation into potential police work slowdown in September 2020. Torres, who is gay, denounced Mullins' tweet as homophobic. On Tuesday, Torres referred to that tweet in reacting to the news of the raid. Ed Mullins, who famously called me a first-class whore for daring to ask questions about the at-ban, just got a first-class raid from the FBI. Well, there we go. One's man's big mouth will get him in trouble these days. And it's about time that people are held accountable for what they say and who they associate with online. Because QAnon should, at this point in time, be considered a terrorist organization. And that's exactly what it is. The fact that, we gloss over this and nobody really does anything about it is the expression of white privilege at work. And no one can deny that fact. And of course, we have some extremely interesting developments, which I am really looking forward to because, the world does kind of need to go into a state of war. Honestly, I think humans have forgotten how to do war, and I think they've gotten worse at it. All right, so we have tensions flare as Chinese flights near Taiwan intensify, and that's of yesterday. With record numbers of military flights near Taiwan over the last weekend, China has been showing a new intensity and military sophistication as it steps up its harassment of the island it claims as its own and asserts its territorial ambitions in the region. China's People's Liberation Army flew 56 planes off the southwest coast of Taiwan on Monday, setting a new record and capping 4 days of sustained pressure involving 149 flights. All were in international airspace, but prompted Taiwanese defense forces to scramble in response and raise fears that any misstep could provoke an unintended escalation. Now, I would say that Taiwan would be more than capable of handling China. On the same front, we do need to just get this world war started already. The sorties came as China, with growing diplomatic and military power, faces greater pushback from countries in the region. and an increasing naval presence from the United States and other Western democracies in Asia as Taiwan pleads for more global support and recognition. The U.S. called China's latest actions risky and destabilizing, while China responded that the U.S. selling weapons to Taiwan and its ships navigating the Taiwan Strait were provocative. At the same time as the flights, the U.S. stepped up naval maneuvers in the Indo-Pacific with its allies, challenging Beijing's territorial claims in critical waterways. So already we're seeing a lot of technical movements. I don't know how long it's going to take for this to really get hotter, but it seems to be going at its own pace. Taiwanese Defense Minister Chiu Ko-cheng told legislators Wednesday that the situation is the most severe in the 40 years I've enlisted. While most agree that war is not imminent, Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen warned that more is at stake if Beijing makes good on its past threats to seize the island by force if necessary. And I get the feeling that that would not be permitted to happen. America will have to step in to protect its interests because, again, they are a semiconductor. They produce the world's semiconductors and just about everything that we put in electronics. We don't have we have no electronics without Taiwan. It's just we have nothing. That's actually pretty sad, considering the fact that the United States would probably have the resources for it, but they're just not going to do it. They rather waste their energy on trying to extract oil and poison the world's water with oil because they just, oh my gosh. Well, let me just get back to this article. China regularly flies military aircraft into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, international airspace that Taiwan counts as a buffer in its defense strategy. Although previously flights have usually involved a handful of planes at most. Perhaps more significant than the number of planes was the constitution of the group, with fighters, bombers, and airborne early warning aircraft, said Ian Graham, a defense analyst with the International Institute for Strategic Studies in Singapore.
Hey, okay, what's going on in Singapore? Just get back into coming back down to planet Earth.
Oh, yeah. I was just going into the fact that, there were like over 56 planes that flew into Taiwanese airspace as of yesterday, and this obviously has spiked tensions between, the U.S., Taiwan, and China.
Mm-hmm. So I'll cover that a little bit. I mean, I'm glad you introduced the topic. You can go on with what you're reading is fine. I'll provide my own analysis, of course. So go on.
Your analysis adds more context to it than they can ever put in these articles. Because all they can do is just report this and this happened, and according to such and such, this and this is the case.
In some cases, of course, my analysis would border on dismissal. I mean, there are things, of course, that don't even bear, how would I say it, looking too deeply into, simply because they should be, how would I say it, obvious on the face of themselves to an extent. I'll try and provide a little more context into the Chinese basically trying to provoke Taiwan, but it's one of those things that, I'll put it into what context I can. Now, of course, we had a person who was in the chat room. I mean, let's see who it is, who recently said that, China's ready to go to war, essentially. And, believe it or not,
I don't see it.
Thank you.
There's a reason why. I think they don't, like, granted, technologically speaking, they're not there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
I mean, they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't hold their own against the naval fleet that the U.S. has in those waters, and they wouldn't be able to hold their own against Taiwan either.
Yes.
Because technologically they're getting most of their stuff from like old Russian stuff, which is, and Russia's like a dog with no teeth that's barking and trying to look threatening. So I mean,
Yeah.
they know the limitations.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just to put this into perspective, if of course you go on YouTube and you start looking shit up about the Russians and how they're doing and all this shit, and then you'd say, oh, look at their training, and they're going to say, oh, they're pretty damn good and all this shit. I mean, honest to God, if you really had any familiarity with military operations, which of course are extraordinarily complex, and most people don't understand this, and they're much more complex than people even imagine when you involve the electronics and logistics and everything else that nobody tends to factor in at the amateur level. The Russians are putting on a show, and that's about it. This is like the fact you could say, oh, they're getting combat experience in Syria. By the way, it says we have an excellent connection. I do need everyone to establish that they can still hear us, because something might have happened while our man Jameson was speaking that I might be unaware of. So just give us some reassurance that you can hear us. Let us know that everything is going through, and that way, we can speak with confidence that we're being heard. So let me take a look at the different places where we should be being heard. Let me take a look at the aside from the live stream. So do give us some feedback immediately, and let's take a look. Jameson Reese is telling people in the chat room, please let us know if we are still audible. I'm pretty sure we are. Let's go down further here and see where we are. All good on my side, says Jonathan Lopez. Thank you, sir. Very much needed to hear that. Now, you might hear a sound. I'm going to unmute this for a second, and then I'm going to kind of Petty Bradley. Oh, yeah, she's talking about the Doctor. Let's take a look here at see if we can hear anything. If not, okay, DJ says UK hearing. Okay, thank you, both of you, deeply appreciate it. I can't tell because the wheel's spinning on this thing. And thank you, all of you who have provided your upvotes. That helps profoundly, because it's what renders the episode distributed by YouTube. Otherwise, it seriously is not distributed. It's a popularity contest. So it is decisive. Your participation is decisive. If you haven't put in an upvote yet, make certain that you do, because it's a stand against the agents of chaos who hit us with all of their downvotes at the beginning and conduct a psychological operation. Of course, it's amazing the allies that they gather on their side. So our lady says this is Penny here saying the doctor was supposed to give me a script for Tramadol and forgot, so I'll give her a teary eye on that. Not quite sure how else to respond to that. Tramadol, what do you know about that?
Let's see. I think that's for nerve pain mostly. It's not the same as gabapentin. I was supposed I think I was on it once, but I don't remember it.
You don't mind my saying I would believe that you've tried everything once. I mean, that's like
well, honestly, if it's pharmaceutical and it's if it's pharmaceutical grade, I've done everything.
There we have it. And the fact that you don't remember it is all too believable as well. So there we go with that. And so in terms of where we're at right now with the listeners, they can hear us. So if you want to round up what you were talking about, by
all right, yeah, I can finish that off real fast. Basically, they're going into the history, which we already know about. All right, let's just hit to in Washington on Monday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, "We remain concerned by the People's Republic of China's provocative military activity near Taiwan, which is destabilizing risk, miscalculations, and undermines regional peace and stability. We urge Beijing to cease its military, diplomatic, and economic pressure and coercion against Taiwan." I think the only reason why they're doing that is to psychologically try to rev up people is to keep people in China thinking, "Yeah, we have a strong government." Because, fucking Winnie the Pooh there, well, he's running it into the fucking ground.
By the way, let people know you're referencing Xi Jinping and where that comes from.
Oh, yes. Xi Jinping. Why the hell am I having a hard time with the S's? Xi Jinping. There we go. He seems to hate any reference of Winnie the Pooh because he was made fun of as Winnie the Pooh. So he decides to ban everything related to Winnie the Pooh in China. So I urge people to make memes of Xi Jinping with Winnie the Pooh.
Yes.
He looks more like Eeyore. Well, no, actually, Eeyore is oh my gosh, that son of a bitch who runs Coast to Coast.
George Norrie.
Yeah, George Norrie's Eeyore. So there you go. George Norrie is Eeyore, and Xi Jinping is Winnie the Pooh.
And people were comparing Vladimir Putin to the boy. What was the boy's name? Young Master. What was his name? In Winnie the Pooh. In the Winnie the Pooh.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, but that's too much of a compliment, of course. I mean, because the boy was the picture of reason, whereas Putin is obviously not.
He'd be more like the tiger that was always jumping on its tail, bouncing around. Like
Tigger. Tigger.
Tigger.
Yes, that's I don't know. That would be, that's too charismatic for Vladimir Putin too.
That honestly is. He's flat.
Yes, he's flatlined, and oh my God. So let me quaff some of this tea, and I'll start off with, because I'm getting some emails from people because of my use of the word nigger. If you're too fucking stupid to understand that I'm not talking about all black people in general, but the people who are assaulting the Chinese and any Asian, because they don't.
They deserve take it from me. I'm a black man. They deserve the nigger.
Yes.
They are trying to be the whipping boys for the massa.
Yes.
They want to look good in front of the massa.
Thank you.
Of course, if Derek Talley was here, he'd be like, he get all puffy and angry. But then again, he's probably spent most of his career licking the masses' balls anyway.
Yes.
That's clearly how he gets down now that he's like, talking with Richard K. Cole regularly and going on dates with him and whatnot.
Yes. This is like
whatever the fuck those two do.
Right, but he always was. He was always Richard K. Cole Jr. in blackface. I mean, the years that I was working with him, I had to tolerate that, him showing up in his Marine Corps uniform on his stupid Facebook icon. Anyhow, so there we are. Just gonna give an acknowledgement to Penny Bradley. I told her to call the doctor who forgot to write her pain script, so she's gonna call him in the morning when she crawls out of bed. Yes, there we are. So at least that's a plan on her part. Okay, so when responding to the nigger bit, let me try and bring some aspects of black awareness to everyone's attention that need to be emphasized, since everybody's, already got a number of idiots who have responded to me with what I've said, with this kind of passive-aggressive attack, like where, quote-unquote, they try to get you into the defensive. Let me see. The timer on Penny's dinner went off, so she says, have a great show. She's with us in spirit. She's in a lot of pain. She's exhausted tonight, so she won't be joining us. She saw the doctor earlier today and was, left exhausted.
I certainly hope she feels better.
Yeah, of course. And so the surgery is scheduled for November. Everybody maintain her in thought and prayer. But she should be, barring something horrible, she should be on Saturday with Peter Moon, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, and 5 p.m. 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time and 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There we are with that. Yeah, 5 p.m. for all you on the Atlantic, all right? 5 p.m. for all you people on the East, and 2 p.m. where we're at in a saner part of the world. All right, so let me try and put something into perspective for you about the Black experience. The people we really need to have sympathy for are not people like Derek Talley and these jackasses who, God knows what he did to his wife, but whatever it was horrible. And when he was basically questioned several times, he said this on record several times, that civil rights was all about fucking white women. You can back me up on this in terms of his saying that, because he says, yeah, we really wanted civil rights and integration because it's really all about the opportunity to fuck white women. I mean, he really said that. This is what he said. Do you remember that or not? Was that so repulsive? Was that so repulsive you simply blocked it out of your mind? It is on past episodes.
It was probably, yeah, I believe you. I just don't remember it. I'm glad I don't remember it, because if I did, I'd have fucking ripped him a new asshole for saying that shit.
There we are. Thank you. And
I might have either been on a break, or I might have been just so out of it where it was just like I was, because earlier on.
It's true. You were in a very different space in those days. That's true. Earlier on, you were just kind of adjusting. We'll say that. Oh my God. So to try and put this into some perspective for people, the people who truly need our sympathies are Black women. At least, try and understand this, at least 4 Black women and girls were murdered every day in the United States last year. That's a statistic I hope all of you try to wrap your brains around. Every day in the United States last year, at least 4 Black women and girls were murdered. So these homicides are surging across the United States. They certainly surged all throughout last year. The number of Black females being killed, just the increase was by orders of magnitude. What is behind this, I have no idea. But what I can confirm, and this is according to statistics released by the FBI last week, that at least 4 Black women and girls, at least 4, were murdered every day in the United States throughout 2020. So the FBI recorded at least 405 additional murders of Black women and girls yesteryear, as homicides in general became a wave of crime that we are suffering from. And the experts cautioned that even that stock number represents a complete undercount. This is only the ones they know of. They said it's got to be 3 times that amount, which means something like 12 Black women and girls are murdered every day in the United States. I don't understand how any are left alive.
That's a racial war. We're in a racial war. And
it's a sex war as well. So this is a gynocidal race war by killing the woman. So they're out to kill the woman. The question then would be, who is killing them? Are these majority whites or blacks? Like Derek Talley.
I think it's a combination of both. And and what this does is this says to me, because this is a question I've always asked to those, yo, man, what's up, man? Yo, me, my niggas, those assholes, I've always been like, well, all right, if you're going to go beat someone up, you're going to go kill someone, Why not go into one of those ritzy white neighborhoods and do that stuff?
Thank you. Yeah. There we
Take the
go.
war where it belongs.
Yeah, to Hollywood, the Hills, the
And
Beverly.
this is precisely why they use these assholes to game stalk me every day, because they know I'm the kind of person who's looking at this from a rational perspective.
Thank you. And so obviously, this is something that more attention needs to be brought to this fact. Obviously, these black women and girls, their deaths go ignored. And they're just not taken seriously. There is a woman who's an activist named Jennifer Redman. Her daughter, Soraya Jade, was 19 years old when she was killed in September. And she was right here in the capital of my golden state of California. And so here you have this individual who was basically at home, I think. She was basically in an apartment with her friends when someone started shooting through the windows and the walls. And of course, she tried to dodge the bullets, but she was hit and she died in the hospital later on. So let me see if I can get our friend Jameson Reese here, his private messenger. I'll see if I can get the image of her in there, and should be coming up, I think. It should go into, if it didn't go into this file, then it went into the other one. There we are. So let me get to the file that I've been using most often. And with that, of course, it gives some personal perspective on the horror of this situation. When you think of somebody whose lives are ahead of them and then they just get snuffed out like that for no good reason, it's disgraceful. She's on the right. So Soraya Jade was 19 years old when she died. So she's on the right in that photograph. Her mother's still alive. And she's become an activist, of course, because someone has to. I mean, since her death, her parents and her siblings have, they're trying to keep focus on her loss, but they've held marches and passed out flyers. They've urged police to keep investigating the case. But definitely, the fact remains that black women are simply more vulnerable to violence. And the increase in murders of black women, it comes as the overall United States murder rate rose about 30% during the pandemic. That's the biggest jump in 60 goddamn years. That's the biggest wave of murders in 6 decades. So the number of people murdered increased sharply across racial groups and in all the cities, big and small. Of course, most of America's homicide victims remain men, and black men and black boys continue to face the highest overall risk of homicide, with at least 2,400 additional black men and boys killed in 2020 compared with 2019. That's according to the homicide data reported to the FBI, but the rising murder rate has affected black women across the country even more. So Baltimore, Maryland recorded the highest ever number of women killed in 2020, the highest ever number. At least 48 women murdered throughout the year that we know of, the majority of them black. And it's just not yet even clear how much of the increase in killings of black women last year was related to domestic violence, and how much might be caused by rising community violence or other factors. But advocates and experts, they concur the stark rise really makes it clear that it's time to address these factors that have always, well, at least for the longest time, made black women face a 3 times higher homicide rate than white women, who, believe me, get killed by the thousands. And still, the black woman's risk of being murdered increased sharply last year, above even that. There's never been a moment in our society where there's been a reckoning with the particular kinds of violence that have been meted out against black women. So there's many factors, obviously, what should be obvious, that make black women more vulnerable to violence. And this includes widespread access to firearms. There's barriers to access of preventive services and mental health care. These are all factors that probably worsened throughout the pandemic. And the intensely unequal way that the coronavirus affected Americans of color certainly played a role in worsening violence against women. Because many black women are essential workers, like Breonna Taylor, the emergency medical technician, the first responder, the paramedic who was sitting at home when police simply broke down her door and killed her. And these essential workers had to continue working outside of their homes throughout the pandemic, and therefore were exposed to all the crazies with the guns that were running around outside, black or white. So the loss of employment forces them into circumstances that puts them at greater risk of violence and death. The fact that black women are disproportionately the head of the household and the chief economic resource means that they have to risk everything every day in order to simply survive. So there is an advocacy group named Black Femicide US, and that's run by a lady named Rosa Page. Of course, she was not surprised at the increase in murders of black women yesteryear. In her own work as a nurse, she's listened for years as black women and girls describe the history of abuse they've all experienced, or know someone else who was abused or murdered. In fact, black women and girls have been indoctrinated to believe that everyone matters but themselves. So when things get rough, black women are the first to be harmed. So this, aside from Black Femicide US, another an activist group that comes to mind, or an advocacy group, would be Black Woman Lead / Black Fema Fund. But nevertheless, it still feels like nobody cares. I mean, before the pandemic, black women were twice as likely as white women to encounter an offender armed with a handgun, according to statistics from the National Crime Victimization Survey. And homicides of black women have only been on the rise, well, actually, even before 2020's murder spike. And that was according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. But I would say probably I noticed a rise in the murders of black women and girls in places like Arkansas going back to 2018. Of course, nobody in those communities was paying attention or even noticed. It's because, black women are invisible. Nobody cares. So what happened was there was an activist named Coffee Davis, I think, who organized a march in Little Rock to draw attention to the toll of black femicide, which is really what this murder wave is. And I know there were similar demonstrations held this year, Chicago, Illinois, and one in Atlanta, Georgia. And at the march in Arkansas, Coffee Davis was reading aloud the names of 92 murdered black women and girls, and most of these women were killed by an intimate partner. The rest typically by someone else they knew, a friend, an acquaintance, someone else's boyfriend. One 10-year-old black girl was shot this spring after her mother's boyfriend got into an argument in a public park. Another 13-year-old black girl was killed in a drive-by shooting while inside her home in North Little Rock this spring. But aside from those few stranger murders, most of it is some asshole nigger they knew. It's just a worthless piece of shit. Someone like Derek Daly comes to mind. And of course, there's every sign that the higher rate of fatal violence against black women is continuing this year. Through September 29th, which was just yesterday as far as I'm concerned, Black Femicide US tracked 1,068 black women murdered across the United States this year. So, obviously, focusing on the murders of black women can be difficult because it requires reckoning with the violence perpetrated within communities and within families. So my initial intuition or suspicion has unfortunately been confirmed by what many of these advocacy groups have proven, which is that it's the people you know who are your real enemy. And so there's a lady by the name of Crenshaw. I can't remember her first name for the life of me, who helped found the hashtag Say Her Name campaign to highlight black women killed by the police. And she went on record to state that the calls to respond to black women's murders with more policing simply don't take into account the way that police themselves don't make black women safe. Many of the black women whose names they say were killed, the hashtag Say Her Name out loud, well, they were killed when the police were called to help them. So guess what happens when you call the cops? Black bitch! Kill that nigga bitch! And as soon as they come on scene, they kill the black woman. Well, for one thing, they can get away with it. So obviously intensive efforts of some sort are needed in order to prevent the killings of black women. Probably what's needed most is a fundamental paradigm shift. Something towards addressing violence as a public health issue. Up there with COVID. So there you have that. Honestly, just simply acknowledging the way violence can spread in communities as a virus and intervening in more comprehensive ways. That could help people who want to reduce the killings gain some traction. So we need more prevention programs, more support in particular for black women who are experiencing domestic violence. Honestly, if you think Penny Bradley gets tired, think of how I feel dealing with this. I mean, this is the kind of thank you.
Yeah, I know. I know it hits really hard. It's beyond sickening. It's like I'm going to try to let me compose my emotions for a moment. What I'll say is you can understand now why I think that we have a problem with too many fucking men on this planet.
Thank you. Yes.
All they do is kill shit.
Yes.
That's all they fucking know how to do. They're disgusting.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I mean, really, somebody has to say it. This is the kind of shit that David John West says, yeah, then Douglas Dietrich starts saying all this negative stuff. This is what these creeps find negative because we're speaking out against them. That's basically it.
Yeah, because he wants the right to freaking rape his daughter and kill his wife, you know.
Right.
That's what he wants. Is this the world that black men and white men want? Oh, look, I could just kill a bitch if I don't want her.
You know, I hate to say it, but yes, it is. With the majority of
fucking
them.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
All right, you know, I mean, and what's worse is, you know, what's intensely angering is as much as white women are hurt as well. Half them niggas wouldn't kill a white bitch.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, that's right.
and that's what makes me so fucking enraged.
Yeah, and why is that? What is the psychosis behind that? They wouldn't. Yeah, half of them would not kill a white woman, but they would potentially beat her, but they wouldn't kill her, but they will kill a black woman. There is something. Yes, there's something intensely self-loathing about that. There is it's unspeakable. But definitely the young lady who died in Sacramento, she was the youngest of 3 daughters. It's just a situation where the more you find out about these things, the worse it becomes. But the conclusion to draw is that basically more of the black young girls are dying over things that have nothing to do with them. This isn't all people that they know, of course. it's usually people they tangentially know. It's like I said, the boyfriend of the mother winds up killing the young girl because he's just shooting in a general direction. So in other words, they may not be the intended victim, but the game has changed now, and you can get a gun anywhere, thanks to the Trump years and the fact that everybody's scared to death about touching people's gun rights because they're afraid that everybody's going to go on a shooting rampage revolution if they do. Well,
they're going to go on a shooting revolution rampage if they don't.
Thank you.
It doesn't make a fucking difference.
Thank you.
This is one country that does not need a Second Amendment.
Thank you.
It doesn't need it at this point.
Thank you. There we are. And by the way, in that case in Sacramento, which I know of because, of course, it took place in California, the one thing I can tell you is I know for a fact there haven't been any arrests made. So there's a total lack of accountability. And that has ramifications far beyond that case, which I'm using as the example. So it's
yeah. Well, this is a reason why I say that this is a systemic genocide, a genocide in slow motion, but it's just still a genocide nonetheless.
Yes.
That's being carried out by enabling this to continue. Just it's in what's interesting is that a lot of times what I've also noted is much like the beatings that occur on people of Asian descent, the cops aren't going to even look for the perpetrator, pretty much like they're not going to look for the perpetrator of anyone who kills a black woman, and this is the fucking problem.
Yes, yeah, it's just we have again, it's impunity. People can act with impunity because there's no repercussions for their actions. So this is ultimately what we have to do away with. We have to make them pay. We have to make them fucking pay. And the way that we could do this is, like I said, all-female police force that is far more like a military branch of service, a United States police force comprised of draft-age women who will be drafted into it to serve as a National Guard type of body, as well as investigative, etc. But definitely this is what needs to happen. That would go a long way towards ultimately preventing this kind of violence. This is something that is really the solution to the ongoing gynocide in the United States. So I have brought this up, and and I'll continue to bring that up. This is something that is, of course, what makes me public enemy number one. And the reason why so many people are out to silence myself and anyone affiliated with me, whether they're ramming the generator of Pac-Juan Morales' taco truck, or whether it's installing the new shiny fire hydrant in front of Jameson Reese's home. Any fire hydrant stories to tell us from this week?
Just that for whatever reason, I've been able to at least bypass any problems now that might. The only thing that different from last week was that my cell phone was turned on. So now my cell phone's off, and I'm not having connection problems at all. So obviously, they seem to be doing it. It seems to be there seems to be a connection between me using the cell phone and having these fucking problems.
Okay. Wow. And that makes sense. I don't know why, but somehow I intuit that makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It's probably because they look. Oh, look, he's online. Let's fuck with him. I can't wrap my head around it. What I'll say is I'm in a different part of the room this week. I decided to not even sit at my desk anymore. So and I'm using both computers, and I'm not having any connection issues. Whereas, I was sitting on that part of the room. I was sitting at my desk the last week when we had all these connection problems.
They probably got your desk triangulated.
They probably do. and now they're going to try. Well, shit. Then it sucks that I even said this, because now they're going to try to triangulate everything.
Well, what are you going to do? I mean, that's the way things work. I mean, we can't help it. We talk, we're human. So we put ourselves in these positions, and it just.
I'm going to create an army of servitors and just send them return them right back to where these fuckers sent it.
Yeah, yes, there we are. And I don't blame you. In terms of course, oh shit, what did I just do? One of the things that I want to do is, try and talk a little bit or get myself into the zone where I can start monologuing. I do want people to understand that it definitely. It just takes some time before I get into the zone of it. Obviously, when it comes to one of the things that Peter Moon asked about, I'm trying to figure out a way to talk about it without getting redundant. Obviously, I've spoken about the La Palma. He wanted kind of an update on that. He wanted me to go a bit into the Taiwan situation. And just so, catch me up, but was there anything you said about La Palma when I was tuned out, when I was...
No, just that half of me wants it to go, and half of me doesn't want it to cause a super tsunami. A good half of me just wants to, die, get this shit over with, and just, erase myself from all of existence, because through working with the destructive current of the Sitra Akra, and just never incarnate, never anything again, because I sort of resonate with that sort of demonic aspect of this realm, more so than the angelic, oh look, I get to move up a level and serve God doing this and that. Fuck that shit. I'm done. JMO is tired.
Oh my God. So just to try and put this into some perspective, of course, so that people have a better call on this. As a matter of fact, I guess I could share with JMO the same image that I shared with Peter Moon, and that would be of the Die Glock, or the bell bomb. And of course, it was that there's multiple uses to Die Glock, or the bell technology that the Third Reich developed. And the interesting thing is the fact that they go into denial that it was a working model. So you'll hear the usual bullshit about how, well, this never really worked, or something like that. And of course, that's not the case, because the Americans, in a very real sense, captured one of the bells when it landed in the United States. So I just sent a vision of that, or a sketch of that, to our man Jameson. And this was known as the Kecksburg Bell, or the Kecksburg Acorn. And the symbols that were on the band were strikingly similar to some of the symbols seen in the Roswell crash, and that was because of the exchange of occult technology between the Axis nations, Japan and Germany. So when it comes to these kinds of sigils and symbols, we could go into a bit of that, but the most important thing to understand about Die Glock was that it was impacting everything around it. By that I mean space-time, the space-time continuum, gravity, which makes perfect sense because gravity has much to do with the forces of space and time. And since all of these forces are ultimately intertwined, when you impact one, in a very real sense, you impact the rest. So when it comes to the force of gravity and space and time, these are dimensions which Die Glock phases in and out of. So Die Glock technology, for the sake of the layman, for right now, all you need to know is that it can cause a warp in the fabric of space-time, and basically impact gravity, and ultimately
it's a time machine, basically.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, kind of, yes. And And there's yeah, I mean that's one way of looking at it, but it's also in a sense a an engine, like an anti-gravity mechanism. So you can go in these directions, but the end result is that the damage it can do to its immediate fabric of reality is immense. So when it comes to this is what was used to demonstrably, in the sense of demonstration. This was used to take out Ganges Island, which was literally on the maps and on the globes, and I have globes on which Ganges Island is on, before it was triggered to show the Americans that it worked. And of course, that wasn't in a position, Ganges Island, where that would trigger a tsunami, because that was not what their intent was. Their intent was to demonstrate, not to deploy. And in the case of La Palma, Die Glock was deployed, set in place so that it could be deployed if the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile felt the need to deploy it. And this was the gun, the Damocles sword over the head of the Allies, especially America's, that enabled the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile to relocate in relative peace, to complete their exodus without the massacre that was first attempted at the Antarctic when you had the Battle of Antarctica and Admiral Byrd essentially lost his career. Then you had the Americans basically faced with the threat of trying to get the Nazis, quote unquote, before they reestablished completely under Antarctica, because after that they would be unassailable. Once they were unassailable and had Die Glock in place, then pretty much the Americans were forced into trade. So there was a trade conducted with the National Socialists in terms of all kinds of materials that they needed, which was quite a bit. And one of the things that made that happen, that commerce, was the Glock, because that was always there to threaten the Americans with an enormous mega tsunami. Now, the Americans understood enough about geophysics even back then to understand that if the Glock went off and displaced that mass of La Palma and the Canary Islands, they were going to be fucked. So probably the biggest service I can provide to all of you would be to deconstruct the deconstructionists. In other words, there are people who are constantly out there trying to quote unquote debunk either the Glock, the Bell technology, or deconstruct the damage that will happen if La Palma falls. So I think the more important thing, the more pressing, immediate thing for everyone to understand is don't listen to the deconstructionists in either case, of course, but when it comes to La Palma Island as it affects you, La Palma, believe me, can end your world. So the La Palma tsunami, just so you understand, the situation right now on the island is pretty, well, it's what it is. A lot of people live on the island who seem to be unaffected, at least to this point, but I understand that there are discussions about evacuations. So in terms of the Cumbre Vieja, which is the volcano, the Cumbre Vieja is the volcano that could, basically cause this mega tsunami that will reach the United States. So this has been modeled out. This is not something that people can argue and say, well, that's a worst case scenario. Yeah, in a sense. But of course, there's not really any other scenario to imagine. The interesting thing here is because you have this aspect of the Bell bomb that was installed on La Palma. What would this do to that bomb? And the other interesting thing is, of course, the history. I found out personally from Peter Moon that there was a time that L. Ron Hubbard spent on that very island, where he was conducting some higher order rituals or something like that. And, whatever the case may be with that, what I can tell you is that Adolf Hitler, when he escaped, basically had a stop on La Palma so he could personally inspect the bell bomb and make certain it was in place. And Benestenius, of all people, has been watching, so that I don't have to watch it. He's been reviewing Hunting Hitler, which, by the way, you should be able to find the episodes on YouTube. I think probably every one of them, but there's like something like well over 20 episodes, maybe more than that, maybe twice that number. But it's got to be something like Benestenius said, maybe up to 200 hours. But basically, they traced everybody who claimed that they cited Hitler after World War II. They put together this extensive trail. And they know he escaped through Spain. And on his way out of Spain, made a stop at La Palma Island to personally inspect the bell bomb. And after that, went on his way towards Unterland. So when you have this reality, because as Benestenius said, when you've got just 200 hours of fucking footage, 20 episodes of Hunting Hitler, and they're interviewing all these people who cited him after the war, Benestenius was said he was left, you just left without any doubt in your mind that Adolf Hitler survived World War II, as Americans understand it, which in itself is just a victory of just proportions that you cannot really define. But beyond that, what we have 19 hours ago was that we got La Palma volcano eruption today. Evacuation, possible tsunami, and live updates. Okay, this is from a few hours ago. So this is something that should make your hair stand on end. Basically, researchers have announced that the volcano's main cone has collapsed. All right, that's a big deal. And that means that that's increasing the lava flow. And the lava now covers over 420 hectares, according to Spain's Department of National Security. Now understand that the people giving us this are Spain's Department of National Security. Okay, get that. This is considered a military grade issue. In other words, this is a national emergency in Spain. They are treating this at the highest levels of national security. Am I getting through to you? Anyhow, last week, the lava reached the sea when our man Jameson and I were shooting off at the mouth about this. This formed a huge lava delta on La Palma coast. There is lower seismic activity on the island, but nevertheless, there have been earthquakes. We all know that more than 1,000 buildings have been affected by this lava flow. 6,000 people have already been evacuated. And Spain's government is announcing a 213 million euro relief package for La Palma. So things are happening, and they seem pretty alarming in the sense that, the Canary Islands president, Angel Victor Torres, who's the president of the Canary Islands archipelago, says it is not foreseeable that anyone else will have to be evacuated. The lava is moving towards the coast and the damage will be material. According to experts, there are 17 to 20 million cubic meters of lava. Okay, so he's pointing out something that makes it sound like it's copacetic. So the rest, so essentially he's saying it's not foreseeable that anyone else will have to be evacuated. So he's trying to prevent panic, and maybe he's in the right. Maybe it's not foreseeable that you're going to have anyone need to evacuate. Still, I don't understand why, if you live someplace, what are you going to do, right? It's like, so they say Cumbre Vieja volcanic activity may even be stabilizing. I mean, here's one person, the head spokesperson for the emergency response plan in La Palma, Angel Morsuende, has assured us all that the behavior of the volcano has been stable for several hours. For several hours. Yes, there we are. That's good news for everyone. Yes. Okay. It's been stable for several hours. And they've gotten a lot of donations. About 4.1 million euros in donations. There you have that. May even make some profit off of this. And so our man Jameson is crying because he wants the world to end. Can't say I blame him after what we were just talking about. But in terms of whether or not this deactivates the bomb by fusing it, by literally burning out its circuits or something like that, or triggers it, or does nothing, you only got three options there. Either nothing will happen with the bomb and it'll stay as it is, ready for deployment anytime the 1,000-year Reich in exile presses the trigger, or it will be deactivated, fused by the intense heat or something like that, and rendered inert and undeployable. It's already served its purpose. The 1,000-year Reich in exile is already re-established. So it's no big deal if that happens. Or the worst case scenario, unless you're Jameson, is that it triggers it, which causes the shifting and phasing of much of the mass of La Palma into another dimension, at which point that displacement causes the mega tsunami. Okay, so for those of you who are told by the debunkers that is a Hollywood fantasy, okay, fuck that shit. It's a tidal wave disaster just waiting to happen. This is the first volcanic eruption in about 100 years, or at least half 100 years that's been this dramatic, but eventually it will happen. So all scientists of repute will concur that governments are ignoring the threat that this piece of rock, as big as the Isle of Man in England, which was once its own kingdom and had its own little island empire, with various islets throughout the Irish Sea. Basically, it's that big a chunk of rock will eventually crash into the Atlantic. It's everything you could wish for in a cliche-ridden disaster film. Beautiful volcanic island in the Atlantic on the brink of catastrophic collapse, threatening to unleash giant waves that will wreak havoc around the globe within hours. And while scientists try in vain to make their concerns heard, the world's governments are looking the other way. So, basically, the doom-laden scenario is not only real. What I can inform you is that it's being almost completely ignored by people in power. Now, the person who started really beating the drum on this back in 2004, which is not that long ago, but a long time ago, depending on your age and where you're looking from, is Bill McGuire, who's the director of the Benfield Grieg Hazard Research Centre at University College London, who pointed out back in 2004 that a huge chunk of rock, even then, which was roughly the size of the Isle of Man, was even then on the brink of breaking off the volcanic island of La Palma in the Canaries. And he pointed out back then that it was not a matter of if, but when that rock would finally plunge into the ocean and trigger giant waves called mega tsunamis, traveling at the speeds of up to 560 miles per hour, which, the speed of a jet, a passenger jet. A little slower than a fighter jet, but too fast for you. And these huge walls of water would tear across the ocean, hitting islands and continents, leaving a trail of destruction. Of course, the one thing that you can be sure of is that mega tsunami waves are much longer than the ones we are used to. When one of those babies comes in, it keeps on coming for about 10 to 15 minutes. It's just a huge wall of water that just keeps coming. The computer models of the island's collapse show that the first regions to be hit, with waves topping 100 meters, which for you Yanks out there using the imperial system of measurement is 330 fucking feet, Godzilla will be the neighboring Canary Islands that get swept first. Within a few hours, the west coast of Africa will be battered with similar-sized waves. And between 9 and 12 hours after the island collapses, waves between 20 and 50 meters high. So that's really high. We're talking about between 60 to 150 feet. Will have crossed 4,000 miles of ocean to crash into the Caribbean islands and the entire eastern seaboard of the United States and Canada. The worst hit, of course, will be harbors and estuaries, which will channel the waves inland. The loss of life and destruction of property would be incalculable. It's simply best to say immense. Of course, Britain would not escape entirely. Waves of around 10 meters are likely to strike the south coast 4 to 5 hours after the island collapses, causing damage to seaside resorts and ports. Now, such devastating natural disasters are obviously rare. They occur on average every 10,000 years. But La Palma will, I can guarantee you this much, collapse much sooner than that. The thing about La Palma is we know it's on the move now. Now, of course, the island came to the attention of scientists in 1949. This was after the Germans conducted a limited triggering of the bell bomb, Die Glock, which caused its volcano, the Cumbre Vieja, to erupt, causing a huge chunk of its western flank to drop 4 meters into the ocean. That's when the Nazis proved their point. Scientists understand that chunk of land is still slipping slowly into the water. And the eruption the eruption going on now, this could potentially make the entire western flank collapse. And when that goes, it will likely collapse in around 90 seconds. Am I getting through to you now? That's precarious. Now, despite that potential scale of threat that's been around since World War II, nothing's being done other than to monitor the geological activity of La Palma, and only at that, you only have a few seismometers that were set up on the precarious western flank of the island, which in and of themselves never provided enough information to predict when another eruption would occur, which is why this came as such a fucking surprise. So it's as Jameson says, not even discussion on the news. So that is what makes this such a worrying situation. It will... that flank, that precarious western flank that I've been describing. This eruption that's ongoing now, theoretically, should almost certainly cause that to slide. The problem is that with just a few seismometers on the island, nobody expects the notice that they need. So basically, the one thing I remember most distinctively about Professor McGuire, again, this was Bill McGuire of the Benfield Grieg Hazard Research Center at University College London, was that he personally began calling for an international effort to install much more sophisticated sensors on the island of La Palma, as well as global positioning satellite units to detect how quickly that landmass was falling into the ocean. So he definitely insisted on having better monitoring so that we would know when an eruption was about to happen. And he said that he could personally oversee a system that would cost as little as a few $100,000. And he pointed out that the United States government was most certainly aware of the La Palma threat, that they should most certainly be worried, and so should all the island states in the Caribbean that will really bear the brunt of a collapse. And yet none of them were taking it seriously, to his knowledge. That the government change every 4 to 5 years in the United States, he just didn't have enough time in each administration to even take an interest in these things. That's the problem with the presidencies being as short as they are. But even if there had been new monitoring equipment in place, and I do know satellites are watching this shit, the U.S. military satellites are definitely watching this shit. As a matter of fact, I could probably look that up now and look up satellites watching La Palma. Yeah, satellites watch as volcano erupts on Spanish island La Palma after half a century of silence. So there you have it. The satellites have been watching the Cumbre Vieja volcano towering over the Spanish island of La Palma, erupting for the first time since 1971. On Sunday, which was September 19th, this article's obviously a few weeks old by now. 15 days ago. It's been a fortune knit. It's been 14 nights. And that has enforced the evacuations of thousands of residents and tourists. So the satellite that is watching it is the European Sentinel-2 Earth-observing satellite, which imaged the eruption as it flew over the volcano on Monday, as dated the 20th of September, whereupon it captured the plumes of smoke and streams of lava spilling from the volcano towards the western flank of the island, which is, of course, part of the Canary Island archipelago. And this, of course, in case you didn't know, is located off the coast of Morocco. So Sentinel-2, the European Sentinel-2 Earth-observing satellite, is part of the European Union's Earth observation program, Copernicus. Now, understand this is an EU satellite, which is providing this information, not an American satellite. So the scientists who have been working with the data from this program, they're part of the EU Copernicus Emergency Management Service. And so they revealed that lava from the eruption, well, of course, was destroying all these buildings, and it's boiling up, all kinds of hectares. So that's about 0.6 square miles at the time that they were watching this 14 days ago, but it's got to be larger now. So they've got the plume. They're following the plume on satellite, all this shit. And so the volcanic ash, of course, has prompted limited restrictions on air traffic to the island itself. And it's going into the atmosphere as far up as 34 miles northwest of the eruption site. And so there you go. It's not all that big a deal, really. This is of the way they're making it sound. But to put it into perspective as to what can happen if it, truly blows, with more pressure building, another mouth opened in the volcano. So the potential is there for that. But as was emphasized years ago by the professor that originally modeled much of this in the modern sense, Professor McGuire, it's basically there's little that can be done to protect anybody. Basically, it's a difficult problem for anyone charged with mitigating against natural disasters. I mean, what are you going to do when La Palma collapses? I mean, you can't stop those waves. There's no barrier in the world that would be able to sustain the battering, and breaking the island apart before it collapses is either too dangerous or time-consuming. The only thing, like Jameson Reese says, at least shut down the goddamn nuclear power plants. Yes, there you go. I mean, honestly, at least do that. So the sensors that were being recommended could have warned of an impending eruption maybe 2 weeks in advance. When this happened, we didn't get that. I know that much. Of course, no one knows whether this eruption is going to cause the island to collapse. But and it's conceivable that once it kind of blows itself over, that maybe another eruption won't happen for centuries. I mean, sure, we can always hope for the best, but ordering mass evacuations, the reason they haven't done that is because it has a huge financial impact. And that's what would happen if they ordered huge mass evacuations on the East Coast. And it would all cause resentment if it turned out to be a false alarm. Honestly, the disaster could affect up to 100 million people from the coast of Africa to the Canary Islands and the east coast of North America. So the president of the United States has got to make a call at some point that now that La Palma is erupting, what is he going to do? Of course, Joseph Biden, is he going to evacuate all the major cities on the East Coast? If he gets it wrong, nobody's ever going to pay attention again, and he'll be out of a job. So he's, like Jameson says, really the only thing he can do is basically shut down the nuclear reactors for a period of time while this eruption is ongoing at least. But nobody seems to be doing that as far as I know. And there you have that. Hopefully that puts that into some perspective for you. This is, don't let the debunkers fool you saying, oh yeah, this is all bullshit and this isn't going to happen. No, believe me, this is happening. But we just don't know how far it's going to go. And we do know, however, that at some point it will go where it's going to go, which is going to be to the ultimate point of total collapse. And at that point, the East Coast is toast. The coast is toast, as they say in the Godzilla posters. And with that, let me see if I can move around a bit and shut some things down or bring them back up again. Oh my God. So in terms of the situation that we're all dealing with now, I'm certainly, all we can do is kind of hold our breath, pray, and we, hope for the best. This is just one of those situations you just take it day by day. And aside from all of that, let me peek around and see what else I can find about it before I turn to Taiwan and maybe a little bit towards the anti-gods, as our man Peter Moon was suggesting. Certainly I myself have been going through a lot lately, and the sad part of it is when I'm done with transmission, have to go back to contending with that, and such is life, and I try not to give too much of my personal business away, but life is what it is. And more often than not, it's full of these little challenges that we all have to deal with. So in terms of, let's see what we brought up. We brought up some things that I think have covered what we need to cover about the Atlantic Theater. Let's move over then to the Pacific Theater and talk about Taiwan a little bit. Now, let me check into the chat room first and see what people are saying. Bizarre HD, who is George Knight, says, much love unto you, Douglas. Das Dritt Macht, Reich in Exile. Yes, the third force and the third power. CK says 3 hearts, and I don't know whether CK is male or female, but hugs. Pixie Princess Star Fox is female, or at least portrays herself as such, and says, love your voice even with the doom. Love you too, honey. And of course, hopefully there's no doom if you're on the East Coast. You can let us know whether or not you're in on the East Coast area. And for you personally, I hope it doesn't happen if that's the case. But other than that, of course, when you're looking at this all as an abstract, it's one of those things where it's hard to care about so many of those people when they don't seem to care about themselves. All right, and with that, let's see now. Check the other live stream for a second. My computer's responding very, very slowly. And this probably has to do with God knows what. The last time I tried to clear it of cookies, that didn't help worth a shit. It really didn't mean anything. So in terms of the YouTube, why isn't that responding? Okay, let me press the refresh button. I was trying to check the YouTube and see whether or not our live stream was, I've got it in the YouTube studio, but the YouTube studio is different from the YouTube itself. So that's interesting to me why that isn't responding. So I'll just shut down that screen, see if I can open it up on the other screen. And all of this is intensely boring, and I appreciate everybody's patience with me and just trying to figure this out. Probably the only thing I can do is just basically stop fucking with it so much. But, what are you going to do? You're producing, right? So you got to kind of fuck with it. All right, and hopefully I just didn't fuck myself. All right, get that screen back up. And if this takes some time, I'm going to have our man Jameson Reese kind of take over again for a few minutes. But I think that, okay, seems to be responding to a degree. Let's see if we can get this to work. I'm going to try and get the YouTube video up where I could see it outside of the studio. And just take a look at the efficacy of transmission, so to speak. Why everything's so slow tonight is puzzling. And by the way, that was pretty disconcerting when Facebook went down completely. And of course, Jameson wrote me emails. They took me off Facebook completely. I can't access it at all. He did that just before I went to sleep. So I was able to write him about the fact that happened to everybody. And and Amanda, you didn't know about it at all when I was just of transmission, so to speak. There we are. So you can why everything's so slow tonight is puzzling. Okay. And by the way, that was pretty. Let's put that on mute. There we are. And so Pixie Princess Starfox says Denver left Hurricane IDs or IDIS is it IDS? Jameson, do you know what that hurricane was again? IDIS or something? Was that the name of it? Pixie Princess Starfox, I'm glad that you survived the hurricane. Yes, that's right. Bless you, honey. Oh my God, she left Hurricane Ida because it so wiped out so much on the East Coast. So Jameson Reese is back. Fuck, he was gone? I didn't even know he was gone. Ida, she says, yes, Hurricane Ida. Thank you, darling. So Jameson says back now. He was gone, apparently. If he notified me, I missed it completely. All right, so he did say be right back at some point. And I usually acknowledge that with a thumbs up. Everything is just too slow. God, this computer is so fucking slow. All right, so life is like that. Moving right along. All right, let me try and give you an analysis on what's been going on with Taiwan. So first off, as everyone probably knows, there's been, a big violation of Taiwanese airspace. And in terms of... it's one of the highlights of the week, obviously. Before I go into Taiwan, what I need to do is actually read the solicitation from my sponsor. So the first thing I'll do is give credit to Salman Sheikh and Isaac Romero. Both gentlemen sent $50 United States each. Salman Sheikh sent me $50 United States in a check, which... I will be happy to deposit. And Isaac Romero sent $50 United States in the PayPal, which of course is profoundly appreciated. And other people, of course, have contributed to PayPal, include Peter Moon's good friend. And the friend in question was, let me see if I can look up his name. I did give him credit before, but we'll be happy to credit him again. I can do that, of course, by opening the PayPal account. and relating who that was. Of course, other people who have contributed in the past few months, past month, the month of September, when many people were generously contributing. They deserve all the credit too, and that includes the Psionic League and Louis Rogers in New South Wales. And of course, I dedicated an episode to Tricia Whitmer, and she's in Australia as well. And I need to start dedicating some other episodes as well. As a matter of fact, when I take a look at the contributions from the wonderful people out there, Stephen Myers sent 60 United States dollars on October 1st. Robert Binda sent 99 United States dollars on September 30th. So around the same time, these two gentlemen contributed. And just prior to that, 25 United States dollars was contributed by Puppy Mafia Hippie Company, which is, of course, Senora Veronica Barrera. Shout out unto she. And of course, we had other people such as the, who else was there? View all, and that might give me some of these other wonderful human beings and their names, and then I'll be able to give them some of the shout out some of the amounts as well. Now, can't seem to get this down any further unless I accept cookies or something like that. Ah, there we are. So let's see now. We had after or preceding Tricia Whitmer was Stephen Myers with 40 United States dollars on September 12th. God bless him. And we had the Psionic League contributed 100 United States dollars, but they didn't list me as friends and relations, so it came compromised as a contribution to $96.62. And so always remember, you contribute and denote myself as friends and relations so that your contribution is not compromised. But Psionic League, we deeply appreciate your contribution. $96.62 is what remained of the $100 they originally contributed. Louis Rogers contributed 100 United States dollars. And of course that arrived as $94.52 because they removed their blood money tax from it. They took their pound of flesh, which was $5.48 from the contribution from Australia. Ellen Atkin contributed 50 United States dollars. And I received $47.31 of that because PayPal took out $2.69. Always remember, dub myself friends and relations so that doesn't happen. But thank you, Ellen Atkin. And of course, AGS Music contributed 50 United States dollars, which was received as such. Now, to my eternal shame and disgrace, I'm forgetting who AGS Music is. But AGS Music is a person who I know. I'm pretty certain I know them as a person. Let me see if I can figure out who this person is. But they said, thanks for all you do, Douglas. Oh, yes, it is Mr. WTF. Mr. What the Fuck. That's who AGS Music is. Thank you, sir. There we have that. And he hasn't been in the chat room recently, so I hope he's doing okay. I hope everything is fine with him. And of course, let's see who else. Penny's Creative Solutions, which is, of course, Penny Bradley, has contributed over the past few months probably around 150 United States dollars. And she does list myself as friends and relations so that it does not get compromised. Tara Hewitt, wonderful individual, contributed $10, which of course they took 78 cents out of because she didn't call myself friends and relations, so I got $9.22 out of that. And Jeanette Pengraff contributed 11 United States dollars, and I got every penny of that because she listed myself as friends and relations. Sammy Romero contributed 200 United States dollars. Adam Onstadt also did so. Only Sammy Romero listed myself as friends and relations so that I could get the full contribution, whereas with Adam Onstadt, they took $6.27 out of his contribution. So I received $193 $1.73 thereof. As well, I received half 100 United States dollars from Maria Gregorich. God bless her. Pray for her. I have no idea where she is or how she's doing, but she hasn't been in the chat room, so everybody maintain her in thought and prayer. Of course, she didn't list me as friends and relations, so I got $2.69 extracted from her contribution from Canada, sourcing out of Canada, and of course that left me with $47 and 31 cents worth of that. For the moment, I'm going to dedicate this program tonight to Adam Onstadt. I want to thank Adam Onstadt, and so let's basically acknowledge him and contribute tonight's show to him in the sense of dedicating tonight's show to him. So what Adam Onstadt says is, I'll send more this coming Monday, my dearest brother, he says. And of course, he's known as King Raw. All right. And wonderful individual. God bless you. And definitely tonight's show is dedicated to yourself. If you can send more, that will be deeply appreciated. So let's bear that in mind. And let me write down the name Adam Onstadt for tonight so that I can remember him. And this show is in his spirit. ADAM, of course. ONSTOTT. And let me see if I can get a space up in which to write this, because I don't want to forget it. And I'll be damned, everything is so fucking slow. I'm probably going to have to... this won't work again until I restart the computer and get a better operational rhythm going. In the meantime, let me check into what, Costa Zo Brendan is saying. This is Brendan Zogit. Asked him if he wanted to come on. And of course, he responds in German, which is, really annoying. It's just so irritating. He does that, and he wants to practice the language. And obviously, I get a hint of what he's saying, but it's not really like I translate it in my brain as effectively as I once would have. So it just, it's just kind of a royal pain in the ass. So other than that, let me call up the solicitation from our man, Mr. Benestenius. And the speed at which everything is coming at me is so fucking slow. This is maddening. Everything about this is maddening. And I just want to, smash the computer. It's God knows what's causing this. And so aside from that, while I struggle with this, Jameson, if you can come on and help provide some background noise while I try to dig up the solicitation and then get into the meat of tonight's monologue, that would be appreciated. See what you can do. You said you're back, right? So let's see if he can get off mute. And yeah, can he hear me? Can anybody hear me? Holy shit!
Fuck, of all times.
What happened? Yeah, what happened? Yeah, what did happen?
Oh, you blinked out. I couldn't hear you at all, and I couldn't something happened where it was just like interference or something.
Well, that's probably the case. Yeah, I'm sure they're interfering with me now. My computer's not even fucking working. So it's just it is what it is. By the way, Costazo Brendan said I can't today in German, and so it's just he tries to be cute by speaking in German, and it's just fucking annoying as hell. It's not cute. In the meantime, I'm counting on you to hold the stage while I try to dig up the solicitation so I can read that out and then get on with tonight's analysis.
All right.
But everything is going so fucking slow. The only way I could fix it would be to stop the computer and restart it. But I can't do that because we're live streaming, so we're kind of stuck. Everybody's stuck with, our suffering. I mean, honestly, if I get pissed off enough, I'll just say fuck it and go on with really just spouting off things at random. I'm told I'm not connected, as a matter of fact, that my computer is not connected. So I'm wondering if anybody can hear us. So again, we're going to have to ask people if they can hear us, because my computer says not connected to the internet. So are we streaming? Can people hear us? Let's take a look in live stream here. Let's see if.
I just refreshed it. We're still live.
Okay, so Pixie Princess Star Fox says, thank you, Adam. And she also, that's for the donor who I'm, dedicating tonight's show to, Mr. Onstadt. And she says, we hear you, with 2 wonderful black hearts and a lot of green hearts up ahead. Mwah, love you, honey. Bless you. DJ also gives thumbs up. That's amazing because the computer says I'm not connected, which explains a lot about why nothing's working. So, I guess we're like reconnecting tangentially, and at least, thank God for small favors. However, I don't seem to be able to call up tonight's solicitation. And like I said, no matter how many times I read that thing, I never remember it by heart. Honest to God, I don't know what's up with that. But if I can't get it out tonight, I'll read it out twice with the next episode on Sunday. Holy shit, that pisses me off. But such being what it is. All right, so the Chinese warplanes have buzzed Taiwan. It's one of the highlights of the week. As a matter of fact, Red China set a new record for intrusions on the edge of Taiwan's airspace. So obviously, the question from the average American would be, what do Beijing's Taiwan intrusions mean? Well, this week was a national holiday in Communist China. October 1st is their version of the 4th of July, whereas my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, our version of the 4th of July is still upcoming on October 10th, known as Double 10 Day. So it was no national holiday or day off, of course. Rather, it was a national holiday, but not a day off for the People's Liberation Army Air Force. And as I've mentioned before, all branches of service in Communist China are ultimately part of the army. It's not the people, they don't have an Air Force or a Navy per se. They have a People's Liberation Army Navy, or PLAN, the plan, and they have the People's Liberation Army Air Force, or the PLAAF, the PLAF. And this is, of course, the horrible Romanization thereof, which doesn't do it justice and really confuses people. But basically, everything belongs to the army. So the other branches of service are subservient to that. It's very bizarre. They feel that it would work more effectively in combat because it would have centralized command. Well, we'll find out, right? When war comes. But I can assure you, war's not coming yet. This would be the opposite of what I say about La Palma. With La Palma, the reason I want people to maintain an alert is because, by God, it's common sense. At some point, La Palma's going to collapse. And at that point, well, we're all impacted, right? Because it doesn't matter that I'm on the Pacific coast. The East Coast getting wiped out. Well, that wipes out Jameson, and that wipes out Peter Moon, and, it wipes out people that I care about. But aside from that, it wipes out the world economy to a great extent. Our economy would have to adjust, and that would take some time. So it would send the economy crashing. The economy would crash at that point. Anyhow, so like I said, this was a record in terms of airspace intrusion by Communist China. They set several new records with intrusions into my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan's ADIs. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar, this is considered a real big deal all over East Asia. All over East Asia, Japan and China, Korea, Taiwan, we all have ADIZs, which is an acronym, all in the uppercase, ADIZ, which stands for Air Defense Identification Zone, which means that at the point you enter that airspace, you have to identify yourself. And, it's at that point, then the people who consider that their ADIZ, their airspace, have to decide whether or not they're going to respond with force. So Communist China sent 56 planes into the ADIZ of Taiwan. They entered the zone's southwest corner on Monday, opening this work week, just 48 to 72 hours ago. And these flights involved a corps of heavy bombers. escorted by 30 or more fighter jets. This is the same formation one would expect during a real attack. So for all intents and purposes, they were trying to provoke a violent response by having this interpreted as a genuine attack. As a matter of fact, Monday's intrusion was the largest since Taiwan began tracking Red China's maneuvers in their ADIZ, their Air Defense Identification Zone, yesteryear. Taiwan's ADIZ isn't its airspace. So understand this much. There's a disambiguation between ADIZ and airspace. Entering airspace means you're literally flying over the nation state itself. So understand that nations are all, well, unless they're landlocked like Mongolia, all nations, unless they're landlocked in Europe, would be Czechoslovakia, or it's no longer Czechoslovakia, it's now the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Unless you're a nation like that, or Mongolia, you've got sea space. And your sea space is what extends your airspace. So kind of even beyond that is the ADIZ. It's not the airspace which is directly over your sea space and your country in particular, but it's the buffer zone around it. It's something that several countries maintain in tense situations, but that it doesn't have force in international law. In other words, it gives everybody a space in which to shout warnings at each other. And that way everybody kind of gets an idea of how far they can provoke each other. So in East Asia, that's important because everybody's in a state of readiness for war. So China has effectively been flying to the edge of Taiwan's actual airspace, like a provocative schoolyard bully. Although Taiwan's ADIZ takes in a small part of the mainland, in all fairness, it doesn't report flights there as intrusions. So, these ADIZs go out pretty far. But such intrusions, they serve multiple purposes for Beijing, the capital of communist China. Everything from demonstrating coercive power to straining the Taiwanese pilots who must scramble in response. So there be at least two likely reasons for the scale of the latest intrusions. First, other countries have recently offered greater support to Taiwan and continue to do so, whether indirectly, as with the submarine deal among the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom, the AUKUS, the AUKUS, or directly, as with Lithuania, welcoming a de facto Taiwanese embassy in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania. The Chinese officials on the communist mainland obsessively read the tea leaves regarding Taiwan, focusing on what might seem like small gestures of solidarity, such as the athletes who backed their Taiwanese counterparts after their flag was banned at an international driving event last week, and the intrusions that have manifested are likely an attempt to remind both the Taiwanese leadership and, of course, the public of my true homeland and heartland that these moves have a cost. Now, second, the maneuvers serve as a form of political protection for communist Chinese officials, because CHICOM, or Chinese Communist Domestic Politics, have become increasingly ideologically paranoid, and Taiwan remains the ultimate third rail. Officials who fail to perform hysterics over the slightest suggestion that Taiwan may be an independent state put themselves at risk. Every Taiwanese success creates the need for a mainland scapegoat. Consider the unfortunate Chinese diplomat who turned up at a party in Fiji last year, where there was a cake on the table bearing a Taiwanese flag, forcing him to start a fight so he wouldn't be blamed for it. The communist Chinese military is not immune to this pressure. It is, after all, a politicized military, and its intrusions into the ADIZ, the Air Defense Identification Zone, demonstrate party loyalty and political virtue, hence launching them during Golden Week for the Communist Chinese. The Japanese also have a Golden Week, indeed, Golden Month. But Communist China's Golden Week is October 1st, around their Independence Day. And so in terms of the noises you hear, that's Koshta Zo Brendan. That's Brendan Zogit sending me various messages. He's moved, by the way. He's succeeded in moving. He's also searching for closing the deal on some vitamin supplements for me to help me out with, just replacing the original dealer that I had. And so that helps with that. At any rate, in terms of the situation with the Communist Chinese military, as I said, they're demonstrating their party loyalty and their political virtue, and thereby it launches them during Golden Week, which commemorates the founding of the People's Republic of China. All of this is a political demonstration by a highly politicized military force. So the United States, the American empire under Joseph Biden, is attempting to ease the tensions, but it's a tough line to walk between deterrence and deconfliction. The United States National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, held a meeting with the high-ranking Chinese diplomat, Yang Jiechi, in Switzerland this week. And Washington also issued sharp warnings to Beijing, which may have been why there was no major intrusion on yesterday. At this point, it would be the day before yesterday. And the United States' President, Joe Biden, attempted to contribute, declaring after a phone call with the Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping that the two sides had agreed to abide by the Taiwan Agreement. By the way, what can I say to that? Because, unfortunately, there is no fucking Taiwan Agreement. So Joe Biden seems to be using that phrase as shorthand for the status quo, which consists of the three communiques. The three communiques are the three communiques. These are shared statements largely intended to reassure Beijing. And the six assurances, which restate American principles and offer reassurance to Taipei, the capital of my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, and the Taiwan Relations Act, which authorizes relations between Taiwan and its congressional allies. Now, although Red China frequently misstates the American position, Washington has never acknowledged Beijing's claims of sovereignty over Taiwan. In a less politically charged environment, Biden's imprecise language would matter much less. But as Red China fixates on such small details when it comes to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, it may seize on the verbal slip-up and misinterpret it as a sign of shifting American policy or portray it as an American agreement with communist Chinese positions. The one thing I can tell you as a military expert is that the odds of a full-blown communist Chinese invasion of my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan remain small, albeit not zero. It would be an enormous risk in a generally risk-averse system. But as the communist Chinese economy stumbles, nationalism will appear ever more attractive to keep the public on side. There is a much higher chance of a serious crisis short of war, whether it's Red China gathering invasion scale forces nearby to test the American reaction, or the deliberate disruption of everyday life in Taiwan, like cutting internet cables. So we'll just have to wait and see. These are perilous times. And any stupid act like that can easily lead to war. And if that happens, well, we're all up shit creek without a paddle. For one thing, they'll have to bring back the draft because the Americans have not enough manpower to combat the communist Chinese without it. That's simply untenable. So that's going to happen. Hopefully that will be enough to put things into perspective for people. I can't believe we've got 6 fucking hours left. Anyhow, Pixie Princess Star Fox says, "You're so smart. Thank you so much for what you do for us, DDT. You're delightful. Love you, honey." And DJ gives his thumbs up. God bless him. She gives me these little pink pulsating hearts. Love you too, darling. Okay. So we'll see what happens with that. In the meantime, if people really want me to go into depth about this, because we've got 6 fucking hours left, in which I need fill-in airtime if I wanted to maintain myself on air for all that time or on bandwidth, well, I could do that and give you... I'm not quite sure how many people would care to listen to all that amount of time on... the Chinese situation. We've got things to cover here in the United States as well. I can briefly go over. Like back in September, the Ides of September, right near mid-September, in the neighborhood of both Selena Khan and Peter Moon and Jameson Reese, and of course our dear friend Stephen Myers in particular, there was a hostess who was assaulted at a New York City restaurant after asking Texas patrons for proof of COVID-19 vaccination. And these fucking Texans, they absolutely would felt that to be an offense against their rights and privileges. So they don't seem to comprehend that New York City requires at least 1 dose of COVID-19 vaccine to dine indoors. So when in Rome, do as the Romans do, motherfuckers. People wouldn't want people to come to Texas and try to, this is the signs they have all over Texas is don't Californicate my Texas. Well, don't fucking Texifornicate New York, you dumb sons of bitches. And so these jack-off cowboys are over there assaulting people. And hopefully they all were arrested and hopefully they all went to fucking jail. Disgusting people. Anyhow, you're talking about a New York City hostess assaulted for asking for vaccine status. These patrons from Texas needed to show proof of their vaccination status when they entered a restaurant. But anyone ages 12 and older seeking to dine indoors, well, show that proof of your COVID-19 vaccine. And by the way, I found out that my 1 shot and you're done Janssen vaccine from Johnson & Johnson, it's like, better off than some of these, all these hotshot vaccines everybody else got based on, the mRNA, the ribonucleic acid vaccines like Moderna and shit. Their effectiveness wears off after a certain period of time. So there's a due date on those. And that's, there you have that. Of course, the majority of companies now plan to have a COVID-19 vaccine mandate. And that's the way it should be. Oh, by the way, people are asking me about where this incident took place. It was at Carmine's Italian restaurant in the Upper West Side neighborhood of Manhattan, which is, of course, the island of hostile warring tribes. The small island of hostile warring tribes that Stephen Myers lives on. And so the New York police did get involved. It was 3 women from Texas, a 44-year-old and her 21-year-old daughter, and some other 49-year-old trying to enter the restaurant when they were asked for proof of vaccination and just went apeshit, assaulting the 24-year-old hostess. This is intolerable. And so the Carmen's Italian restaurant has a spokesperson who went on record saying how shocking that was. I'm not shocked. These fuckers are from Texas. What do you expect? They're fucking barbarians. These are people who think that, they're the biggest in everything. Yeah, the biggest assholes. So, all right. I don't know how much longer I can concentrate on that without getting angry. But I certainly want to emphasize the fact that we need vaccination mandates. Because of a woman like this who assaulted this 24-year-old hostess and broke her necklace during a physical assault. And hopefully they did some goddamn jail time. But honestly, just think of the milestones we've reached with 700,000 dead, as they're willing to admit to. And these are people who died directly of COVID where they couldn't say anything else on the forensics exam. You've got plenty of people who COVID caused their death by triggering a heart attack, triggering their asthma, doing something to them that resulted in a death by other causes, but it ultimately was COVID. Honestly, at the time that this assault took place, 74.2% of the U.S. population 12 years of age and older had received at least one dose of the vaccine. 63.5% were fully vaccinated, according to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and yet still COVID-19 was killing 1 in every 500 Americans. So 1 in every 5,000 of us are dying nonetheless. This is why America needs vaccine mandates. I mean, after months of begging Americans to get themselves vaccinated, President Joe Biden finally stopped asking nicely mid-month yestermenses, mid-month last. And on September 9th was when the Biden administration announced his requirement that you needed to be vaccinated or tested regularly, covering about 100 million Americans employed by the government. So there's clear reasons for taking this step. Only 54% of Americans are fully vaccinated, meaning our nation is lagging behind everybody else. And of course, I would argue that Republican opposition to the vaccine mandate is fatally wrong-headed, to be generous about it. The details of the Biden mandate could be improved on, but in democracies, public health sometimes requires some coercion. And of course, all the polls, meanwhile, prove broad public support for a vaccine mandate. 52% of adults approve, whereas 40% disapprove. But the mandate came as COVID-19 cases in American children reached an all-time high. And that raises the question of whether in-person schooling accelerates the spread of the virus. Of course, France tackled its vaccine hesitancy using COVID-19 passports, which proved not only efficient, but surprisingly popular. India's pupils, they were hit hard by the extended school closures during the pandemic. And of course, poverty and undernourishment and poor pedagogy make a bad situation worse. But Britain, at least, is no longer at war with the coronavirus. Instead, it's working out how best to manage its presence. Let's put it that way. Its aim is to keep the economy open while saving hospitals from being overwhelmed. The vaccine passports, the masks, and working from home they're only backup options. But another piece of good news is that the vaccines were at least originally holding up against the Delta variant. The data recently was showing that severe COVID-19 is much rarer among vaccinated Britons. That's not the case here in the United States, because not enough people are fucking vaccinated. That's why we've got to start needling, to use a pun. State pressure has a role in public health, and COVID-19 jabs are no exception. I mean, on September 11th of 2001, When Al-Qaeda attacked America, well, America attacked itself using Al-Qaeda based on all the real conspiracy. Still, 3,000 people died. And in response, the government overhauled national security and, for better or worse, struck a new balance between liberty and security. And on the 20th anniversary of 9/11, roughly 3,100 people in America died because of COVID-19. More than people died on 9/11 itself. On its anniversary, more people died that day of COVID-19 than people died on 9/11 itself. Another 3,100 died on September 12th and again on September 13th. So just keep taking more people than died on 9/11 die every goddamn day in these United States because of the anti-vaxxers, because of the anti-vax opposition. So, by any conservative estimate, based on excess deaths, the pandemic is claimed. Really? More like, we're talking about, at the absolute most conservative, I'd say 900,000 lives in America. And that's absolutely not the case. It's got to be twice that amount. Well over 1 million. Yet measures to curb the virus by mandating vaccination, which the Biden administration didn't announce until September 9th, the 9th day of the 9th month, are still being treated by senior Republicans as some terrifying affront to liberty. With Tate Reeves, the governor of Mississippi, tweeting, "This is still America, and we still believe in freedom from tyrants." That is fatally wrong-headed. As I said, the details of the Biden mandate could be improved upon, but in democracies, public health sometimes requires coercion. This is that case, and it's far too little, far too fucking late. And with that, of course, I can go back to Asia, because, of course, we were dealing with all of the same problems in that part of the world that I don't think most people really understand. Now, to try and put this into some context requires a little bit of history, but it brings us back, of course, to the South China Sea. And the fact, of course, is that we have a situation in which what many people don't appreciate is that a lot of this has to do with the need for food. China's situation is, well, it's very much a food situation. And, okay, Jameson Reese said he's back. Jameson, while I warm up for this, why don't you help me out by coming on for a few minutes, okay? And you can talk about, I was just telling everybody about, the need for vaccine mandates and the fact that we have more people dying than died on 9/11 every goddamn day. And trying to get people to understand just how serious this situation is, and yet people are worried about their fucking civil rights. But take it from there for a few minutes and give us your observation.
Well, my observation is that this is a national security threat.
Thank you.
And the fact that it hasn't been treated as such shows a lack of governance at all.
Yes. Beautiful. Yeah, and you can go on.
Everybody's like mandated to get the polio vaccine. Everyone's mandated to get all types of different vaccines. Yeah. So why the hell is it a big deal if you get a vaccine for COVID-19?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, where are these people coming from that they're tripping off this? And of course, it's all just politicized, and it's pathetic. So
then that means that the Republicans need to be treated for what they are, a national security threat. rather than being treated as a political party.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. I agree, and that's something that yeah, not enough people are appreciative of. This is they're threatening our national security by threatening our very health. They want to be carriers of plague and disease. These are the cultists of Histoliak, the cultists of Demnagonis and Nurgle, the gods of plague, the anti-gods themselves. It's incredible to me that we tolerate their very presence. Honestly, if there's any, anyhow, I could go on and probably be considered some kind of provocateur, but without even going for the dramatics of it, the interesting thing is that the real people at threat are the children, and not enough people, I think, appreciate that.
No, I think for some reason that a lot of the people who have kids now, they're, well, I have my own gripes with people within my generation and maybe just a little bit older, and yeah, they're irresponsible as fuck.
Yeah.
These are people who probably shouldn't have been parents to begin with.
Mm. Yeah, thank you. And so with that, I'm going to try and perhaps take too long to get there, but I'm going to try and bring people back to the seriousness of the situation we're facing internationally now that we've talked about the Civil War situation. And of course, that's the real threat that anyone is facing is when it comes to China and Japan and these threats that people felt they faced from the East. The real threat is here at home. So that's the important thing to remember while we're considering what's going on overseas. But nevertheless, the overseas situation is not going away. And so thank you, Jameson, for buying me some time to get my head space back on. But if I take us back to the South China Sea, you've got China, communist China's, Red China's incremental salami slicing tactics, first by land reclamation, and then constructing outposts in the Spratly Islands. They've hampered international efforts to push back against Beijing's extra-legal assertion of sovereign rights in disputed and international space. And the refusal by the newly elected Philippine president to stand by the 2016 ruling of the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea undercut ongoing regional diplomacy and cemented Chinese impunity in the South China Sea. So, Duterte, all right, fuck, am I even pronouncing his name right? This son of a bitch who's running the Philippines right now is for all intents and purposes, a nigger for the Red Chinese. And over the past 3 years, both countries have ramped up their military operations, or rather, I should say both empires. If I say both countries, people might think I mean the Philippines and China. Rather, it's been the American empire and the communist Chinese. The United States has boosted the pace and publicity of its freedom of navigation operations in the first 4 months of yesteryear. And for its part, the same period, China sank a Vietnamese fishing vessel, announced the establishment of administrative districts throughout most of the South China Sea, and deployed its sole carrier strike group to conduct exercises in area. And since the downing of a United States EP-3 surveillance aircraft by China way back in 2001, the same year the Twin Towers collapsed, no interception or encounter between Red Chinese and American military aircraft or ships has led to a serious incident. But Sino-American high-level strategic dialogue and military-to-military ties, which were deliberately cultivated in the aftermath of the EP-3 incident, which enabled General Miley to call his communist Chinese counterpart when Trump was attempting to conduct an American coup d'etat to assure the communist Chinese that whatever happened, the Americans would not attack them. That is a product of that co-development of communicative abilities between the communist Chinese and the Americans from that period of time going back to 2001. But nevertheless, despite that having taken place, in general, those ties have atrophied over the past 3 to 4 years, robbing both empires of essential crisis prevention or management tools. So the combination of frayed nerves, increased operations, strategic mistrust, and the severing of dialogue channels could prove a recipe for disaster by allowing an incident to escalate to a crisis, and a crisis to spark a military confrontation, or worse being, of course, open war. The Chinese National People's Congress recently introduced a draft decision to put in place laws and enforcement measures in Hong Kong, ostensibly to safeguard national security, outlawing any act of secession, meaning Hong Kong breaking away, subversion, or foreign interference. And in 2003, which was ironically the year of the SARS outbreak of severe acute respiratory syndrome, the Hong Kong authorities' effort to ram through a similar law was derailed by protests. And in 2019, a proposed law permitting extradition to the mainland was the trigger for the large-scale demonstrations that raged throughout the summer and the fall. And in response to those protests, the United States Congress passed the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, threatening sanctions against Red China and tying U.S. economic relations to Hong Kong with its continued high degree of autonomy, comparatively speaking, though it's less and less so every minute of every day. Thus, the leadership in Beijing surely took its decision, fully aware of both the local and the international reaction it could expect. But Beijing's increased level of resolve and its tolerance for negative consequences seems to be matched by American policymakers' determination to retaliate, even if Hong Kong may be martyred in the process. The Secretary of State at that time was Mike Pompeo, who promptly warned that the United States would retaliate. And on May 29th of yesteryear, was it the year before at this point? It's becoming harder and harder for me to remember. But I do remember that Trump took to the Rose Garden to announce his decision to withdraw Hong Kong's special economic status. That was a move that, if fully implemented, would destroy Hong Kong's viability as a largely autonomous financial center. And so, having ridden roughshod over Hong Kong's remaining political autonomy, how close are Red China's leaders to dispensing with another taboo and following through with their threat to deploy direct military force to suppress dissent and civil disobedience in Hong Kong? That's what brings us to the markets. So one of the things that I have brought up in the past was that Hong Kong was forced to kill 3,000 pigs before the Spring Festival after detecting African swine fever at a local pig farm, placing the city on alert for a further spread before we even transitioned out of the Year of the Rat. And according to Hong Kong's Agriculture, Fisheries, and Conservation Department, the virus was first discovered in the opening week of the Spring Festival month, as chronicled per the Gregorian solar calendar at a facility in Yuen Long, and the transporting of pigs from the farm was immediately suspended. Understand, of course, that all the time that this was happening, the fact is that this was caused ultimately by the Russians, who had weaponized African swine fever. That's a fact that anyone can verify. And they weaponized it for deployment ultimately, anywhere, but they deployed it in the Ukraine, and it wound up spreading from there. Of course, Ukraine and everything that they have done to resist the Russians resulted in the swine fever being deployed against them, and the African swine fever was meant to deprive them of a protein source. But of course, it ultimately wound up basically destroying China. In other words, depriving China of biosecurity and resulting in a food shortage that will directly, more than likely, lead to war. If anything does lead to war, it would be the need to replace the food, which they cannot replace the number of pigs that they had. The overwhelming majority of pigs in the world were in communist China, and that's their major source of protein. When the majority of those pigs died, then they had to find an alternative food source, and that was fish. So that's why they've been invading the sea and trying to claim all of the South China Sea. As a matter of fact, they've gotten into conflicts with South American nations because their fishing fleet has gone all the way out to Latin America and was off the Galapagos Islands, off of Ecuador, trying to fish in a environmentally protected zone. So understand that before coronavirus, China bungled its swine epidemic with secrecy. When the deadly virus was first discovered in China, authorities told the people in the know to keep quiet or else. And fearing reprisal from Beijing, the local officials failed to order tests to confirm outbreaks and didn't properly warn the public as the pathogen spread death around the country. All this happened long before China's coronavirus outbreak, which, of course, as soon as it got up and running, claimed well over 3,000 lives in less than 3 months. And for the past 19 months since then, secrecy has hobbled the Red Empire's response to African swine fever, which is an epidemic that has killed millions of pigs. Millions. And a Reuters examination proved that swine fever's swift spread was made possible by Red China's systemic underreporting of outbreaks. And even today, bureaucratic secrecy and perverse policy incentives continue undermining the Chinese efforts to defeat one of the worst livestock epidemics in modern history. So Beijing's secretive early handling of the coronavirus epidemic has all the troubling similarities to missteps in containing African swine fever, but with the far higher stakes of human infection. So after the coronavirus was first found in December of 2019 in Wuhan, the capital of Hubei province, local and national officials were slow to sound the alarm and take actions disease experts know are needed to contain deadly outbreaks. Beijing continues to gag negative news and online postings about the disease, along with criticism of the government's response. But it was with swine fever that Beijing set a tone of furtiveness across government and industry by denying or downplaying the severity of a disease that the meat industry estimates has shrunk China's 440 million hog herd by well over half. All of the pigs they bought from overseas, all of the pigs the rest of the world was willing to sell, all put together from every country on earth, was not enough to make up for that loss. So it is a critical situation where the Chinese have been left literally, starving to a great degree. The epidemic literally took a quarter, 25% of all the world's hogs off the market. It destroyed livelihoods. It caused meat prices to spike globally, and it pushed food inflation to an 8-year high. Those rising pork prices, they really impacted China's economy and helped to bring it down. It's one of the reasons China's economy was going down. Now, you had cover-ups across China, coupled with underfinancing of relief for devastated pig farmers and weak enforcement of restrictions on pork transport and slaughter. They all enabled the spread of the livestock virus to the point where it now threatens pig farmers worldwide. And that you can confirm with veterinarians, industry analysts, hog producers. Since the China outbreak, African swine fever has broken out in 10 other countries in Asia. The vacuum of credible information made it impossible for farmers, industry, and government to tell how and why the disease spread so quickly, making preventive measures difficult to say the least. If you want to get it under control, you have to know where it is. Yet China's Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs, in a statement to Reuters, was claiming that it repeatedly communicated to all regions the importance of timely and accurate reporting of African swine fever outbreaks, that they had zero tolerance for hiding and delaying the reporting of cases. But of course, anyone who conducted any interviews with farmers and industry analysts and major suppliers to China's pork sector all knew otherwise. More than a dozen Chinese farmers told Reuters they reported disease outbreaks to local authorities that never made it into Beijing's official statistics. So those infections were going unreported to central authorities in part because counties lack the cash to follow a separate requirement from Beijing to compensate farmers for pigs killed to control the disease. And so local officials have also avoided reporting outbreaks out of fear of the political consequences, and they routinely refused to test pigs for the virus when mass deaths were reported. And that was confirmed by interviews with farmers and executives at corporate producers. There was a farmer named Zhao, who I referenced in a past transmission yesteryear, who was raising a herd in Hainan province, who said the local officials told him as much when they resisted recording the outbreak he reported on his farm, which wiped out his herd, saying that we haven't had a single case of African swine fever. If I report it, we have a case. Yeah, that's what the official told him. And the local officials, of course, could not be reached for any comment by myself when I tried to reach them through my friends' channels, my gang brothers. There was a fax he sent seeking comment that went unanswered. And when the coronavirus hit, the Red Chinese authorities reacted with a push to reassure the public that all was well. The first reported death from the virus, also known as SARS-CoV-2, came on January 9th of yesteryear, the year before yesteryear, when a 61-year-old man in Wuhan died. And in the days thereafter, the Chinese authorities said that the virus was under control and not widely transmissible. So they ensured that the rest of us are all suffering what we're suffering today because of the Chinese communists and their inability to deal with reality. Of course, then China's top leadership dramatically ramped up the public health response since the early missteps, and Beijing built new hospitals in days to treat the sick and launched an unprecedented blockade of the disease epicenter on January 23rd of yesteryear, first quarantining Wuhan's 11 million residents at home, then suspending transport in all major cities of Hubei province, home to about 60 million people. And yet, still, the initial attempts to tightly control information left many people unaware of the risks and unable to take precautions that would otherwise have prevented infection. And the suppressing of news and commentary continues today. Wuhan authorities have reprimanded people they accused of spreading illegal and false information about the disease. One of them, the 34-year-old doctor, Li Wenliang, later died from coronavirus, which triggered an angry backlash on social media as well as it should have. So we had all these unreported outbreaks. The entire communist Chinese empire is still being kept in the dark. This is one of those things we're going to be paying the price for generations to come. This is simply intolerable, and yet we all tolerate it. And of course, Pixie Princess Starfox is saying that the pigs are smart creatures. This brings her sadness. She's pissed too. And she says, I was told a few days ago things Texans don't want you to know was a prey-on colony like Australia. There we are. Oh, yes, like a prison colony like Australia, a penal colony. There we are. Texas should be one, yeah. In a sense, it is one, yeah. Many people are going there. At any rate, thank you, honey. Appreciate your input. With that, getting back onto the entire affair with the what we're dealing with when it comes to the South China Sea. Well, according to Hong Kong's Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation Department, when the virus was discovered and 3,000 pigs were initially culled, the owners were supposed to be compensated. Hong Kong sources its pigs largely from mainland China, which reported its first African swine fever outbreak actually in 2018, because the Russians had let it loose in the Ukraine around 2017. And the incurable disease then slashed China's hog herd by half, reducing pork output, sending imports and prices of the country's favorite meat to record highs. And so all of that impacted Hong Kong as well, and it's mostly through Hong Kong that we found out the seriousness of the situation. The hog numbers shrank throughout the winter. It disrupted the African swine fever, disrupted global agricultural markets. And so China's farm ministry began to tout complete recovery. Of course, it was all a lie. Pork is China's favorite meat. The consumption typically booms over the holiday period. All of this impacted China's holidays, especially last year. They barely recovered this year. The wholesale pork remained as at elevated levels. Of course, China was nowhere even close to swine fever cure as the virus kept resurfacing. But the Russians, mysteriously enough, offered a vaccine. Well, they offered the vaccine because they had produced the disease. So naturally, if you produce the disease, you have the vaccine. The end point that we need to emphasize is that the year of the rat was not a good year for China. And history suggests the Communist Chinese Party should be concerned. Now, of course, after the year of the rat, we had the year of the dog, I believe. Matter of fact, let me look up my Chinese years, last year of the rat, and see if we have a response here from our internet. So it was 2020 was the year of the rat. It began on January 25th and ended on February 11th of this year. So as I keep thinking in the lunar trajectory, I sometimes forget the Gregorian calendrical equivalent. So understand when I'm talking about the year of the rat, it was last year. And it was not a good year for China, and the Communist Chinese Party should be concerned based on historical precedent. You see, their economy suffered a 6.8% economic contraction in the first quarter, followed by a 3.2% rebound, which is anemic by CHICOM, or Chinese Communist standards, in the second quarter. And their relations with the United States all remained tense and complicated. On top of that, heavy rains caused massive flooding that wiped away billions of dollars of value in China, washing up factories, homes, and agricultural land in a frothy tide of destruction. And that last descriptive is important because according to the World Bank, while Red China supports over 20% of the world's population, it has a little over 12% of our planet's arable land. So heavy rains and floods are bad enough. Add in an African swine fever resurgence in some parts of southern China, and the question of food security gains some traction as something to watch. And in a confirmation of increasing concern over food, in August, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping launched a new initiative called Operation Empty Plates, targeting wasted food in China. So food, large populations, and good governance are all built into China's history. Indeed, the national story has often been defined by a dynastic cycle in which the old order becomes corrupt, fails to maintain key infrastructure like canals and irrigation, and eventually is unable to keep public order or defend the frontier. So the economy eventually fails, as does support for the dynasty. Famine, bandits, and rebels add to that misery, eroding the old dynasty's mandate of heaven. And out of such chaos, a new leader arises, sets the wrongs aright, and founds the next dynasty. So the cycle goeth. The communists are no strangers to famine. Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward, from 1959 through 1960, the span of but a single year, set out to rapidly industrialize China all at once, but instead helped plunge the country into ideological upheaval, which contributed to the disruption of agricultural production. Mao Zedong's ideological blinders and the fear most party members felt about telling him the truth of a massive miss in food production targets plunged his empire into what is known as the Great Chinese Famine, a period of 2 years, 1959 through to 1961, which is known to have killed millions and millions of people conservatively. Well over 100 million people died in the span of a single year. It was only after Mao Zedong was briefly ousted that Red China would return to being able to feed itself, helped by allowing some degree of market-like incentives to encourage food production. The question would be whether Red China faces a similar ideological situation now. You might say probably not, as, well, let's just put it this way, even if we say probably not, you have to take into account the fact that Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping does not allow for any dissenting views. Now, let me check some incoming messages. And, okay, this is just Luder Eckert reacting to some of my posts. Well, that's appreciated, I suppose. And in terms of Xi Jinping crushing all dissent, this has created a top-down system that makes it very difficult for actors at the bottom of the power pyramid to quickly signal problems up the chain of command. The outbreak of COVID-19 in Wuhan had all the hallmarks of this. Local leaders sought to contain a problem that was beyond their capacity, and in doing so suppressed information, crushed any debate over policy options, and delayed the moment when key news should have been heading up the hierarchy to the emperor, or in this case, the CPD, the Communist Party dictator. The scope of the food security problem facing Red China is complicated. It touches on a number of factors. Although Red China has considerable stocks of corn, rice, and wheat, it remains dependent on imported soybeans and has a shortage of pork now, which was its traditional staple. African swine fever forced a major culling of the hog herd throughout the year before yesteryear, and yesteryear the floods have hurt efforts to rebuild them. And while China has diversified its sources of soybeans to include producers like Brazil and Argentina, it is still dependent on imports. Now, Red China's more aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy, as reflected in Beijing's aggressive moves along the Asian-Indian border, the South China Sea, as well as tetchy relations with three of its most important food suppliers like Australia, the United States, and Canada, could be part of an effort to divert attention from domestic problems such as food insecurity. This was a tactic used by Mao Zedong in 1962, the year before my late sister was born, in the aftermath of the Great Famine, to divert attention away from domestic troubles to the borders. While China's persistent poking at India's border has drawn attention, the August 26th decision to fire 4 ballistic missiles, dubbed aircraft carrier killers, or the Guam killer, from the South China Sea, raised tensions with the American empire, but also fit a pattern long used by Mao Zedong to start troubles outside the country while dealing with internal challenges of their own make. The floods in the Yangtze River Basin, the source of most of China's rice, have impacted production and transportation and left behind a fair amount of land underwater. According to the China General Administration of Customs, China's grain imports have risen by 22.7% to 74.51 million tons in between January and July as compared to the same period the year before. Granted, this was yesteryear, 2020, that I'm speaking of, because we don't really have the stats as China's gone black this year for me to give you the current situation. But it's probably just as grim. Wheat and corn imports over that same period saw significant increases. The importance of grain imports is likely to last throughout this year. And China's food production has also been hit by insects. According to the United States Department of Agriculture's Foreign Agricultural Service, corn crops fell victim to an intense infestation of fall armyworm, a type of moth, in June of yesteryear. The Yangtze River Economic Belt is both a strength to mainland China and a weak point. The area is home to more than 40% of China's population, about 600 million people, and accounts for almost 50% of export value and 45% of gross domestic product, according to China Water Risk, which is a think tank. As Bloomberg's and Johnny Trivedi noted at the time, on its own, the region could be the third largest economy in the world. It could be said that, as goeth the Yangtze River Economic Belt, so goeth China. Rising population weight and over-urbanization make this a region that will increasingly be under the threat of flooding, and it be likely that climate change is speeding up the flooding beyond that. China's consumer inflation accelerated to 2.7% in July of yesteryear from 2.5% in the June before, pushed along by rising food prices. That pressure came from supply-side problems, which had been particularly evident in pork and egg prices. I mean, you can't start a day without bacon and eggs. So, this was referred to as the flying pigs and the rocketing eggs phenomena. These are two socially sensitive foods, which no doubt concerned the communist dictatorship. There was also the looming possibility that was ultimately realized in communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping preparing his launch of a new purge of the Communist Party in anticipation of a more challenging economic landscape ahead, as well as heading off growing dissent within the Communist Party over his own policies. Indeed, there was talk about a rectification campaign, a tactic used by Mao Zedong to purge his enemies within the party. Now, despite all of the gloomy short-term outlook, Red China doesn't seem to be heading into famine per se, at least not right now. The Chinese authorities, being as keenly aware as they are of historical developments and having little wish to lose their mandate of heaven. Now, on August 17th of yesteryear, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences made note that there was no need to worry when it came to the country having enough food. However, it also warned that unless major agricultural reforms were made, China could face a food shortfall by 2025, which isn't long from now. The driving forces behind this are an aging population and an ongoing movement of population to the cities, which translates into a shrinking rural labor force, a shrinking farm force. And that takes us back to Operation Clean Plates, or Empty Plates. It can be translated either way. The reasoning behind Dictator Xi's initiative is tied to the need to start being smarter about food use. Simply stated, the more Red China has to import food, the more dependent it is on other countries. If food should ever become weaponized, Red China's growing reliance on food imports could reduce its ability to pursue certain policies, such as its moves to consolidate its position in the South China Sea and control over Hong Kong. It could also put pressure on food prices, something that the Communist Party is sensitive over, considering it was one of the factors that helped spark the Tiananmen Square demonstrations back in 1989, which most people don't know that fact, that a lot of that had to do with food. The Chinese government is therefore bearing down on its population through shaming people for eating too much and attacking the fad of binge eating to preserve food stocks, make the Chinese people think about food as a precious commodity, and set the stage, if needed, for tougher measures to secure food supplies. Now, while thinking ahead is proactive, it has a downside risk. One of the main promises made by the Communist Party to the Chinese people has been plentiful food. It can be argued that the Communist Party has delivered on meeting the basics of putting food on the table, personal security, and a place to live. Now it's signaling that food could be an issue in the future. So people may vote with their pocketbooks, but more often than not, they revolt with their bellies. And considering mainland China's history, the ruling party and dictator Xi should be concerned, as China's global ambitions, climate change-induced severe flooding, over-urbanization, and aging population converge. The Chinese Communist Party's mandate of heaven is facing all manner of new challenges. So this is what brings us back to the South China Sea and their expansion, their plan for their Great Wall of Sand. What it means, of course, is that in the South China Sea in particular, but worldwide as a global front, as China sends out its secret navy to forage, what you have is a situation where you're going to have a food fight, in a sense. The next war literally commencing over China's need to feed itself. This is something that's not out of the realm of possibility at all, and probably actually inevitable. So in terms of what many people don't understand about China's secret navy, it's a covert force of armed fishery militias, fishermen armed with guns to try and pirate their way into foreign waters and steal whatever food they can trawl. This is, of course, what would ultimately be the kind of situation that would lead to war. Humans have always depended on the sea. For as long as there have been fishermen, there have been conflicts over fish. And though it may seem anachronistic, the odds that a squabble over fishing rights could turn into a major armed conflict are rising, and the return of great power competition has actually increased the likelihood of a war over fish. The past 17 years of the fight against terrorism and Washington's renewed focus on developing high-end capabilities to prepare for great power conflict, they've led to a lack of preparation for a low-end, seemingly mundane, but increasingly inevitable source of conflict in the world: food. And as incomes rise around the world, so too does the demand for food, especially protein. The United Nations currently estimates that between mid-2017 and 2050, the number of humans on Earth will rise by 29%, from 7.6 billion to 9.8 billion. Most of that population growth will occur in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, areas where millions of people have recently risen from deep poverty to middle class. And part of a middle class lifestyle is a middle class diet, which includes far more protein than poor people consume. As a result of that shift, the global demand for protein will outpace population growth, increasing between 32 and 78%, according to some estimates. And meeting that demand could require an additional 62 to 159 million metric tons of protein per year. To maintain political support at home, leaders must ensure access to the high-quality food that is part of a middle-class lifestyle. Now, the supply of both wild and farmed fish simply cannot keep up. The current annual global catch of seafood is 94 million metric tons. And all around the world, the wild populations of both migratory fish, such as tuna, and less mobile species, such as flounder, are being overfished. Scarcity has already forced Chinese fishing fleets further and further sea in search of their catch. Serious international efforts to manage the world's wild fisheries are underway, but this work is stymied by widespread illegal, unreported, and unregulated. Basically, there's an acronym for that. IUU fishing. IW. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Today, such harvests comprise somewhere from 20 to 50% of the global catch, and they inflict economic, social, and environmental damage on some of the world's most vulnerable populations as fisheries collapse from overfishing and poor and rural fishing communities wrestle with the subsequent loss of income and, eventually, their social fabric. The classic example of this is fishermen in Central America turning to drug cartels for employment, or poaching from closed fisheries, feeding the cycle of violence and environmental damage. The political leaders of rising powers will feel enormous pressure to secure the resources their citizens demand, even if it means violating international norms and rules. And this pressure could sow the seeds of potential conflict in two distinct ways: The first being that some states will overplay their hand when using fishing fleets and fisheries enforcement to exert influence in contested waters. The second is that illegal fishing, driven by exploding domestic demand and collapsing supply, will be met with increasingly aggressive enforcement by America or its allies, which could quickly escalate and spill over into actual conflict. The 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, commonly referred to as UNCLOS, it's an acronym, all uppercase, UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, is the foundational document for all maritime territorial claims. More than 150 countries, but not the United States, have already ratified that treaty. According to UNCLOS, a state can exclusively claim any resource, including fish, within 200 nautical miles of the baselines of the habitable landmasses it controls. Now, such areas are called EEZs. These double EZs, they're an acronym, of course, for Exclusive Economic Zones. Each state is responsible for managing its own fisheries within its EEZ, its Exclusive Economic Zone. But beyond these Exclusive Economic Zones, regulation of fishing and activity on the high seas is managed by more than 20 international and regional bodies with widely varied mandates and resources. Enforcement is carried out by a patchwork of agencies and coalitions around the world, ad hoc partnerships, and bilateral agreements among nations. If that arrangement sounds ripe for disputation, well, of course it is. There are dozens of contested maritime claims around the world, including one between Canada and the United States over two small islands off the coast of New Brunswick. Currently, the most consequential of these contested waters are the South and East China Seas, all the waters around Communist China, where mainland China has made outsized claims in every case, accompanied by naval patrols and an island-building campaign, literally banks of sand out of the sea, by which Beijing hopes to legitimate its territorial claims by establishing and expanding its physical presence in these areas. Fishing vessels represent an ideal way to create that presence without provoking a military response, since they are notionally non-governmental and thus give their country of origin some plausible deniability, which is why China is fielding a militarized fishing fleet, a secret navy, kind of like a Coast Guard with license to go worldwide, a global Coast Guard with license to kill. They're also cheap compared with military vessels and are more mobile and scalable than fixed structures such as oil platforms, let alone man-made islands. You see, for years, Red China has subsidized and provided armed escorts for forays by its fishing fleet into its neighbors' EEZs and assertively enforced Chinese law on non-Chinese fishermen operating in contested waters. And since the 1990s, China has unilaterally declared large swaths of the South China Sea closed to fishermen for months at a time. This closure is enforced by armed China Coast Guard vessels, which have been involved in a series of violent confrontations with foreign fishermen. And this heavy-handed approach would be relatively unremarkable if the closed area were actually recognized Chinese territory. In this case, however, Red China is acting in international water or in the EEZs of other countries. The situation is roughly analogous to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service using deadly force to stop Canadian deer hunters from shooting a doe out of season in Vancouver. So the China Coast Guard and People's Liberation Army Navy vessels also appear to have stepped up escorts of Chinese-flagged fishing fleets as they venture into fishing grounds, particularly those around a set of contested islands in the East China Sea known as the Senkaku in Japan, or the Diaoyu in China. The Japanese Coast Guard has responded by increasing its own presence in area. Should a China Coast Guard or PLAN, a plan, or People's Liberation Army naval vessel, fire on a Japanese Coast Guard ship, supposedly in defense of a Chinese fishing fleet, the Japanese empire would likely retaliate, and both sides could easily escalate. Of course, there's other ways that fish can trigger war. Crackdowns on illegal and unregulated fishing already routinely threaten to spiral into violence. China currently consumes a third of the global fish catch. A full third of all fish caught in the world go to China. Officials there have made it clear that they believe that meeting the expectations of their increasingly affluent population is key to preserving political stability, and thus is a core national security interest. But despite participating in the international bodies dedicated to improving fisheries regulation and maritime governance, such as the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, the environmental advocacy group Greenpeace estimates that Red China has the world's largest distance water fishing fleet, with more than 2,500 vessels, and has been accused of industrial-scale IUU fishing, illegal unregulated fish poaching in waters as far away as those off the coast of Senegal and Argentina, where China cannot even pretend to have territorial claims. Cases that involve sincerely held fishing rights also risk triggering violent conflict. Consider a hypothetical but completely plausible example in which Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro trades his country's fishing rights to communist China, as other impoverished countries have done, to cover part of Venezuela's $60 billion United States dollars in outstanding debts. Red China would then have legal claim to Venezuelan waters, some of which could be contested given Venezuela's history of border disputes with Guyana and Colombia. If Beijing continues to expand the practice of escorting its fishing fleet with armed China Coast Guard vessels, the chances for a violent exchange would continue to rise, as would the risk of the United States becoming involved. In fact, that would be inevitable, because that's right there in our home waters of the Caribbean Basin. Future resource scarcity could also trigger a fish-related conflict. If global fish stocks collapse around 2050, as current trends provide every evidence that they will, national governments are going to feel intense pressure to ensure a regular food supply for their populations. This pressure could lead to more powerful countries to try to grab the resources of their smaller or vulnerable neighbors. Russia and the United States might also be tempted to establish claims against one another in the waters that separate Alaska and Siberia. The United States Coast Guard has conducted patrols in the Bering Sea since 1867, the year of the Alaska Purchase. In 1990, the U.S. Secretary of State James Baker and the Soviet Foreign Minister Edward Shevardnadze signed an agreement to establish a maritime boundary line between the USSR and the United States. The U.S. Senate ratified that agreement, but neither the leaders of the collapsing Soviet Union nor their Russian successors have ever followed suit. So as pressure on fisheries increases, Russian leaders may decide that it is time to challenge the de facto border outright. The opening of the Arctic, combined with Russia's significantly larger Arctic-capable nuclear-powered icebreaker fleet and infrastructure. They've got 20 nuclear-powered icebreakers. We've got one that's not even nuclear. Would enable Moscow to mount a credible challenge to the United States to control one of its richest fisheries. Now, the news isn't all that grim. Fish farming has exploded from producing 5 million metric tons in 1981 to 63 metric tons of farmed fish circa 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's, my womb matron, my mother Diana Dietrich's death. Even though naysayers point out that fish farms are highly vulnerable to the spread of diseases, and environmental advocacy organizations are worried about their ecological impact, the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization predicts that by 2030, farmed fish will make up more than 60% of seafood bound for homes and restaurants. Meanwhile, in 2014, the U.S. President Barack Obama established an interagency task force to combat IUU fishing, co-chaired by the Secretaries of Commerce and State, with the participation of 14 federal agencies. The task force not only survived the change in administration, but it also released a comprehensive action plan in December of 2017. Meanwhile, Red China, perhaps recognizing the potential for international pushback, has included language in its 13th five-year plan that indicates a willingness to consider fisheries reform. Now, these measures will help, but they're not enough. Governments around the world must take further steps to prevent a fish war. First and foremost, the United States must reinforce its commitment to the international rules-based order that has governed the maritime domain for decades. It should do so by vigorously upholding rulings by the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, by agitating for increased transparency and accountability for states that license merchant ships at the WTO, the World Trade Organization, by challenging excessive maritime claims around the world, and finally ratifying UNCLOS, the United Nations policy that they've refused to participate in all this time, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. To follow through on these commitments, the American empire and its partners should also strengthen their own Coast Guard forces, continue to build partner capacity across the Indo-Pacific region, and invest in science, data collection, and information sharing. Doing all of the aforementioned will not be cheap, but the investment will be worth it. The U.S. fishing industry is a powerful economic engine in need of defense, which generates $208 billion United States dollars in annual sales and employs 1.6 million people. And the costs saved by avoiding a war over fish would be even higher, not to mention the sparing of embarrassment thereby. I mean, war over fish, for God's sakes. Once we get to that point, I think everybody loses. Of course, unfortunately, President Donald Trump's June executive order on ocean policy never took such concerns into account when it reset U.S. priorities away from conservation and focused on security on the high seas. One cannot exist without the other. A crowded and hungry world means that battles over resources are a real possibility. The initial skirmishes will occur between relatively small ships within eyeshot of each other. But however modest their beginnings, the world's coming conflicts over fish have the potential to escalate into protracted, resource-draining disputes. And of course, way ahead of us, the communist Chinese have their own secret navy just fitted out for that very purpose. And while I can't go too in-depth into that maritime force simply because of the scarce information about it, the one thing that I can certainly tell you is that it's the largest of its kind in the world. So, do understand that when it comes to the supposed fishing boats around contested islands, Understand they're all part of an extensive Chinese maritime militia. The Spratly Islands, which are occupied by 5 different claimants in the South China Sea, are the most hotly contested part of that body of water. And thanks to the harbors and supporting infrastructure Beijing constructed on its outposts there over the last 5 years, most vessels operating around the Spratlys are Chinese. And most of those are at least part-time members of China's official maritime militia, an organization whose role Beijing frequently downplays, but that is playing an increasingly visible role in its assertion of maritime claims. Now, there's a small cohort of analysts in denial who continue to cast doubt on the very existence and the activities of this maritime militia, and the best intention to offer alternative explanations for the curious behaviors of the Chinese fishing fleets, though none of those stand up to any scrutiny. And there be other writers, especially those affiliated with Chinese institutions and state media, who seek to present an alternate version of reality by artfully cropping satellite imagery, cherry-picking data, or simply ignoring the facts and attacking the motives of those presenting evidence of militia activities. This is unsurprising. The purpose of employing a maritime militia is to keep aggression below the level of military force and complicate the responses of other parties, in this case chiefly the other claimants, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and my own Taiwan, as well as that of the American Empire, by hiding behind a civilian facade. Without deniability, the militia loses much of its value. That gives Red China a strong incentive to dissemble and deny evidence of its actions. But that evidence speaks for itself. When you have their hidden navy being shot at off the coast of Latin America for raiding their waters, we're talking about an empire sponsoring global piracy. At this point, of course, all the world is at war with China in one way or another. So hopefully people are beginning to understand the gravity of the situation. We're in a situation, of course, where people are concerned about my native Taiwan, and that's appreciated, as well you should be for your own self-interest, because Taiwan is what produces your way of life with all of your electronic enhancements. You cannot afford to live without Taiwan. Understand still that what goes on? Well, let's turn towards the lovely young pixie Princess Starfox. And there we are. Let me press a show there on what she put down. Just going to scroll up a bit where she was talking about, yes, people don't realize the class situations in China. So then she was saying, killing only the poor people have, she says, oh, you're my fav person, damn, so intelligent, and Americans don't want to work. And she was talking about Hurricane Ida, and so she has the name DDD, or my initials, with a bunch of crowns. That's so cute. She says Louisiana covers the U.S. We dead. Dude, I'm 19-year-old vegetarian. We aren't peeps. God, I love you. Hail Dietrich. America won't listen till they see. She's got some black hearts and a red broken heart. Oh, God bless you, honey. So glad to have you keeping me company throughout the night. And glad we've got the larger number of people watching us now. I'm actually surprised at the number of people that we have on a weekday. But then, of course, everybody's out of work, right? Let's take a look in my studio live stream. Let's see what we can find. We've got basically, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. We got 3 hours left. Okay, she says, I'm all over this. My bad. I love you. So there, I love you too, honey. So there we have that. 19-year-old vegetarian. That's adorable. Okay. Now, with the time we have remaining, I think I've killed it with the China-Taiwan situation, giving people a little understanding of the gravity of where we're all at, and we're all pretty much fucked. The situation is one where, of course, many people are going to die, and, well, the survivors, well, it'll be a lot easier maybe on the vegetarians. I'm not sure. After all, you need gardens and farmland to raise vegetables too. So I guess we're all going to have to deal with the repercussions of this. How about we have Jameson come on for a little bit and see if he can cover me while I get my head together and see if I can go a little bit into the occult that was suggested by Peter Moon. So, you with us, Jameson? Let's see if he's there. Or if he's dropped off.
Yes, I'm here.
That's adorable.
My audible?
Yeah, you're audible. I hear you. Yeah, you sound good to me. And it seems like we're audible because we've got Pixie Princess Starfox responding to what I'm saying as I say it. So it seems like, people are hearing us as we speak. So, do myself a favor, son, and wipe your eyes a little bit, rub the sleep out of your eyes, and take over stage for a little bit. You can speak a bit to what I've been covering, but wherever you feel like, I'll be back in a few minutes. Just going to refresh myself, and then probably go a little bit into the occult area, like our man Peter Moon suggested. And all right.
All right.
Are you okay? You can take it from me.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Well,
I'll go mute.
all right, folks. Well, I honestly do think that the Chinese really should have the Russians pay for it in some way, since the Russians did release that virus to, which wound up hitting the Chinese, even though it wasn't intended that way. They seem to have not had to take any accountability for it, and that is very alarming. Of course, Russia, on that topic, supposedly NATO had expelled 8 undeclared Russian intelligence officers. NATO on Wednesday expelled 8 members of Russia's mission to the military alliance, saying that they were secretly working as intelligence officers and have the size of Moscow's team able to work at its headquarters. We can confirm that we have withdrawn the accreditation of 8 members of the Russian mission to NATO, who were undeclared Russian intelligence officers. That would be GRU, of course, a NATO official said. The official was speaking under customary condition of anonymity and can't be named in the public. NATO is also, well, of course, if they name the person, they're going to wind up dead. NATO has also reduced the number of positions that Russia can accredit people at the organization from 20 down to 10, the official said. No immediate clearer explanation was given for the decision, which will take effect at the end of the month. Relations between NATO and Russia have been increasingly strained since Moscow annexed Ukraine's Crimean Peninsula in 2014. The two are at odds over Russia's nuclear missile development, aerial intrusions into NATO airspace, and the buzzing of Allied ships by fighter plane. Now, considering the fact that their nuclear submarine fleet are probably all leaking nuclear waste, and honestly, they are not really in a position where they can afford to be playing these sort of games at all, especially considering the fact that I would say if the only thing they're doing is developing nukes, then oddly enough, I'm thinking that they're planning to use it for something. Although I wouldn't I honestly don't see. I honestly, although I honestly don't see Putin trying to start a conflict at this point. NATO's policy towards Russia remains consistent. We have strengthened our deterrence and defense in response to Russia's aggressive actions, while at the same time we remain open for a meaningful dialogue. Now, the question I would have is how will Putin respond once he's backed into a corner? The main forum for dialogue, the NATO-Russia Council, is stalled. NATO proposed to hold another meeting for the NATO-Russia Council over 18 months ago, and that proposal stands. The ball is in Russia's court, the official said. Leonid Slutsky, the chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee in the lower house of Russian parliament, dismissed the accusations against Russian diplomats as baseless and warned that NATO's moves will further strain relations. Slutsky also told the Interfax news agency that Moscow would respond with asymmetric retaliatory measures, but he didn't elaborate what they might be. So we'll see what happens with that. We also have a strong earthquake that seems to have killed 20 in southwest Pakistan. A powerful earthquake collapsed at least one of the coal mines and dozens of mud houses in southwest Pakistan early Thursday, killing at least 200 people. Holy shit. I mean, at least 20 people. I'm sorry, and injuring more than 200. That's still a lot, though. The death toll was expected to rise even further as crews searched in the remote mountains area, said Suhali Anwar Shaheen, the local deputy commissioner. At least 4 of the dead were killed when the coal mine in which they were working collapsed. That is a fucking horrible way to go. That's a super horrible way to die, citing coal miners in the area. As many as 100 homes also collapsed, burying sleeping residents inside. The epicenter of the 5.9 magnitude quake was about 15 kilometers northeast of Harnai, the Baluchistan province, according to the U.S. Geological Survey. The initial measurement of the quake's strength was 5.7 magnitude. It struck about 9 kilometers below the Earth's surface. Shallower quakes tend to cause more damage. The area about 100 kilometers, 60 miles from Quetta, the provincial city, is dotted with coal mines, which has Shaheen worried that the death toll could rise. It struck in the early morning while scores of miners were already at work. Damn. That's got to be the worst way to go. Well, aside from being tired and lit on fire, Pakistan's military was deployed to the earthquake-sent area to airlift dozens of injured from the mountain peaks. At least 9 critically injured people were taken to the provincial hospital in Quetta. Search and rescue teams have arrived in the mountains, an army statement said. Concern has grown about scores of coal miners who might be trapped. Homes lay in heaps of mud and straw. Residents of small mountain villages were seen wandering stunned among the rubbles. Women, children, everyone was running here and there, said Resident Ghulam Khan. We were scared and we didn't know what to do. Ambulances soon arrived to transport the injured to the hospital in Harnai. Doctors treated patients outside the hospital as 4.6 magnitude aftershocks continued into the morning hours. Children with bloody bandages were in stretchers outside as hospitals brought in more wounded. So far, we have treated more than 200 casualties, said Manzoor Ahmed, medical superintendent of Harnai District Hospital. The small rural facility has been taxed to the limit, he said. As many as 15 bodies were brought there. Damn. Most of the population in the area live in sun-baked mud homes, many of which collapsed. Rescue efforts were underway, but Shaheen said it would take hours just to reach many of the hardest hit areas. You guys really have to excuse me. I am probably dead tired, which doesn't help that I have an appointment sometime 2 in the afternoon, but I'll manage somehow. Witnesses in the area said residents were wrapped in blankets against the cold, sitting on the side of the road and waiting for the aftershocks to subside and for help to arrive. And for those that don't know, the deserts at night are extremely cold. The area is remote, and already the autumn nighttime temperatures are chilly. Pakistan's southwestern Baluchistan lies on the seismically active region, according to the Provincial Disaster Management Authority. The worst earthquake in 1935 destroyed the provincial capital of Baluchistan and killed more than 35,000 people. Wow, that's a lot. Since then, scores of earthquakes have rattled the province, Pakistan's least populated, with just 12 million people. Pakistan is a nation of 220 million people, 60% of whom live in the country's eastern Punjab province. So, a lot of earth changes going on, and that goes without saying. And hopefully, I don't know. I'm kind of hopeful about the wiping out of the eastern seaboard by the super tidal wave. And I honestly hope to go further, lower inland, just so that I could die instantly and not have to, suffer from the after effects of radiation sickness, which is a horrific way to fucking go. I mean, damn, if I had to take my pick, and I'm assuming that a tidal wave rushing at a person at over 500 miles an hour, that's got to be like getting hit. That's oh my gosh, that's got to be like jumping off of a building and just splattering. That doesn't sound too good either. Shit. I might have to rethink how to check out of this world. Worst comes to worst, I might just, turn on the car and cover the gas pipe with mounds of tape and just go. I don't know. I think the carbon monoxide way of going would be probably the easiest, because you wouldn't know it's coming, and by the time your brain is deprived of oxygen and all that stuff, you're already essentially probably dead, versus being radiated to death or drowning. My God. Yeah. I can't grasp why many of you humans think that life is something to be cherished. It's quite horrible. And this is even taking into account that there are those who have it worse. I mean, honestly, this is just this is definitely not that's not a good situation to look forward to. And I really don't think they're going to even try to evacuate people if it comes. They're probably just going to let everyone get hit and see what happens. Now, on that note, of course, I can continue to keep looking into other topics as well, just to see what else is going on in the world. We have virus measures stop legal return of thousands to New Zealand. The WHO is working to get COVID-19 medical supplies to North Korea. We have French senators meeting with Taiwan's Tsai amid China tensions. So that I suspect we're going to hear more about that. Ethiopia airs claims about the UN officials. Oh man, I'm just reading headlines pretty much just to see get a rough picture of what's going on. But more or less, let's see. Now in power, Taliban sets sight on Afghan drug underworld. That sounds interesting. My gosh, these people are freaking crazy. It's showing like all these prisoners that they have or whatnot. Drug users detained during Taliban raid wait for a medical check in the detoxification ward. I would not want to be in their detox.
By the way,
it's horrible.
By the way, just checking in. I'm going to grab some bottles of water, make certain I have enough to hydrate myself. So, sound like you're doing okay. Keep going for a little while longer, and I'll be back. Okay.
All right. Well, this picture is like the most abysmal shit I've ever seen. These guys are literally standing outside, and they're being forced to keep shoulder. I think they're trying to keep arms length apart in front of each other, or whatever. It looks like they're going through some kind of torture exercises. All their heads are shaved, bald, and it's what the fuck. Now the uncontested rulers of Afghanistan, the Taliban, have set their sights on stamping out the scourge of narcotics addiction, even if by force. At nightfall, the battle-hardened fighters turned policemen scour the capital drug-ravaged underworld. Below Kabul's bustling city bridges, amid piles of garbage and streams of filthy water, hundreds of homeless men addicted to heroin and methamphetamine are rounded up, beaten up, and forcibly taken to treatment centers. The Associated Press gained rare access to one such raid last week. The scene provided a window into the new order under the Taliban governance. The men, many with mental illnesses, according to doctors, sat against stone walls with their hands tied. They were told to sober up or face beatings. Man, I would say fuck that place. That is not somewhere I would want to be. The heavy-handed methods are welcomed by some health workers who have had no choice but to adapt to Taliban rule. We're not in a democracy anymore. This is a dictatorship, and the use of force is the only way to treat these people, said Dr. Fazal Rabi Mayar, working in a treatment facility. He was referring specifically to Afghans addicted to heroin and meth. Who the hell do you think got them hooked on this stuff? Probably the Americans before the Talibans, were taking out the Taliban. Soon after the Taliban took power on August 15th, the Taliban Health Ministry issued an order to these facilities, underscoring their intention to strictly control the problem of addiction, doctors said. That's not really going to work. Bleary-eyed and skeletal, the detained encompass a spectrum of Afghan lives hollowed out by the country's tumultuous past of war.
There we are. So basically you're going over this horror story of Afghanistan, no doubt. And tragic horror story it is. With that, Let me see if I can call up something on my computer, which constantly says that we're... here we are. Our man, Sammy Romero. Shout out to Trisha Whitmer, who left a mark 7 minutes ago, according to Facebook. A thumbs up on my promotional banner for tonight. Let's see if we can access what Sammy Romero wrote, or maybe it's best I simply go to the timeline to see what he wrote there, and see if I can access that comment at all, which I probably can't, because we kind of are offline or online so sporadically that the performance is it's my computer, not so much the live stream. So but I won't be able to find out what he says probably till after transmission, which isn't too long from now, comparatively speaking, about 2 hours, but definitely still long enough where I wish I could see what he said. And he was probably telling us he could still hear us or something, but okay, let's see if we can find out.
Yeah, we're still live.
Okay, good. Yeah, and we're getting sporadic behavior on the internet on my side, and altogether, what could I say? A bit of hell of a day as always. But certainly glad that we have the number of listeners that we did who were supporting Peter Moon, and hopefully some of them provide enough contributions. The people who I mentioned earlier from last month, of course, that money has been expended. So definitely trying to get myself enough money to last through my birthday, which, unfortunately, as much as my son and it helps me, and as much as he can, get whatever help he can, there's only so much that can be done. What happens at the estates of his husband stays in the estates. In the outside world, I'm pretty much fending for myself. And fending for myself, I really can't do that without your help. By that I mean everybody listening, because of course the reality is what I've provided by the Social Security Disability Insurance. By law, of course, I'm required to work to supplement that so that I can basically survive. And this is, let me see, it says this page is slowing down Firefox. Oh, that's what it says. So it's Firefox is claiming that, probably all the pages I have up are slowing things down. But, the funny thing is it's not really responding when I shut things down, certainly not quickly. So there we are. I'm trying to shut this page down. It was up and it's not really shutting down. So the only thing to really do at times like this is kind of like shut the whole thing down and start over again, but you can't do that when you're live streaming. Oh my god.
Yeah. It sounds like you probably don't have a lot of RAM space or random access memory.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because we closed down all of the episodes that were stored that were really killing the speed of the computer. We deleted them because, of course, we've got our friend John Warrington, who has uploaded quite a bit. God bless him. And, I'm just, without wonderful people like John Warrington, we just wouldn't, we wouldn't be able to carry on. It's incredible. Thank God he's there. I don't know if you've ever had an opportunity to exchange any communications with him to any extent, but every once in a while, I hope the two of you say hi. I'll
drop him a line on Facebook.
Yeah, and that's appreciated. Always enjoy people keeping up to date with each other. All right, so I shut one page down. Hopefully that helps a little bit. This other page is going nowhere, and somehow I wound up on, oh God, this guy's page, which when I'm clicking everything, it's just taking me to sites I'm not even trying to go to on Facebook. One of these is one of these guys who's trying to get all sexy with me because he thinks I'm female. And or maybe he doesn't think I'm female and doesn't care. We've discussed that before.
I think if anything, it seems like a lot of males, they seem like they would jam their thing in anything that looks like a hole.
Yes, yes. Or
And
yeah.
again, this is why I say we need to find a constructive way to halve the male population.
That would be
I mean,
nice. Oh my God.
we're still going to require some males for slave labor, of course, building shit, and just really horrible jobs that women just wouldn't want to do.
Right, by the way, for some reason, this is throwing me down into. Oh, I know what's going on. When I was pressing the button around, then what happened was it decided it was going to toss me over to what the button connects to, which is okay. Here we are. Our man Sammy Romero says, "Off to bed, Douglas." That's what he had to say. Great transmission, Doug. Going to finish up tomorrow morning. God bless. And so let me put a heart on that and give him a reply. God bless Sammy Romero. And oh my God. And so, aside from all of that, you're holding up pretty well, and you don't seem to be overly reliant tonight on the drugs. You don't say by that I mean the stimulant, the drinks, the energy drinks. You seem to be doing.
Yeah, I downed like 3 of those already throughout the day. I'm trying to budget myself and trying not to spend too much money, at least until food stamps come in, so that, then I can go apeshit on the energy drinks again. But, yeah.
So you have a Snap card that fills once a month?
Yeah.
Wow, cool. That's great. I'm glad you got that. And by the way, let people know that doesn't last long. That shit's like way a person could.
Oh, no,
if a person were living off that, they couldn't. You couldn't live off that for a month. The money that's on there, it's you wonder why they bother. Honestly, the only thing that's good for is to do what Jameson Reese does with it, which is basically splurge on something.
Oh, it comes in handy though. It helps a hell of a lot compared to not having nothing at all.
Yes, yeah, I'll buy that. It's definitely important, and I'm glad that you have that. Let me check into the now that we figured out what Sammy said, because the reason if anybody's wondering why that was so important to me is I like to have people tell me what the quality of our audio is or how things are going. So if Sammy had anything to say about that, that would have been important. Of course, what he said was important enough, which was fine. And there we are. Pixie Princess Star Fox was saying, "We all love helping you, DDD. Also, for the desert." Yes, cool. Not quite sure what that means. Hurricane Ida laned, but take it as a positive. Everything she's doing is positive. A lot of black hearts here, little kissy lips. Then Hurricane Ida laned 211 mile per hour wind speed. I'm never going back. So she was on the Atlantic seaboard and moved to, I forget, like she said, oh yeah, Colorado, I think. And, I'm going to work after this, Kay. Yes, honey. Sounds good. And she says, good luck not seeing me. And I'm dead already. Fuck, she said. I think she's talking about what you were saying. This is when I refreshed myself and you took over. She was responding to that. So we'll certainly leave all that up there. That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah. I was musing about what the hell to do once that mega tsunami hits, and I thought about it, and the idea of getting hit by a wall of water at 500 miles an hour, that's got to be just as bad as jumping out of an airplane at a high altitude and getting
Oh yeah.
smacked
Let me
to the ground.
put this on before I get my earbuds back in. It's just so. What did you decide to do instead? If you
Well, I decided what I would do is I would take the family car. I would patch up I would tape every open area shut, and die of carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh my God. Well, for one thing, first off, I'm surprised this is going to sound completely stupid. You've never brought up a car, and all you ever talk about is walking or taking public transport or the.
Well,
So I didn't know you had a car. The family.
no, I
I
don't
mean.
drive. I don't drive. My folks have a car,
Uh-huh.
but I can't drive.
But you could use it to go to the other side by checking out with the carbon monoxide.
Goddamn right. I'm not sticking. So I'm not sticking around to have like freaking radiation sickness, man. That's got to be as bad as being drowning to death.
Yeah. Well, one
Or
thing is that the one thing that first off, understand that just because there's so many nuke plants in up and down the coast doesn't mean you'd be in a in sight of radiation blowing your direction or something. It doesn't necessarily mean that. So it's you might escape that. And other than that, of course, I don't get the intuition it's going to happen this time. It's not this time. It may in the future, but I'm not getting the intuition right now. Of course, it could be wrong. But they don't seem too worried about it over there on the island itself. Then again, of course, everything could be under wraps, and
yeah, there's a lot they're probably not going to tell those people.
That's a thought. I mean, I would give the Spanish government more credit than that. I would think that, if they really thought it was going to blow, they'd force an evacuation, a mass evacuation. I'd give them that much. I mean, after all, they're not. I mean, it's Spain. It's not like it's, America or Russia. They're not that low.
No, yeah, well, they're the ones who decide to run around when bulls are, running down the street.
Yeah, but I actually kind of give them credit for that. It helps get rid of the excess male population. Be serious. I mean, come on. You'd be agreeing with me on that. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah. Well. I would think we.
Darwinian selection, right?
Yeah, we probably need something like that in America.
Yeah, we need something like that here. Yeah. So, they got a way of taking the idiots and kind of, pruning them down a bit, pruning back the edges. So I think that's. That is what it is. But in terms of what's going on right now, it is what it is. I think that things should be okay. Of course, there's some disappointment with that too.
Yeah, there's a lot of disappointment with that because I was just hoping to again end this charade. I get the feeling that, honestly, with the right rituals, I shouldn't be coming back. I mean, I should be able to make it all the way up to Chisek, Bohu, Tohu, and say, fuck this, we're done.
Oh, well, don't overdwell on that. That gets a little morbid. I mean, I'm not admonishing you. It's just, how would I say it? It was, by the way, what prompted that weird communique this morning, so to speak, where you were like saying, I'm going to rearrange my head now, just kind of like giving me forewarning you were going to dope yourself or something? It doesn't sound like you're too out of it. It sounds...
Oh, no. I was... I was surprised I stopped where I did because I decided I had some foresight to say I don't want to be that messed up.
Okay, that's good. I mean, that's appreciated. I'm glad you weren't because it definitely makes it easier on me just to have you straight enough to back me up with some. Shall I say, taking the stage, give me a chance to kind of get my head down to where I can prepare to get into the zone. And all right, I'm going to try and get into the zone again, and this time talk a little bit about the occult, which our man, Mr. Peter Moon, felt was something that would be a good direction to go in. I still want to have a little time bought so that I can try and breathe and kind of, get into it. But in the interim, tell us a little bit about what else is coming up to your mind. You were talking about Afghanistan, and why exactly did that kind of grab your attention?
There was they were just, beating the shit out of people who suffer from addiction. Because that's how the Taliban treat addiction. They beat the shit out of you and they torture you. Yeah.
That's how they do everything, right? I mean, it's so it's not exactly something new. It's just
It's reason enough to make me thankful I wasn't born in a country that's like that.
Right.
In the Middle East, fuck that.
Yeah, no, that would be a bad that's a bad hand to be dealt to anyone. It's you're probably right. It's better to be not with that. So let's take a look at the time we have left. It says we've been 8.5 hours. That means we've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3.5 hours left. I can't believe we have 3.5 fucking hours left if I were to stretch it to the last limit. Oh my fucking God. So certainly I touched upon La Palma and Taiwan, as he said, even touched a little bit on some other things. And then we've got the situation, of course, that you've touched upon, how they're treating but tell us a bit about how you feel that addiction should be treated. Tell us a little bit about that.
I don't know. I'm starting to question why treat it at all. Why not just let us,
Well, that's what they've done in Europe. I mean, this is what happens when you've got this kind of methadone treatment, for instance, and you have people who. Then take that, or they provide clean needles, for people who are heroin addicts in Europe, and it seems like they, just kind of encourage them to slowly dope themselves to death and get themselves out of the system. There we have that.
I mean, they talk about treating it with, social help and whatnot, and getting people to socialize. How the fuck are you going to get someone to socialize who doesn't want to speak to anyone out there? When I'm outside, anyone's my mortal enemy, unless they prove otherwise. So how the hell is that going to work? Yeah, La Palma, just please let that
come and wipe us out. Yeah. Of course, he's speaking for the East Coasters. I mean, honestly, of course, that would be, like I said, just a pain in the ass in terms of the damage it would cause for everyone else. Well,
I know it's selfish of me. It's one of those things.
Oh, understood. No worries. Well, let's see if I can get into the mood to talk a little bit about the occult and magic and all this stuff, as our man Peter Moon was insisting and or suggesting. But in that case, it was kind of like, I don't see any. Let me take a look at and see if any contributions are coming in. I do want to thank people who contribute, and all of the people that I mentioned who have contributed understand that money has been expended. So I need to recoup money to. And by the way, it wasn't wasted. These are things like necessities. Well, in a sense, it was wasted. Some of it was gifted. Gifted to a person who I was having a relationship with. And these things happen, and so money's often used in that regard. We give money to people that we care about, And oftentimes, of course, these people take advantage of it. These things happen. But in terms of, otherwise, I'm not left completely barren. And I will count on my listeners to help me Riku enough to make certain I get through the month, which I know you'll do. And money needs to be spent on proper necessities. These things are, just the way life is. And once I stabilize this month, it should be that way for a while. And with that, then, we may as well move on to some of these more Yarudite topics so I can lose myself in that for a few hours. And then reward myself with the closing of transmission by maybe drinking myself into a kind of oblivion or something for the day. And then resting throughout the majority of the day. You
can actually sleep after you drink?
Oh, yeah. I can do that.
Oh, man.
You envy that?
Yeah, I envy that because for some reason it has the opposite effect.
Okay. All right. So, love you dearly, son. Stand by in case I need you. And in the interim, we'll try and provide a little bit of education in the occult that, of course, Peter Moon was saying I've been giving people more meat than usual. So I guess he really counts this stuff as kind of like, I guess, what he was anchoring for. That puts him in the same boat as Jameson Reese, really, which is rather bizarre, but such is the nature of things. Now, asking what is magic is about as useful as asking what is art. The debates go on forever and are ultimately subjective and have been had to death. For ease of use, it was defined for the sake of Aquino's exploitation as a set of performances that, if used, create effects largely outside empirical or objective established physical law. It is a circumscribed set of behaviors that create effects and results. And perhaps the best modern definition comest from one of the foremost mantics of the modern era, Aleister Crowley. So if we were to read his work, it would, from his own book, read as, "A magic is the highest, most absolute, and most divine knowledge of natural philosophy, advanced in the works and wonderful operations by a right understanding of the inward and occult virtue of things, so that true agents being applied to proper patience, strange and admirable effects will thereby be produced. Whence magicians are profound and diligent searchers into nature, they, because of their skill, know how to anticipate an effect, the which to the vulgar shall seem to be a miraculous. Magic is emphatically not a science, as we understand it. If magic obeys empirical facts, repeatable experiments, and working hypotheses, they are beyond human comprehension. Science is a philosophy that claims that truth can be arrived at empirically, using testable, predictive, and falsifiable theories. Magic is none of these. A television picks up a signal, converting information to pictures. The process can be explained, replicated, shown to be true over and over again. A crystal ball shows a picture because, ultimately, you said the right spell, and you imagined it would work. Magic is an art, a discipline, an act of faith, a tool we can never understand the inner workings of. Like the imagination, it comes out of. Like consciousness, Humans are simply unequipped to categorize and deconstruct sorcery. Because if we did, that wouldn't be magic, but rather science. Magic is always supernatural, outside of the nature humans can understand, always transgressive and strange. So, there's no way for myself, or really anyone else, to provide yourselves concrete answers concerning either magic or the nature of it in the universe as perceived by the cultists of the kings of Edom, whom are, of course, the primary enemy of myself and, of course, all of you. Only I am the only one who has ever stood against them and paid the ultimate price. To try and provide such concrete answers concerning magic or the nature thereof, it is supernature, from whence we derive the term supernatural, nature above the natural, as metaphysics is above simple physics. That would fly directly into the face of, well, the tradition of vagueness and unsystematic, the chaos nature of the agents of chaos, the nature of chaos itself. It would fly into the nature of how they work. Rather, if you want to perceive magic as they perceive it, which is necessary for us to combat it, then we have to basically outline various ways to view the phenomenon of magic within the framework of a nihilistic universe. As a matter of fact, that was one of the things I wanted to bring up when Peter Moon was with us. And he was bringing up someone being more of a Freemason than a something else. He may have been speaking of course, one of the Mormons, Brigham Young. Do you happen to remember, Jameson, who he was saying was more of a Mason than something else? Was it Joseph Brigham Young or something like that? Or
I can't remember directly offhand.
But you remember vaguely his saying that, right? And I was giving a shout out to Salman Sheikh. Now, the reason that that's important is because the Masonic religion, if you can call it that, which all of the founding fathers of the United States were Freemasons, or certainly all of the major ones, and their religion, or their non-religion, their anti-religion, would be deism. So the concept of deism is that of a clockwork universe, which acknowledges a divine creator, and then essentially posits that the creator, upon creating the mechanistic and clockwork universe, abandoned it and abandoned all of us. And therefore, in the mind of the Masons, they can ultimately ascend to take the place of that creator if they be bold enough and skilled enough and apply themselves enough, and ultimately usurp the throne of God. Because God is not there, the throne is empty. The clockwork machine is ticking along all on its own. And so we, as its inheritors, the people who maintain it, can ultimately accede to its maintenance at the administrative level, no less. So this is deism. Not all deists may necessarily aspire to such lofty heights, but deists certainly agree that God is God, essentially, that we are in the house of a God gone away, which in and of itself is, of course, a frightening concept to most. It would imply that in such a case, your prayers would not work, as whom would you be praying to? And yet at the same time, some of them would argue that your prayers work in the sense that it's part of the mechanism of the machine. In other words, if you pray to that God gone away, your prayers can still be answered because of the resonance of the mechanism he created, which will respond to you in his place. And so that's what brings us back to the concept of the empty universe that either Jack Parsons or Brigham Young were operating on, that Peter Moon was alluding to. By the way, I'm getting some incoming messages. Is that you, Jameson, leaving something in the message box, or is that someone else?
Oh yeah. I was just saying that I sort of resonate more with the deism than theism, honestly speaking.
Well, I can understand why. I mean, there's reasons people are attracted to that. It certainly would seem to explain a lot. By the way, you were off mute, so just make certain that you go back up to mute. Will help somewhat. Thank you. So the rogue physicist who views Yog Sothoth as an elaborate mathematical code will foolishly see magic as a kind of science. The mad, tooth-sharpened shaman of the Congo will see his screaming chants as just another darker part of his rites. The saffron-robed acolyte of the Order of Silver Twilight will see Azathoth as a kind of Qlipothic Ein Sof, approachable through the tunnels of Set. These ways of examining magic are called paradigms, and I may as well discuss them and try to explain to people exactly how magic is impacted by them, these paradigms, as the Edomites ultimately exploit them, the enemy of all life. Now, remember what I've said, that the only person to really expose the anti-gods to the point where the general public came into awareness of them was Howard Phillips Lovecraft, who is now being attacked mercilessly in his death by those who would usurp the anti-gods themselves and free them from Lovecraft forever so that they can reintroduce them in a proper popular cultic context where they will then be introduced into the pantheon of legitimate worship. That is, of course, the objective of the Herodians, the men whom, if you are a Christian, and those women who follow with them, would have killed your God, are certainly their primary human exemplar, their avatar on earth, their anti-Messiah, their apostasal Herod would have killed your God, had he been able to do so. So when Howard Phillips Lovecraft exposed the kings of Edom, and Herod was nothing if not an Edomite, Mr. Moon introduces Herod almost as if he were Jewish, which is not the case. He was not Jewish. He was Edomite, the ethnos which is the blood enemy of the Jews. But he wound up as effectively the king of Israel, and Israel was ruled by their blood enemy at the time of Rome's domination. This was not unexpected because it made him completely dependent on the Romans to maintain his position of power over the people who despised him and hated him with every fiber of their being, in most cases. And of course, he's remembered much more positively now by postmodern Israelis, the Israelis of today, because none of them are really of the Semitic descent of the original Israelis whom Herod was imposed over. Rather, as I've said before, the works of, the man who wrote the 13th Tribe, Arthur Koestler, proved that the majority of Jewish peoples, and of course we didn't need a man to prove that, that was certainly evident by all modern history, and history going back until the time of the Khazar Empire, at the time when the Jews were much more of a crusading warrior peoples. They converted the warrior Turks of the tribe of Khazar to Judaism. And the Khazar Empire enslaved many cultures around it, dominated the Black Sea region, and ultimately, with the collapse of its empire, migrated into Eastern Europe, where they established many ghettos. These Eastern European Ashkenazim ultimately were the majority of settlers and creators, the founders of the modern state of Israel, not the Sephardim, who were Semitic. Later on, Sephardim were introduced into Israel, but are certainly not the dominant culture, though they do comprise, by my impression, many of the reactionaries of the culture today, as opposed to many of the Turkic descended Jews who would be more liberal progressive in general. That's a stereotype, and I might be wrong, but that's the general understanding that I have. In terms of the situation where they have an admiration for Herod, it's simply because he left them with a legacy of architecture which they can present as a tourist attraction. Without that, Israel would have nothing to show to tourists at all above the ground. So Herod was the great builder. And of course he had the Roman Empire behind him so that he could do that. And the control, of course, of the economy, which was a slave-based economy, it must be remembered. But the person who ultimately exposed his gods to the public, those terrible titans of the desert that certain corrupt Sufis came to worship, the models for the Mad Arab of Lovecraftian literature. Lovecraft himself uses traditional magic only a few times, but it's always shown as a frightening, potent force within his works. So much of the mythos is based upon fabulous rationalism. The carvings, the elder things created in their weird stone tapestry beneath the mountains of madness tell the story of waves of alien invasion, migration, and evolution. Even mighty Cthulhu is revealed as an extraterrestrial and not a hedonistic, hungry god. In the Shawned House, the short story, we have a tale of flamethrowers and scientific gadgetry. Yet there is also the terrible familiar Brown Jenkin, the vile Congress with gods. Lavinia Whately is subject to the strange case of one Charles Dexter Ward and his sorceress relative. If one reads certain blasphemous books closely enough, it seems even the great alien Cthulhu holds a place of religious primacy amongst his star spawn. Science and magic lie side by side. In the mythos he exposed to the world, the mythos of the Edomites. Is the shining trapezohedron a monster summoning gem, or is it some signal device that utilizes geometry utterly alien to the human sensibility? Is the star's rightness an astrological phenomenon, or is it astronomical? Does it matter? Should it? So Lovecraft, in his exposition of that which the cults did not want man to know, wound together black magic and mad science, scientifiction and gothic, with no regard or interest in strict genre boundaries. The mythos maketh little internal sense and was never really supposed to. What is clearly a superscience in one story is black magic in another. It is a mistake to do otherwise, and while, for convenience, it may be useful to decide upon a paradigm, really, Michael Aquino himself was willing to throw out all established ideas on magic on a case-by-case basis. Humans, after all, are never more ignorant or vulnerable than when they think they have an answer. That much he taught me. So in terms of the paradigms of Edomic magic, A paradigm is a set of practices and beliefs that view how we look at anything. They represent the basic assumptions we make about knowledge itself. Magic has several paradigmatic notions attached to it. And as I've said before, Lovecraft famously described himself as a mechanistic materialist who had no time for the supernatural or religious beliefs. And yet, as I've exposed, he really was a secular Muslim. Now, what's important about that fact is that means that he took very seriously the writ of the Muslims, and through them, he helped introduce the concepts that are in the Quran and various Arabic writings to the Western world in a way that the Western world did not recognize. And because of this, they thought of it all as pure fiction. And yet, Lovecraft himself was never really gifted with recognition until well after his death. This was a man whose fate I hope does not befall myself, because my own works need to be paid attention to now. And as our man Peter Moon said, I'm 55 years of age. If we wait 30 years before my work is recognized, how old will I be? 50, 60, 70, 80 something years of age? Still not too bad, really, and I know I'll still be alive and in good health, more than likely. So, not always, shall we say, a negative fate, but it certainly adds its stress to the present situation unless you do your part and make my works known unto others. So if we were to discuss the other aspect that was always brought up by Howard Phillips Lovecraft that is obviously quite relevant, it would be the topic of sanity, because magic impacts one's sanity. Certainly it does in the nihilistic universe of the Edomites. In fact, perhaps the most important element of all in the universe of the Edomites would be at least the capability of maintaining the facade of sanity. When coming face to face with both ancient and malign alien beings as well, and the more mundane horrors such as a simple human corpse, sanity measures how well a human being can cope with unreality and yet still function in society, which of course one has to if they're an insurgent, a subversive of that society towards ultimate destruction and chaos and anarchy, which is their ultimate objective and aim, and beyond that, the destruction of all creation. This is why our man Peter Moon wanted me to bring up the atomic bomb as an example of alchemical chaos, or rather the objective towards the ultimate chaos, the destruction of the world, vis-a-vis the plutonium bomb, and of course the American attempt under General Leslie Grove to try and destroy the world along with his fellow occultists, originally simply by triggering Gadget, the first atomic bomb that was manufactured by the Americans as plutonium and therefore beyond what the uranium bombs could do. And what they felt was ultimately a kind of ability to create and destroy primordial matter and ultimately assail God himself by destroying all his works. So when we talk about atomic occultism, not that I necessarily want to go down that path because it's almost in my mind quite turgid, the modern alchemy thereof, the occultism behind the emergence of the atomic bomb. This is something that might require, well, obliquely, one of the first things we'd have to acknowledge is that the alchemical revival in occult circles is what obliquely helped the emergence of atomic theory. So if you're talking paradigms, then that is inescapable. As a matter of fact, there was a book written around the time of the death of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. 2007 was the year he was thanatized, effectively put to death by the medical industrial complex. Not just the VA, but the UCSF, which was directly affiliated with the VA in San Francisco. All VAs take their doctors from the regional students' hospitals. It was that year that a book was released, published by Mark Morrison, that was titled Modern Alchemy, Occultism and the Emergence of Atomic Theory, in which Mark Morrison proved that alchemy, the supernatural practice centered originally around the magical transmutation of base metals into gold, reasserted itself with a vengeance in the 20th century after the discovery of radium. Because the radically unstable nature of radioactivity, a phenomenon itself seemingly transmutational, invited ready comparisons to the ancient alchemical arts among such unlike groups as occultists, scientists, and journalists. But his book did not merely argue that occult practitioners adopted the language of radioactivity for their own uses, but instead he contended that the alchemical revival in occult circles obliquely helped inform and was in turn profoundly shaped by the emerging science of radioactivity and radioactive transformation. So Morrison evidenced a much more complicated relationship, a fertile interchange, in fact, between the two worlds of heterodox religion and mainstream science. So, as proven by his work, Alchemical Principles had some influence on the development of radiochemistry and atomic science because some chemists associated with those fields conceptualized the behavior of radioisotopes in terms of alchemical philosophy. So unless you understand that and how the occultists felt themselves superior to the mere physicists, then you're not going to understand how the military occult complex, with its obsession over the atomic and the creation of the cult of the atom in the form of the Department of Energy, which experimented on American citizens, how all of this created the world that you're trapped in today. After all, modern alchemy is the result of these mantic physics, where occultism was the real source for the emergence of atomic theory. Now, while many alchemists were intelligent and well-intentioned thinkers, their experiments are usually regarded historically as failed wizardry rather than scientific investigation. The alchemists' extreme goals, faced with, well, they simply faded with the rise of scientific pursuits. And it has been rarely noted since that the birth of atomic science coincided with an efflorescence of occultism and alchemical tropes that attached deep significance to questions about the nature of matter and energy. So, that brief revival of scientific interest in alchemy and its surprising connections to the layman to the emerging subatomic sciences of the late 19th and early 20th centuries ultimately evinces a resurfacing of occult circles and alchemical tropes having a traceable impact upon the science of the day, revealing unexpected interactions between science and the occult, such as the Alchemical Society in London, which lasted on the surface of the earth for a mere, from 1912 to 1915. The research program of clairvoyant chemistry and the attempts of academic chemists inspired by the alchemy revival to transmute the elements, even to make us gold. The research by Mr. Morrison, it uncovered the surprising story to the layman, but certainly not to myself, as it was all taught to me directly by Michael Aquino. He showed unto me how this alchemical revival influenced, and was in turn profoundly shaped by, conceptions of matter emerging from the new science of radioactivity. And so in examining scientists' publications, correspondence, talks, and laboratory notebooks, as well as the writings of occultists, alchemical tomes, and science fiction stories, I myself was able to ascertain that it was exactly as Morrison said. This was how modern nuclear physics was born, vis-a-vis the trajectories of science and occultism, usually seen as antithetical, but in the case of the atomic bomb, briefly converging in the efforts of a group of madmen to win World War II by destroying all the world. And thereby, if they destroyed the creation of the divinity himself, they themselves would ascend to godhood. A combination of the Freemasonic deism, the nihilism, and ultimately the desire of man to abscond with the throne of God. So the routes to scientific discovery are sometimes strange. We are all familiar with the story of Newton and the falling apple, or with Friedrich Kekule's dream of a snake biting its own tail that led to the discovery of benzene's ring-like structure. But such stories, engaging though they might be, are often mythical. They serve a function in science, emphasizing individual psychology and the flash of inspiration from a heroic scientific genius over the more routine and collective aspects of scientific work. Romanticism aside, however, the history of science, like Orwell's Big Brother state, usually writes and rewrites history to remove inconvenient facts, mistakes, and idiosyncrasies, leaving only a rationalized path to our present knowledge, or what historians sometimes call wig history, W-H-I-G, as in, placing on a wig, rather than people seeing your bald pate. In so doing, by wigging out, it not only distorts the actual course of historical events, but also gives a misleadingly simplistic picture of the richness of scientific activity and the interactions between science and broader culture. In the history of physics, for example, the discovery of isotopes by Frederick Soddy and Francis Aston is usually cast as part of a linear sequence of discoveries in atomic and nuclear physics. The story, as we are told, began with the discovery of radioactivity in the 1890s, continued with the discovery of the nucleus, circa 1911, isotopes by 1913, wave mechanics by the 1920s, and the neutron in 1932, before leading to nuclear fission, circa 1938. and ultimately the atomic bomb in 1944 as deployed by the Third Reich. That was, of course, well before the testing of the object known as Gadget, the plutonium bomb that was supposed to destroy the Earth from right here in the United States at Stallion's Gate, Alamogordo, in 1945. But certainly portaled in the energies of the anti-gods, and in that sense served its purpose. Reconnect. Our reconnection has been successful. I'm not quite sure what people missed, but hopefully, well, people have caught on. Definitely, we disconnected and reconnected by our online broadcasting software several times tonight, throughout the program, throughout the transmission. And I'm definitely glad that each time it's recovered as well as it has, and even rather surprised that it did. So, in terms of shall I say, what I was speaking of in atomic occultism and all the rest of that, I think people have pretty much got the hint. I think people understand what I'm talking about, but when I go into that direction, of course, it simply serves as really kind of an introduction. It's an introduction to the concept of paradigms. And the concept of paradigms is where we have to look at, different aspects of everything, not just, of course, the atomic bomb, which I think I've spoken of enough times in the past where people get the idea. So hopefully, having said what I've said, trying to, shall we say, look around a little bit more in the world around me, see what I can dredge out of my mind from the past. When we take a look at the kind of men behind the bomb. After all, it's not a firearm that kills people. They say guns don't kill people. People kill people. So if that's the case, then where are we with the atomic bomb and the men behind the bomb? And what about those who would walk with the occult and walk with the gods? These people, if two small masses of uranium-235 are brought together to form critical mass, the result will not be a massive explosion after all, because the reaction that ensues will blow them apart again, scattering the uranium before it can explode. In an atomic bomb, they have to be held together. And this explains why mystical intensity, such as was experienced by Warner Allen in Queen's Hall between two notes of a symphony, is usually so brief. It causes its own disintegration. But why that, if the mystic wants to keep it so badly? Well, as I was taught by Michael Aquino, the answer is of fundamental importance, because the muscles that could hold it are flabby and undeveloped. We only make use of these muscles involuntarily, when suddenly stirred by beauty or a sense of crisis. And this in itself is preposterous, as if you only used the muscles in your leg when someone tapped you on the knee, causing a reflex action. So know that we possess the muscles for compressing consciousness and are producing states of intensity. But we use them so seldom that we are hardly aware of their existence. My simile of the atom bomb can be carried further, as it was by the men behind the bomb. An atom bomb can be used as the detonator of a hydrogen bomb. the fusion of hydrogen, which is what produces the sun's heat. Requires temperatures and pressures as intense as those in the heart of the sun itself. These can be produced momentarily if an atomic bomb, which works on fission or disintegration, is exploded inside a mass of compressed hydrogen, which then fuses into the more complex helium atom, producing an explosion 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb which triggers it. So, what Michael Aquino understood, taught to him by the cult of Edom, was that human consciousness is theoretically capable of this kind of power. Man literally is a god. We are made in his image. A god suffering from laziness, amnesia, and nightmares. The Catholics call this fault of human consciousness original sin. The philosopher Heidegger called it forgetfulness of existence. But it is important to understand that it is not a basic flaw. As odd as it may sound, we suffer from the spiritual head cold because we want to. A man who wants to think locks himself into a quiet room and perhaps closes all the windows. This has its advantages and disadvantages. It allows him to concentrate, but it cuts out the fresh air and the sound of birds. When I have to concentrate, for example, when I am speaking to yourselves as listeners, I lock myself into an inner room and close all the windows. If I now decide to go for a walk, I cannot simply open all these windows again. It takes time to unwind, to relax, to decompress. And this is why most humans spend their lives in a highly uncomfortable state of generalized hypertension, without ever knowing what to do about it. Now, when we are worried, there seem to be two possible courses. One is to do something about it, to look for a way out. The other is to go on feeling worried, or accept it passively as we accept a bad cold or a toothache. There is a third course, but most of us are unaware of it. When a man wants something badly, or wants to avoid something badly, he makes an immense effort of concentration, an inner convulsion. The mental body contracts, and the result is a new sense of power, control, and freedom. Graham Greene's whiskey priest, on the point of being shot by a firing squad, realizes that it would have been so easy to be a saint. Why? Because the threat of immediate extinction causes the inner convulsion, a greater effort of will than he has made in years, perhaps in the whole of his life. And he realizes, with the shock, that if he had made the same effort of will earlier, he need not have wasted his life. Man possesses the power to contract his astral body by an act of will. He is not aware that he possesses this power. The proof of his ignorance is his capacity for boredom. Boredom is the expansion of the astral body in which the swarm of bees becomest a vague, diffuse cloud. In this state, we experience a kind of nausea, and the sense of meaning vanishes. Life fails. The inner energies drop. The next stage in human evolution will be the deliberate development of this muscle of the will, and a corresponding development of the sense of meaning thereby. It can be seen that, according to this scheme of evolution, Priestley's 3 orders of time become unnecessary. Of course, most of you wouldn't be familiar with those 3 orders, so The priestly categorization of time would be, well, time 1 is the way I experience time when I am passive and unfocused. Time 2 is the way I experience it when my mind becomes self-governing, which is what happens when it focuses on meaning. Time 3 is the way I experience time when the creative chain reaction begins, when I experience a sense of total control of my mental processes and unwavering perception of meaning. There are some interesting points to observe about these 3 time experiences. The most tiring of the 3 is time 1, a passive living in the present. If I feel exhausted, the best way to recover is to find something that deeply interests me and concentrate upon it. If I am exhausted and bored, the curious result is that I continue to run down still further, like a car whose ignition has been left switched on. This principle has been used in the brainwashing of spies, as again I learned from Michael Aquino, and the breakdown and training, the indoctrination, the production of supersoldieri. Of course, this began with intelligence work, whereon the spy was placed in a completely black and silent room, and as soon as he becomes acutely bored, his will relaxes. His sense of meaning ebbs away. A feeling of misery and panic begins to build up, and his vital forces disintegrate. He begins to feel increasingly mediocre, accidental, mortal. In this state, he is easy prey for an interrogator. On the other hand, if I am bored and tired, and then something happens that arouses my deepest interest, I ignore the fatigue. I concentrate, and my vital batteries begin to recharge at a fast rate. The time 3 experience is the most interesting because it involves the most total control. If I am deeply involved in the contemplation of something else, like Toynbee at Mistra or Priestley outside the fish shop, I'm still basically passive, my mind turned outward. This is time 2. But in times of intense mental activity and concentration, I am aware of being in charge of a chain reaction. That is, the more deeply I concentrate, the more I focus meaning. And the more I focus meaning, the more intensely I concentrate. I have myself experienced the sense of power over time on 2 occasions. Now, in terms of what those occasions were, I guess I'm comfortable enough to share them on the first of these. Well, I was working on a security contract that bored me, had weeks of inactivity and minor irritations. That reduced me to a passive state where I felt almost incapable of concentration. Now, at the time, my mother was still alive and well and deeply interested in Nijinsky, who had recently died, particularly in his attempt to create a new kind of choreography with tense, erratic movements. So, because of her insistence for me to cultivate grace, when I was alone, I used to practice ballet exercises, something that she had enforced upon me against my will as a child, but I certainly appreciated more as an adult. If there was suitable music on the radio, I would experiment with these Nijinsky movements that she had brought to my attention. And one evening, the Liebestod from Tristan came on. Its unexpectedness produced a shock of pleasure and concentration, and I made an effort to retain this concentration. It seemed as difficult as balancing on one toe, but the movement helped, and as my attention began to waver, the climax of Liebestod induced, really, a new effort of concentration, and quite suddenly, for a space of a second or two, I had a sense of absolute and total control. It's hard to describe beyond that. It was a absolute and total control over time, the sense thereof, as if I could order it to stand still. The past ceased to be something that receded from me, like the scenery going past a train. It felt as if I could relive it as easily as I could put on a gramophone record for a second time. The metabolic process of the body seemed to be as much within my control as the muscles in my arms and legs. So, the second occasion was related to the first in that I was again listening to Tristan in the Gods at Covent Garden. And the sheer length of the opera ends by inducing a sense of freedom, for the unwanted concentration leads to a second wind. It was in this second wind that I decided to try to recreate the sensation of timelessness, and accordingly I again began to make an all-out effort of concentration in the last 10 minutes, and this time there was no need for physical movement to reinforce the effort. After a few moments, there was again the sensation of floating or being suspended, and again the feeling that I could arrest the time processes of the body. This should make us clear why I am inclined to reject the notion of a three-dimensional time. But it may simply confuse others as to its applicability to the practice of magic, but then it shouldn't. So understand this much in the time we have remaining, and let me check the live stream to see how much time that is. 9:25 it says, so that means we've got 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 2.5 hours. I guess not too much of an unproductive detour there. But bringing myself back into less personal and more transpersonal space to educate all our listeners. And those who are listening, again, deeply appreciate your being here with us. And let me shut down some of these computer windows that are still up. Maybe, hopefully, get my computer running a little faster here. Shut down basically when I was looking up the year of the rat, and of course it was 2020. It was just yesterday. You know, it feels like 100 years ago. Honestly, I really am sometimes frightened by just how quickly time is passing. And that moment in time that brought us back to the Manhattan Project, the human sacrifice of the atomic soldiers, the U.S. veterans used as guinea pigs. Again, that brings us back to the bomb and its makers. How you really begin to appreciate, not in a positive sense, what a strange occult thing the atomic bomb is when you view it through the lenses of real history. In terms of the nuclear war that of World War II being a nuclear war, which nobody seems to understand, thinking that this was a one-way and not the exchange where the atomic bombs were going off in Europe and on the Korean Peninsula. You really tend to forget just how World War II was truly a nuclear exchange war, a real nuclear war in the sense of both sides deploying weapons. However, the Axis deployed its bombs operationally and with purpose, whereas the Allies simply threw theirs out in a fit of panic. Now, by the way, our man Jameson Reese was always fascinated with atomic bombs and their imagery, just how they looked. And of course there's alternative imagery out there, imagery such as negatives that I could bring to the attention of the public, but that I could share with Jameson Reese perhaps much sooner, simply because he's here, and I could show him the long exposure photograph of the Trinity bomb, the bombs that were also deployed at Eniwetok. But in terms of Trinity itself, as Peter Moon was talking about, the occult nature of Trinity, what I'll do is I'll provide this photograph, if I can get it into his message box, and place it into the message box of our man, Mr. He says nice. You act like you've seen it already. I haven't even got it into your message box yet. Is are you seeing something that I'm not aware of or something? Are you somehow able to see this psychically? What exactly is going on with that? Oh, by the way, there's a dish named Kathy Morrison who just the anticipation, he says. Okay, that's nice. Let me see if I can open your bloody message box. That would help first. And, I have all these other boxes popping up. Here we are. There we go. Let's see if I can source this, get this out for you, and then get this up for our man Peter Moon as well. And, okay. Looks like this might work after all. Considering how slow everything's been working, that's a blessing. All right, Trinity, long exposure. There we are. Let me pump that up there and then press the enter button, and I'll do the same. Now that photograph is the long exposure photograph of the Trinity site explosion of the atomic bomb, the detonation that's been long exposed, and it provides something important. And here, let me send this to Peter Moon as well, and that way I can express to him tomorrow exactly what it is he's looking at, or he'll find out when he listens to the entire program. Press the enter button there. This is probably one of the most eeriest photographs in the world. Honestly, as a photograph of Trinity, which was, let's put it this way, the Trinity cloud, or the Trinity bomb itself, it's been so extensively documented, and yet the same few pictures of it and its explosion are reused again and again. Basically, if it isn't one of the blobs of fire pictures or the Jack Abey early stage fireball cloud photograph, the one that is used on the cover of the book entitled The Making of the Atomic Bomb, then it doesn't seem to exist. And yet, among other things related to Trinity, I stole from the US government at least 2 images of Trinity that give one a much different perspective. Now, the first one that I'm showing to Jameson Reese right now, and also put in the message box of Peter Moon, is a very ghostly apparition. And what a strange occult thing the atomic bomb looks like in this view. And while most photographs of the bomb are concerned about capturing it at a precise fraction of a second, a nice precursor to the famous Rapatronic photographs of the 1950s, this one that I stole does something quite different and quite unusual, because it's a long exposure photograph of several seconds of the explosion. And so the very caption indicates, which of course, from what I remember about TR 146 and what it implied, and assuming that I'm interpreting it correctly after all these years, is that it is an exposure of several seconds before the explosion and then 2 seconds after the beginning of the detonation, which would explain why there are so many pre-blast details available to see. The result is what Jameson is seeing now, that he says is beautiful, he's in awe. It's a phantom whose resemblance to the classic Trinity explosion pictures is more evocative than definite. And if you view it at full size, you can just make out the features of the desert floor, the cables that held up the tower, for example. And that's along with some strange, blobby artifacts associated with darkroom work. So, I myself would wish that what I've just shared with Jameson and privately with Peter was the image of the atomic bomb that we should all have in our minds. Dark, ghastly, tremendous. Instead of seeing just a moment after the atomic age began, we would instead see in a single image the transition between one age and the next. And by the atomic age, of course, it began when the Germans deployed their uranium bomb, but this would be the age of true terror, the deployment of the plutonium bomb, symbolizing the step towards the thermonuclear. So, in terms of the other image, which, let me see if I can dig this out of my files and transfer this over to others to look at. Let me see, I was just over there and see if I can find our man Jameson yet again in terms of his private message box. Oh, yes, here we are. Well, I'll shove it onto Peter Moon's palette first. And there we are, the Trinity Mushroom Cloud. And so, press the enter button. And then, let's see if I can try with Cookie Monster, who reacted to this with a heart. Let's see if we can give him something else to heart about. And with that, here we are. Okay, so in this case, what I've shared with our man Jameson Reese and placed where Peter Moon can look at it in the morning, understand that most of the photographs of Trinity are its first few seconds, but this one I provided them is not. And as far as I know, it may be the only good photograph I have ever seen of the late stage Trinity Mushroom Cloud. And of course, it's profoundly striking. It's a tall, dark column of smoky, it's smoke, but it's lightly mushroomed at the top, with a larger cloud layer above it. The only descriptive apropos would be ominous. That's the word that I keep coming back to, especially once you know that the cloud in question was highly radioactive. Now, one of the things I found while researching the behavior of mushroom clouds for the study of nuclear war for officers at the Presidio military base was that while the mushroom cloud is an ubiquitous symbol of the bomb, it is specifically the early stage mushroom cloud whose photograph gets shown repeatedly. Almost all nuclear detonation photographs are of the first 30 seconds or so of the explosion, when the mushroom cloud is still quite small, and usually quite bright and mushroomy. The late stage cloud, about 4 to 10 minutes, depending on the yield of the bomb, is it's a much larger, darker, and quite unpleasant thing. So why did we so quickly move from thinking of the atomic bomb as a burst of fire into a cloud of smoke? And the obvious answer would be Hiroshima and Nagasaki for the Americans, where they lacked the instrumentation to see the fireball and could only see the cloud. But I'm still struck that our visions of these things are still so constrained to a few examples, a few moments in time, out of so many other possibilities, each with their own quite different visual associations. And that would be an occult aspect of the bomb, if ever there was one. So understand that nuclear physics and alchemy are, in a very real sense, each impossible without the other. In a sense, the highest evolution of the mind for the most evil of purposes. So, there was a series called Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, of course, is, if you didn't know, in San Francisco. And Twin Peaks was made into a television series. Now, of course, they revisited that series some 4 years ago. And there was, of course, the Manhattan Project, the atomic bomb, and then the producers, the writers for Twin Peaks. That series, based on those Twin Hills in San Francisco, mined that terrible series of events in human history for literal gold, as well as tying it directly to the evil that exists within the Black Lodge. So, in Part 8 of Twin Peaks, The Return, as that episode was titled, it gave us a tremendous glimpse into the background and mythology of that world, tied in very strongly to the events depicted in Mark Frost's 2016 epistolary novel entitled The Secret History of Twin Peaks. Perhaps more strongly than any of us were expecting. So, what were we to make of the links between the history of Twin Peaks, the Black Lodge, the occult practices outlined in Mark Frost's popularly accessible novel, and the atomic bomb? So, basically, alchemy is woven into the very fabric of Twin Peaks by design. Of course, what probably came to a surprise to many who were watching the events of Part 8 4 years ago was just how linked to alchemy the processes behind the atomic bomb truly are. The S1 Uranium Committee of the Manhattan Project, a group which traces its origins to the Szilard-Einstein letter to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and which used to conduct meetings at Bohemian Grove for that extra occult kick that we're all here for, was formed to look into ways to develop and weaponize nuclear technology utilizing uranium before the Nazis managed to do the same. Of course, the Nazis beat them to it, all the way to deployment on the field. But one of the methods they were looking into in their failed race involved creating plutonium, a highly fissive transuranic element, particularly well suited for use in nuclear bombs, from decaying uranium isotopes. It is produced in a process known as nuclear transmutation. And if you're familiar with the world of alchemy, you'll know what transmutation is. Well, you'll know that transmutation is where it's at. It's often said that changing base metals to gold was the singular focus for alchemists throughout history. But that's not strictly true, at least insofar as alchemy is related to the occult. There is a metaphysical element that cannot be satisfied simply through transmutation of one metal to another. The search for the soul's purification is what they were really after. Thus, strictly speaking, it is not correct to say that the scientists and researchers of the Manhattan Project were alchemists, at least not in the occult sense of the word. But what if the development and deployment of a transmutated and weaponized plutonium bomb while not occult in nature, also happen to unleash dormant supernatural forces that fall within the sphere of occult influence, as was intended all along by the men who ran the project, like General Leslie Groves. The idea that the explosion of the nuclear bomb broke down the barriers between our world and the Black Lodge, of course, has been thoroughly explored in fiction, via the airing of Twin Peaks. And it's worth noting, at that juncture, that the Jet Propulsion Laboratories, JPL's co-founder, originally it was named after him, JPL, Jack Parsons Labs. Later on became Jet Propulsion Labs because he was, after all, a traitor and a spy. The co-founder, the prominent occultist that Peter Moon, I meant to say, was referencing earlier in tonight's transmission. The Thelemite, yes, Jack Parsons, spent the early part of 1946 conducting occult rituals known as the Babylon Working and based heavily on the writings and teachings of the occultist Aleister Crowley, bent on conjuring the Moonchild into existence with his wife Marjorie Cameron, well, kind of a wife in the occult sense, and that many believed these rituals opened a portal to hell known as Devil's Gate, located in Pasadena, California. Yes, sure, his rituals were based on sex magic, more than straight-up transmutation. But as many people have noted regarding these popular cultural portrayals, the reproductive symbology is strong. So I'll get to that in a moment. Right now, the only thing that's brandishing itself into my brain is the vision of the seal, the star of Babylon, because of the Babylon working that I'm speaking of. But as aforesaid stated, occult alchemical transmutation involves more than just basic metals. It's an interior process, one that involves, as the Jack Parsons who appears in Frost's novel sayest, transforming the base metal of primitive man into the gold of an enlightened soul. That's on page 245 of his book entitled The Secret History of Twin Peaks. So the final step in the process, called coagulation, leads to, and here I will quote the book, gaining of a confidence beyond all things, experiencing a second body of golden light coming out of the crown chakra, the top of the head. This is the highest evolution of the mind. These steps mean you find the Philosopher's Stone that allows existence on all levels of reality. So that sounds an awful lot like what the giant undergoest after witnessing the birth of the atomic age in the movie theater. Could the explosion of the first atom bomb, a triumph of nuclear transmutation, trigger the start of an alchemical transmutation that leads to the rebirth of Laura Palmer in the Twin Peaks series? Of course, someone would have to have followed it to an extent like I was forced to at the time because a girlfriend was obsessed with it. But aside from all of that, not quite sure what else to point out about that. It's probably too quirky to go into in depth, and I really shouldn't because I'm kind of indulging myself. But if you'll permit me, I'd like to take a brief segue into the realm of the birth imagery that peppered Part 8 of that Twin Peaks series. Much of the return, a series as a matter of fact, the return of Twin Peaks. It can't be a coincidence. Dougie Cooper is birthed from the electrical socket. He appears to be covered in mucus, much like an infant, requires constant attention and help to navigate the world he's been brought into. Wally Brando's birth is given a lengthy explanation when it comes up, and just within Part 8, along the mother/experiment, appears to ejaculate a stream of eggs, including Bob B-O-B. It's all uppercase letters that he's referenced. I mean, this is too much unless you're familiar with the series, which might take a lot of investment. But just after the nuclear explosion sequence, one of those eggs appears to hatch later on after a gestational period of 11 years, producing a half frog, half cricket, or locust. The Chekhov two biblical plagues in one grotesque creature that finds a host in the young girl we meet in the final minutes of the part. Whereas Bob, B-O-B, all uppercase himself, an acronym, trapped inside a bulbous, inky, black egg sac, appears to be removed, rather unsurgically, from Mr. C's stomach by the woodsman in a process not unlike a cesarean section, the way the woodsmen hold the egg up to... Well, there's all these characters in there. If I get lost in describing this, I'd have to describe each and every character. You just have to watch it and see it. But basically, there's a doppelganger seated by Mother, who is this creature. It's basically, all of these are striking scenes that really go into the occult to such an extent it's intolerable for someone other than someone with my background to watch without probably losing sanity. Honestly, there's no other way to describe it. But one of the characters, the birth of the Moonchild by the White Lodge, that they're portraying because of Jack Parsons' Babylon working rituals. That's the lesson to be drawn from that. That's what you witness in that episode of Twin Peaks. One of the characters, Laura, being reincarnated, for lack of a better word, as the divine, sacred, feminine Babylon herself. Of course, you just really don't know. On the surface, you see this mythical character from the Twin Peaks canon produce a second body of golden light from his crown chakra at the top of his head. And from that golden light is produced a golden ball, perhaps otherwise known as the Philosopher's Stone, that allows existence on all levels of reality, kind of occult transmutation taking place before your eyes. Whereas the giant reaches the highest possible level of enlightenment. And all of this taking place in response to a triggering nuclear transmutation on the ground in White Sands, New Mexico, on the morning of July 16th, 1945. So the pieces are all there, but the audience that watched it was simply left to make of them what they would. So it's up to me to make it out for you so that you have a better understanding of what's going on with all of this. And as Peter Moon said, it was pretty much portaling in the anti-gods. So that episode of Twin Peaks connected it to Michael Aquino's birth through the occult ritual of the Babylon working. So Travis Moss says, it takes skill to be able to stream 12 hours so frequently and not run out of things to say. That's because there's far too much to say. DJ says still with his thumb up, so that's appreciated. All right, let me get back to the live stream and see how much time I've wasted with that a little incursion into popular television culture that obviously was... oh my fucking God, I hope I can see the fucking live stream. Because if I can't see the live stream, I don't know how much time we've got left. I should actually just, stayed there, kind of just stayed in place. All right, says we got 2 hours left. So 10 to 11, 11 to 12. All right, so maybe I should get back into the paradigms, as I was talking about, of course, the sanity and magic. And how, of course, where does that take us? In terms of, oh my God, let me try and decompress a little bit from where I went. That was, I went way out of the way there in a space I shouldn't have gone in. And yet it was necessary. It connected us back through what Peter Moon was talking about, and if he ever tries to check out Twin Peaks, he'll understand. The original series was a cult classic for a reason. So, sanity is a complicated process and concept. Bipolar depression is technically a mental illness to be medicated, yet millions of people deal with the disease with little effect on their daily lives. Homosexuality and transsexuality were once considered serious mental conditions, yet now are considered lifestyle choices or socially/genetically determined mindsets. Holy men and visionaries in the past would today be considered schizophrenics and medicated accordingly. Sanity is a concept that easily mutates and fluxes. However, for the purpose of practicality, Michael Aquino considered sanity a simple gauge that tells society how well adjusted to consensus reality a member of that society is. So, the aforementioned depressive may occasionally find it hard to get up and go to work, but that is not always a particularly debilitating condition considering the extremes of mental illness. The psychotic who happily eats his neighbor is clearly driven by a mental state that makes him a malfunctioning unit. He simply is a unit that cannot be reintegrated or even socialized. He cannot live happily or easily within social conventions. In other words, sanity is a measure of how closely a human agrees with the narrative a society tells itself is real and unreal. Within the universe of the Edomites who seek to destroy our world, which is the reason we must understand them, we ignore them at our peril. There are rather more exotic threats to sanity. Coming face to face with Azathoth practically ensures a human cannot go back to the day-to-day functions of the world. Seeing a deep one may mar the functionality of an investigator without the creation of a half-dozen neuroses. The sudden imposition of the unreal on the real causes a schism between the rational mind and the unconscious mind. A human may be able to process that, in fact, the highest destiny of the universe is to fall into entropy, and thereby he himself fall into nihilism and the cult of the kings of Edom. To see a God that represents the nihilist idea manifest in front of one is an imposition of a new reality, or anti-reality. It makes one mad. Imagine the scientist who struggles daily with a view of the universe which excludes any phenomenon except that which can be measured and observed. Imagine the cognitive dissonance when they discover the fundamental laws of the universe exist because gods want them to be so. A lifetime of learning, a strong mindset, utterly fractured. Going insane is therefore mistaking the real and unreal. One goes insane in terms of the practical applications of chaos magic when one can no longer fend off the notion that objective and subjective, true and false, have no overlap with the bleak reality of the universe. True insanity is understanding that no part of reality can ever be understood. What then of the mage, that breed who actively seeks out such horrors, with the arrogance, confidence, or naivety to believe they can be confronted and controlled? Meet a man on the street who runs naked screaming that he is being hunted by a great bat with a tri-lobed eye, and the chances are you will think him insane. The investigator into the cult of the kings knowest that while he may be stark raving mad, he may also be telling the very literal truth. This is the slipstream world of magic. The magician, therefore, the mage, has a rather complicated relationship with the notion of insanity because the essential nature of magic is seeking out and commanding the very forces that undermine sanity itself. An arcanist of any skill who camest into contact with Edomite beings with any frequency will, no matter how powerful their will or sanity, sooner or later fall into irreparable, indefinite insanity. How, then, can any mage gain powers over the beings magic promises to grant? It seems that no one could ever get good at magic without ending up an unfortunate lunatic. There be twa answers. The first is that they cannot. In that case, magic will almost inevitably lead to severe madness. Hence the Muslim attitude towards the Yazidi and the Jinn and Cthulhu, and the reason why they evade or despise and yet respect and fear the Sufi, the mystics of the Muslim world. The second answer is that the act of performing magic in some ways insulates the magician against inevitable madness. No human mind can long survive the true nature of the universe, but magic offers perhaps the only viable form of protection. A state called gnosis, the state of knowing. At the heart of magic is the sensation of being in the presence of knowledge. Some call this magical consciousness. Some call it zazen, the state of no-mind meditation. And others call it samadhi, one-pointed consciousness. But in the Western world, the Edomites reference it as gnosis, the mental state in which the arcanist leaves behind the mundane world of teapots and bank drafts and sends their mind into the infinite gulfs of time and space. Magic requires an entry into non-ordinary reality, a way of thinking that is decidedly at odds with the liminal and process-based mentation of baseline humanity. Magic takes place in the heart of mystery and cannot be entered into simply or easily. Gnosis is a way to safely, more safely, enter into the madness of the mythos without being lost forever. It is a sort of psychic inoculation against the raving hysteria so many humans exhibit after a brush with those forces. The Gnostic state is when all attention and focus goest onto the magical operation being worked, intense concentration and focus being requisite, the kind of concentration that requires training and practice to achieve. The mind shuts down all internal chatter, all thoughts of everything except the magic at hand. And gnosis also makest one more readily prey to the forces of magic. As one enters into a state where they can examine the hidden forces of the true creation, and so too can those hidden forces enter them. Entering gnosis requires, at least initially, time and preparation. It is not a matter of simply clicking one's fingers and shutting off the internal chatter of the mind. Many magicians find it one of the great challenges of mastering the art, shocked at how loudly the mind continually shoots off ideas. So, aids are required. Now, the common tools to enter gnosis are meditation. Oh, by the way, I'm getting no data. I do hope people can hear us. Do let me know, because bizarrely enough, I'm not getting any further entries into the live stream studio in terms of the chat box, and yet I distinctly saw them when I enter the YouTube video as it's displaying on YouTube. So that's odd. The live stream is not registering some of the new. He says we're still live. Good. Then I guess I can go on with the tools to enter the state of gnosis, the aids that help, help make the mind shut up and zipper it shut, so to speak. As I said, here's now that I've kind of come back to the page, these have come up. Nathan Brooks says, greetings, team DDD. Greetings, Nathan Brooks. Hugs be unto thee. And so proud of you. He's got his legal possession of a firearm. And somebody told him to go have fun with it. I'm not quite sure that's something you tell somebody with a firearm. But yeah, I guess it is. At any rate, in terms of other tools, if you want to enter the state of gnosis and shut down that all that mind munching, you require meditation and the other elements I'll list, these other tools, these aids towards the silencing of the mind, would be hyperventilation, breathing really, really deep and hard, self-mutilation or flagellation, chanting, exercise to the point of exhaustion, orgasm, drumming, fasting, sensory deprivation or overload. Not all of this at once, mind you. Obviously, I myself would favor orgasm because it is orgone, the focusing of the energy of life itself. But in the end, the methods are unimportant. The arcanist who chants prayers in Old Hebrew, or the mad witch doctor scourging himself, are both entering into a Gnostic state. The whole point is to change the normal mode of thinking. Gnosis explains why radically different techniques of magic work. From the sinister black-robed chanters in Latin to the terrible blasphemous orgies of the Cthulhu cult, to the stately dances of shamans and the drug trances of the Chaodians, they all share gnosis. Many modern occultists argue that it is the act of becoming so involved, so focused, losing oneself using various props and hypnotic techniques, that this magical concentration is the true mechanic of sorcery, rather than actual words and motions used. So from a practical standpoint, this is a useful mechanism to allow varying styles of magic to coexist, sans the need for further explanation. All that matters is gnosis. When the Gnostic state is achieved, the arcanist becomest capable of working with the powers of magic. They are absolutely focused on their work, in a state of deep and transcendental meditation. All thoughts in a Gnostic state are magical thoughts. Feelings, diversions, stray ideas, all impact upon the magic at hand. A great deal of time and effort is made by occultists to prepare a ritual or to ensure gnosis is more easily kept. It is easy to think thoughts about dragging entities screaming into the world if one is surrounded by black-robed monks and screaming whippoorwills than it is waiting for the bus. The mage must be absolutely focused on their gnostic state, as magical thoughts come as directly from the dark depths of unconsciousness. Distractions can easily cause one to fail in magic. Gnosis can be easily lost. Exempli Gratiae, a group of well-armed private investigators opening fire on a crypt, is an easy way for the arcanist within to lose focus. During the strange, intense state of magical consciousness, the occultist can believe they can control the terrifying protoplasmic slime in the pentagram. Thrust into reality, sanity intrudes its ugly head, and without gnosis, the reality of a magician's hubris might become all too apparent. Or they might just go mad. Gnosis does not provide sanity buffing benefits outside of the context of magic. The magician, suddenly confronted with the corpse of a loved one while preparing dinner, still gets shocked and disturbed, the same as any other human. It is only after lengthy preparation solely for the purpose to cast magic does gnosis become effective. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective, because that needed to be explained so that people could better understand what we speak about when we talk about invocation, evocation, these other techniques that are all part of the anatomy of magic. Because magic, at the heart, is a performance art. Or, at least, to disambiguate, a performing art. You're not necessarily performing for someone else, but in a sense you always are. It must be spoken and acted upon. Some argue that magic can be completed within the imagination, but those who do so are often timid, confined to rowing the shallows on the shore of a vast ocean. In addition, working in the astral, as it is known, is terribly uninteresting in a sense of, how do we say this? In a sense of producing anything that is going to impact the world around you. It's more like you're a voyeur or a peeping Tom looking into other people's windows. Kind of like Pavel Edward was when he walked all around Canada, just staring into people's windows. Magic is ritual. And beyond that, of course. When we think of magic, the way I experienced it, under the tutelage of Michael Aquino, as Jameson Reese says, no physical effects, no success, magic is dramatic, changing and changed. Magic is powerful and undeniable. At the heart of this energy, this information is action. And that's where magic is ritual. Performance. This may be as simple as pointing a finger, or a figure, or a figurine, and muttering a word. It may be pointing at a figure and muttering a word. It may be a set series of performances spread out over years, or simply one ceremony. The actual event of magic is called a spell. Roughly speaking, the more complex the spell, the more involved the ritual attending it. That's the best rule of thumb that I've gathered by experience over the years. Modern parlance also sees ritual as utilized by the Department of Defense, called operation, or working, as in the Babylon working. Although operation would indicate a series of smaller rites, spelled R-I-T-E-S, working in sequence. Either way, the terms are interchangeable. Now, as I've expressed before, with the Edomites, there's no particular emphasis upon rituals. Some spells require particular rituals, some do not. The more effective the spell, as I've experienced, the more complex the ritual, especially when dealing with magic, as it would be used by those investigating the arcanis of anarchy. But of course, no hard and fast rule can be applied to the application of ritual to spell. I probably need to discuss that a bit more to make that comprehensible. Basically, by trying to describe or articulate what magic feels like. I think I've given you already a hint, but I'll do my best to take it a little further if possible. Performing magic, being in the presence thereof, is in some ways the sharp end of the entire thematic structure of the Edomic worldview, the worldview of the Herodian insurgency. The world, the universe, everything is far more strange than can ever have been suspected. Indeed, far more foreign would probably be the word that would come to mind. Hostile and uncaring than humans can tolerate. Magic is part of this, a set of rules, a kind of logic and science that has no need to be in any way intuited or understood by the primitive lightning and chemical that is the human mind. Therefore, magic must always be shown to be an imposition on the world, felt as a strangeness that can in no way be mistaken or ignored. So, the way that I've experienced it, well, synesthetic effects would be useful for a descriptive. Describing colors by way of textures, the weight of scents, as in S-C-E-N-T-S, odors, the sight of emotions. Localized weather patterns may become microcosmic as barometric pressure sinks incredibly in just one room. Spatial distortions may cause those involved in a ritual to seem to be taller, smaller, or further away than could be possible. Causation becomes suspect. One can receive glimpses of the results of the spell being cast that the worker of the ritual may never have suspected. Flies and cockroaches may gather, displaying the behaviors of bees and ravens, and rooks may croak out prophecies in weird, nearly man-like tongues. Imagery becomest surreal, unpleasant, and confronting. The air becomest mephitic and foul. The skin prickles as if insects walk beneath it. Lights turn a cruel blue, and it seems as if a snake is loose in the spine. Whenever there is magic, there can be no mistaking what has occurred. It's not that the rules are being broken, rather that the real rules are at work. Laws of physics no simian can glimpse without their breaking. And that's what brings us to the techniques, which Peter Moon seemed so interested in. No matter the paradigm, the magician works within the matrix of whatever belief. The techniques available to the occultist are roughly the same. The witch building a clay effigy of an enemy, piercing it with pins, and the chilly, high-technology cultist employing quantum entanglement effect on the subject's DNA, impacting the unraveling of his very DNA. What does that stand for? Deoxynucleic acid. Deoxynucleic acid, yes? Are both using an enchantment, really, when I think about it. Whether we have that arcanist with the Department of Defense contracted to use high technology and quantum entanglement effects, or that, as our man Jameson says, deoxyribonucleic acid. Thank you. I could have gotten that out without you. That would be what I saw the quantum entanglement effect being used to unravel in terms of the subject's DNA. Those magic strands woven together to produce us. Whether that or the witch with her clay effigy of her enemy, both are using enchantment. So magic breaks down into basically around 4 major techniques. Evocation, the art of bringing alien entities into the world. Invocations, the art of intimately communicating with entities. Enchantment, the art of imposing the magician's will upon reality. Or divination, the art of extending the magician's sensibilities, oftentimes into the future. So be it summoning dimensional shamblers, or putting horrid gypsy curses on transgressors, or riding through space on the back of a Baihaki, all magical techniques fall roughly into those divisions, and all rites, R-I-T-E-S, can be pared back, as in P-A-R-E-D, pared back to their essence. So this brings us to basically my oblige, the obligation to break down a ritual, the breaking down of a rite, R-I-T-E. As all magic falls into technique, so do those techniques fall into broad categories. No matter the spell cast, the process to cast them will fall into several steps. The first being the establishment of intent. Intent is the very building block of the magician and what separates them from amateurs. While anyone can read Latin, they cannot understand unleashing curses and monsters. The true arcanist sets out to master forces. An occultist plans. Without the confidence and focus of intent, all other planning can go awry. Intent is the first step in entrance, the entrance to Gnosis itself. Here, sacred tools are chosen and prepared. I can cover those sacred tools later. The second aspect of any ritual in breaking down the process of the rite itself is the ward. Be it the sand mandalas of the Hopi, the pentagrams of the Hermeticist, or the jade and red banners of the Mandarin Geomancer, the Feng Shui Shifu. A ward is perhaps the most important aspect of the evocation. It creates a sacred space, a liminal area, a temporary autonomous zone between the workaday world the occultist inhabits and the area where black mysteries will be plumbed. Most commonly used in evocation or invocations, it still finds use in other techniques. Wards act as a focusing agent for the working, and a jail cell for whatever the magician chooses to bring into the world. Prime examples of historical wards may be seen in classical or Hermetic texts, such as the sacred book of Abra Merlin. Wards are almost always physical delineations of sacred space, be they circles of salt, pentagrams drawn on the floors, marked with candles, a pattern of menhirs, spelled menhirs, beams of electromagnetic force, or a simple chalk marking. The important thing is that they physically demonstrate where the thing or spell is allowed to go or function while under the duress of the operation. Most simply a circle, the being cannot leave the confines of the ward. It should be noted that modern arcanists occasionally believe that an astral or imaginary ward is sufficient. However, as the evoker must continually reaffirm that the astral circle exists, something not easy to do when a creature with 1,000 mouths shrieks cosmic blasphemies, this is never recommended. And when constructing wards, it be considered wise to make them as indestructible as possible. Chalk scuffs, a circle of broken glass shifts, but something carved into stone is much harder to accidentally destroy. Of course, from what I experienced with the summonings of Michael Aquino, some Adomite entities are affected only by very specific wards, some of which are quite exotic. A hunting horror may be kept at bay with a pentagram and a harsh word, but for something like one of the mysterious colors that fall from space, perhaps only electromagnetic energy is useful. A Thonian may only respond to the firm threats of a stone or mud ward. Commonly, occultists sit in wards and evoke into them. If a binding spell succeeds, the ward is functional. Without the correct ward, which is often built into the spell if necessary, then no binding can succeed. The key is, well, as ever, is research. The third step in ritual would be banishing. The sacred space is like a workbench, and like all working places should be cleaned before you begin a new job. An area must be cleansed of all impurities before a working begins, to banish all complications and negativity with sacred tools. One of the simplest reasons for a banishing is that it may serve as part of entering into gnosis. Banishment is something like a pre-ritual and requires little effort. But banishings also have a rather more practical use. If there are existing spiritual entities in an area, their influence may cause magic to go awry. They may strengthen an entity summoned, or weaken it, or cause other elements of the magic to become somehow corrupted. The magic wand blasts away all hostile magic. The blade cuts them away. The sound of the horn frightens them. The ward, the magic circles, serves to create a temporal zone wherein the banishment is the most effective. More than that, the banishing allows the arcanist to enter fully into the sacred space of magic, aids in reaching gnosis. The banishing rite may be specific to the spell or ritual being performed, or it, of course, if one is a chaos magician, as so many Edomites are. It might be left up to the individual caster to perform one that they are comfortable with. And that brings us to Gnosis itself. The most vital part of any magical ritual is the full entrance into Gnosis. This may be chanting in Latin, screaming out, Yog! Soth! Off! On a starless night on a hill, dancing madly, intercourse, sacrifice, or whatever methods the mage or rite seems appropriate. Evocation requires Gnosis to be appropriate to the entity called up, to be of the right flavor, if you will. It's no point giving prayers to the gentle goddess and dancing round a maypole if you're going to be calling up a shrieking bestial goat thing from Antares. If someone is calling up Cthulhu, the alien hedonist with plans to teach our species to dance and revel and kill, orgiastic rites, screaming, and codified murder will be on the agenda. Likewise, calling up the still, soft entropy that is Hastur, the King in Yellow, may require delicate music and poetry and quiet and dignified bloodletting. Yog Sothoth might desire his supplicant to meditate on some obscure kind of mathematics, or recite a Diophantine equation, or some other imponderable piece of formula. The arcanist must be well and truly in the magical state of mind before they continue with the rites of evocation, as the next step is the most dangerous. Oh, our man WTF, Mr. What the Fuck. Oh yes, Mr. Music. Thank you so much for your contribution, dear sir. Love you dearly. Of course, the spell itself. This would be the fifth component of the rite. The linchpin of the working is, of course, the actual spell. This is the picosecond, when the last chant is finished, the dagger is thrust downward, or the frenzied dance finishes, and the change in reality. At that moment, deep in Gnosis, the occultist visualizes the actual occurrence of the spell, be it the healing of flesh, the summoning of demons, the death of an enemy. Every rite ends with the magician willing an event to take his place. If Gnosis is entered into properly, if the chants are performed correctly, then the magic will work. If anything has gone wrong along the way, it is at this moment that the full magnitude of the rewards of incompetence are revealed. In gaming terms, this is where the dice get rolled. And after that, the banishing. The sixth aspect of ritual. Assuming that the mage and all who may have been a part of the working are alive and sane after the moment a spell is cast, there is very little to do but end the ceremony. Whatever forces have been at work should be safely spent, bound, or destroyed. Rather, this secondary banishing removes all traces of occult information from the region. You're clearing your browser history in the matrix of existence. A failure to clean off and wipe up a bench, to push a metaphor, often results in cockroaches. So too can a large-scale magic attract various spirits and beings. Any form of sensitive, psychic, or even other magician may become aware of things being awry in the area where magic has been cast. Recurring dreams and feelings of unease in the area may be common. Even hauntings and the presence of lesser Edomite beings. For some magicians, this is a desirable event, aiding in finding gnosis. For others, it is an inexcusable ethical lapse. And the seventh aspect of any spell would be reclamation. The true arcanist knows that non-ordinary reality is not something that can be kept permanently in mind. While eventually a mage can more easily capture a state of gnosis, perhaps even constantly, still, magic is a highly concentrated state and must, sooner or later, be left behind. Closing the wards, returning the sacred tools to their sheaths and pouches. Incense must be doused. For those mantics who have not endured a horrific loss in sanity, this is a time of normalcy. With the magic finished, power and devastation become things to be brooded over another time. But of course I mentioned some actual physical tools, magical tools. The most familiar trope, or meme, would be, as further branded into our minds by Harry Potter, the wand, the cup, the pentagram, the sword, the ethame and boline, sacred knives of witchcraft, the staff, the whistle, the amulet, black cat hair, John the Conqueror, Caduceus staff. No matter what form they come in, arcanists require props. Well, just like stage magicians. Sacred tools with which to perform miracles. Because of the importance of visualizing a spell, of willing the imminence of a moment, magical tools work to symbolically aid the magician in such goals. It is easier to enter gnosis surrounded by physical props that aid an arcanist in their goal of seeking absolute focus. Some workings absolutely require certain tools. Most evocations are dependent upon them. For example, some spells may need very specific reagents, such as the finger bones of enemies, staffs soaked in holy water, Eye of Newt. A spell will list its needed tools. Many spells do not wholly require such paraphernalia, but occultists use them because it is easier to enter gnosis with them. Now, in terms of what Aikido insisted, no more than 4 magical tools can be used for an individual rite with effect. Only 4 can aid in practical terms. Anything else is a psychological crutch. Traditionalists of the Western tradition often use wands, pentacles, cups, and swords, the stuff of the tarot deck. Chinese mages might have tools that represent the elements of wood, fire, metal, water, and earth. Tools can be used appropriately to the intent of the spell. Martial drums, the shooting of pistols, screaming war cries might be useful in magic intended to damage enemies. Healing magic might necessitate soft music, healing crystals, or even modern medical equipment. But that brings us to the creation of magical tools. Because while it's possible to simply use a cup of water to represent a grail or a butter knife to facilitate a sword, arcanists report greater success with magical tools of long ancestry, or those they have created themselves. Personally selecting and making tools giveth them a greater bond with the occultist, becoming extensions of their will. Certain tools become respected and admired over years and decades of use. They come to represent the style of the occultist who created them. Lavish scepters or cruel blunt bayonets may, for example, work best for mages who like elaborate ceremonies or sharp, effective rites, respectively. Magical tools may give up a greater chance of success. Certainly increase the odds of the working success depending on the tool and the rite. Tools of long pedigree, or those created personally over at least a month by the occultist, are more likely to yield results. Tools are context sensitive. And by the way, Sarah Thomas says, "Good morning, Douglas," with a pink pulsating heart. Good morning, honey. So glad to have you back with us. Yeah, we've got over an hour left, and I'm not quite sure I'll make it that far. And who knows, maybe Peter Moon will wake up by then and join us to give myself a break into kind of a more passive state of mind. But while I'm still active, let me get my earbuds back in here. See if I can get back into the zone and take us to the logical endpoint of this kind of process. I'll get to that. When I said that tools are context sensitive, a doll made of the hair and nails of a victim will yield great bonuses to magic concerning the subject who donated the materials, but will have little effect on summoning the intelligence of Venus, goddess of love. So even with full ritual panoply appropriate to the ritual and intent, really no more than about 20% of a chance can be added towards the spell's success. This is because magical tools are important, but they are never a shortcut. And of course, there's the intense multiplication of energy that cometh with another tool, the tool of companionship, or at least group working. I'm not quite sure if you could call fellow cultists companions, but there be a reason why cultists join cults, and witches join covens. Magical success is amplified by group work. Indeed, the success of many workings has been all but assured by that approach. Time and tested for thousands of years, magic is often worked with groups of like-minded mages coming together for common cause. Aside from magical reasons, there be practical ones, because magic, like any human endeavor, does not happen in a void. Economic reasons are a very viable one. A group of loners on the out-of-town may simply not be able to afford the gems of blood or the staff of the fish god. A simple fact that, of course, fuels many a crime committed by the cults. Humans are social animals. The term is EU social. Take the word social and put the letters E and U in front of it. Humans are eusocial primates. That means that We're like eusocial insects, which are ants and bees and the like. As eusocial primates, of course, well, we work together. We require each other. We really need each other. No man or woman is an island. Humans are social animals that enjoy peerage. While there are sorcerers content to do their solitary bidding in remote places, many magicians are happy with the social aspect of their workings. After all, magic is an unusual and dangerous practice, and so the better to do it with some friends. If nothing else, if a working fails, you only have to outrun the slowest member of the cult, right? The social dynamics of such a coven are complex, and, of course, Michael Aquino always recommended the researching of human relationships. This is because, if he couldn't outrun the slowest member of the cult, he wanted to be able to trick the others into falling behind. Now, from a practical point of view, group workings yield results. Magic does not work to aggregates, rather it adds. There be no upper limit to the amount of magicians who can come together and few limits on what they can do. This is part of the reason cults are ecumenical, and why so many of them seek to become shadowy leagues that span the world. And of course, when it comes to the mechanisms of group ritual, as Michael Aquino performed it or led it, the head of the ritual is called the executive. Now, that role may have ceremonial names: Crow, Grand High Priest, Imperial Wizard, or what have you. Nevertheless, it is the executive who leads the rite, and it focuses upon them. By the way, we're getting a no data on the screen. Then it says we have an excellent connection. Hopefully there was no break in live stream. But as I said, whatever the title, it focuses upon the executive who takes the most active part of the working. Most often, the executive is the most accomplished magician of the group, although for simpler rites, magicians in training will be given the lead role. The mechanism is easy for group work, in that magic energy from the entire group is added and used. By the way, Sarah Thomas says we're all good. Thank you, honey. Therefore, if there's 5 people present in a rite, they have that much more essence to expend. Moreover, for each person present, there's a greater percentage of chance to enter gnosis. This certainly eliminates many dangers solitary workers face. Sadly, having fuel does not make a great driver. The executive, rolls all the dice, so to speak, for successes in his magic. After everyone, based upon their own skill, enters gnosis. Whatever failures they suffer are suffered by all. It is recommended, therefore, that all cultists thoroughly vet their executives. Group rituals are obviously powerful ways to do magic, but they have one potentially very dangerous flaw. If anyone fails, everyone can fail. If any one of the participants suffers loss of sanity, loss of gnosis, or any kind of error, the whole group must try again. Be it 3 or 3,000 people, one error from one person can doom an entire working. If a member of a rite somehow fails, then the cumulative failures build up like radiation. They accumulate towards the success of the spell, at least, depending on the stage of the ritual. Then it all adds towards its potential for failure. Therefore, if 2 members fail, everyone in the group is impacted, well, twice as much. So, that is something that needs to be considered. Going violently insane and running out of a ritual may cause everyone to have to try and fortify their stance that remains in the closing of the circle. And this is one of the reasons huge cults do not always succeed, despite their enormous mystical resources. Small covens of dedicated, skilled magicians are more desirable than unwieldy, vast movements of amateurs. So, in terms of these learned rituals, the casting of a spell is, when one has the correct equipment, a rather simple thing. A good copy of a spell, sufficient essence or energy, the tools required, good to go, right? So, within the nihilistic universe of the arcane anarchists, any spell that's introduced into our world is learned ritual. It has parameters and tools already prescribed and outlined, and little extra research that needs to be done, assuming that the arcanist can correctly learn the spell. Of course, certainly those would be the easiest spells to learn, cast, and require little effort on behalf of the magician involved with them. But honestly, we should get to the point that everybody has probably thought of, but never really dared to allow to consciously enter their mind. And that would be when it all goes wrong. And monsters break loose from wards, and words in Latin are mispronounced, and shoes scuff the warding circles, or someone forgets the final banishing. Mistakes are made. It's a very bad idea to make a mistake in magic. Some of the failures are obvious. Incorrect wardings will lead to a creature that is totally free and only a few feet away from the occultist. Other mistakes are more subtle and have more subtle effects. As always, the context of the magic will be more important than any hard and fast rules that I learned from Aquino or anyone else. If one is very lucky, mistaken workings are simple no-shows. The monster doesn't come. The spell doesn't work. More often, magic seems almost malevolently gleeful, looking to punish the amateur. Healing spells gone awry might be entirely too effective, and cuts that heal might seal over the nose and mouth. Death spells rebound upon the caster's friends. Divinations might lie or subtly mislead. Evocation and invocations are particularly dangerous spells to leave unfinished. The gods may fake being dismissed, but stay in the guise of whomever it possessed, waiting a chance for more calamity. The smarter the summoned being, it will make its revenge the more ruthless and amusing. It may choose to perform the task it is bound to do, then slowly stalk the summoner. The greater the foolishness, the more severe is the penalty for making mistakes. The magician who simply fails might be blasted by magical energy gone awry. Those who grab an ancient book and chant, thinking they can control forces from beyond, are the ones in truly dire peril. And such infractions are usually punished horribly. This is always ensured that magic is treated with respect and reverence and caution. There's a reason that magic is rare and not lightly entered into. Else everyone would practice it, yes? By the way, we have someone who's entered his name in the Cyrillic alphabet. And he says, "Hello, Douglas. I am having a magical time listening to your omissions, which seem to be an endless source of high-quality, esoteric, occult, historic information. The question I would like to ask you is, how would you describe the role you are playing in our earthen game? Thank you in advance." Well, thank you for the question. And of course, you asked it with respect, and I appreciate that. And my respects to you in turn. Of course, in terms of the role, as I've said, I see myself as potentially the Vulcan interventionist for our American empire and, by extension, humanity itself, because we're headed on a course of self-destruction. And as was the scenario that was presented by Gene Roddenberry in his Star Trek franchise, which aired the year that I was born, he was projecting a Vulcan intervention because mankind was totally incapable of saving itself. Since mankind was incompetent and incapable, but truly born for a sense of war and destruction, Gene Roddenberry imagined a more logical mindset, a kind of Sophian mindset, or the Minervan mindset. Minerva is the ancient Greek goddess of wisdom. The Minervan mindset of a wiser race, exploiting mankind's warlike nature towards their defense. When Gene Roddenberry created Star Trek, he intended the main adversaries not to be the Klingons, but the Romulans. And the Romulans represented communist China, whereas the Vulcans represented my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, or the Free Chinese diaspora, including Chinese emigres in the United States. So for that reason, Spock was often alluded to as Chinese, such as when he was presented as such when they went back in time in one of the opening episodes of Star Trek, The City at the Edge of Forever. And Captain Kirk introduces Spock as Chinese. The real allusion was, of course, that Sulu represented Japan, but Spock really represented free Chinese culture. The Romulans and the Vulcans were ethnically identical, but politically polarized. So for that reason, he pictured the Vulcans seeking out man at its darkest hour of self-destruction and offering them salvation in the sense of material prosperity. In other words, bringing them back to a quality of life that was worth living. And in exchange, the Earthlings would help them fight against the Romulan Empire, which threatened to overwhelm them. The end result was the creation of the Federation, which comprised initially only the Vulcans and human beings. So in terms of Taiwan and where we're at today with communist China, the situation echoes that precisely. Having been born in Taiwan, of course, and absorbing much of Asian culture from my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, I picture myself as providing a Vulcan intervention for America as it's polarized in a spiral of self-destruction. If we can stabilize America, then, of course, we can have a defense for my native Taiwan, not necessarily in an all-out war with communist China, but that was portrayed in the Star Trek franchise. The original war was fought between the Federation and the Romulans, creating a demilitarized zone between them in the name of saving the Vulcans. If something like that happens to stabilize the political situation, so be it, but I honestly foresee a collapse of the communists on the mainland, a change of the government, a regime change. We don't even need that to be the objective of the American empire. That likely will happen with the crises we are all facing today. By the way, it says excellent connection, but I noticed that the picture is warping and spinning here, just keeping track of the live studio visuals. So everything seems fine. Can't believe we have an entire hour left. Clarice Claudet says, "Oh my God, I just woke up and you're still going. Good morning." Yes, normally I go for these 12-hour sessions, and trying to do that today to forget the unpleasantness of some of the personal things I was dealing with earlier. And it has to do, of course, with, just the normal challenges I deal with. Obviously, when you face the kind of life that I face, nothing is easy for anyone around you. The only people that are really immune to that sort of thing are, well, my gang brother, for instance, because, of course, he's untouchable with the tong and everything else all around him, and he's just impervious. Honestly, he's received death threats all his life, and they never can manifest into anything that takes him down. My son, of course, is protected on the estate of his husband, and is therefore immune to this sort of thing. It's only the people who are in more open-ended situations around me that they get blasted by the energies. Sarah Thomas says, "All good. Thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate it." So hopefully you get a bit of how I perceive myself with the concept of a Vulcan intervention. And of course, I relate quite personally to Spock, even though the Michael Aquino always considered me Data, and ultimately I became the inspiration for that character. One of the mistakes that Peter Moon made, or not a mistake, but his impression was that information was downloaded into me when they uploaded my personality into a computer system. That actually wasn't the case. That was simply a stealing of all my information, and nothing was downloaded in return, other than a complete and total sense of loss. Indeed, they didn't expect me to survive that experiment. At that point, Aquino was ready to sacrifice myself. There were reasons for that, because I was no longer going to become that which would become his heir after the Night of the Broken Circle, once I was possessed, at least in part or fragment, by the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, that had been summoned by his coven. An experience I've related in Satan's Crusaders, which is visible on this very YouTube channel, which people can review on their own. So Clarice Claudet says, "Can you also speak about the dark side of the language of light technology?" Perhaps eventually. Not today. It's just, first off, I'd have to do some research on it. I'll confess that this language of light, I don't know too much about. I've heard of it vaguely, but it seems like something rather new, or new age. Forgive me. Hey, obviously, in the environment I was in, anything to do with light was pretty much out of the scene. We're talking left-hand path and darkness and beyond by that point, when they entered the Edomite zone. Okay, in the last hour remaining, let me see if I can hydrate myself enough to go on. A little check-in here into our man, Mr. Jameson Reese. See if he's entered anything into the text box. And let's see now. Now the Skype's manifesting on screen, which makes his little image disappear. And probably the worst for everybody tonight was when I was talking about There he is, deoxyribonucleic acid, but he spelled it all wrong. Deoxyribose, he said. Nucleic acid, that's cute. Okay. So, all right, let me try and get my head back on my shoulders again. And honestly, this is something that, is really just to take us to the last hour, help me evade getting back into the world I was in before, the reality. In this sense, this has all helped me escape unpleasant reality with those around me impacted by all the gang stalking. When it comes to evocation, which our man Peter Moon was bringing up and disambiguating from invocation, and I've mentioned it all before, but it certainly never really went in depth, and that is something that, of course, I guess I can kind of cover in this final hour. The old priest kings of Assyria called upon the city gods to smash their enemies and keep them safe. The Lares of Rome, that would be spelled Lares, and it was a profession, so it would be with a capital L. The Lares of Rome kept check over the household. Solomon wrestled up the terrible Asmodeus. And, of course, H.P. Lovecraft wrote of Old Man Whately bringing up something terrifying one night in Dunwich. Evocation, the art of dismissing the magic of monsters. This is perhaps the most common, the most useful, and the most dangerous of all magic. Now, by the way, WTF says, haha, watched all of Twin Peaks. And Clarice Claudette says, I'm telling you it is used also to harness the life force as well as used as a healing protocol. Thank you. Thank you, Clarice. Okay, that may be the case. I won't argue with that. Certainly that makes sense. And so many entities of the Edomite pantheon are vulnerable to summoning. Evocation works not only on spirits and gods, but also on the relic races, such as the Mygo. Super science or nay, this gives humans an edge over the Edomites that they perhaps do not enjoy over us. The Dwegar, as the scans called what Richard Shaver called the Deros, may be able to mentally dominate us, but that is a function of their psionic existence rather than a magical law of the universe. Relic races may be able to evoke each other, but it is the one singular blessing of our race that it has that we are spared from summons. The traditional technique of evocation is well known to any arcanist. The ancient grimoire filled with terrible secrets, the room filled with candles, blood sacrifice, lights flickering, and the arrival of some homunculus into our world. The cliched image exists because it is a useful one. It outlines the process of evocation in simple, if Gothic-flavored terms. The pentagram on the floor serves as a ward. The candles create the correct ambiance, and the horned demon stands for the monster. Most evocation follows this pattern in one way or another. In terms of the elements thereof, we have the subject, because evocation is the art of calling forth. It is, perhaps, the most common magic an investigator of the dark will encounter. Be it stopping the last-minute summoning of some terrible goetic hunter, or raising up imps to serve them in the duties. Usually, evocation's first step is to identify the creature they need to summon. If one seeks knowledge of the dark between the stars, one summons a my-go. A ghoul makes the perfect subject if one seeks answers to questions phonic or underworldly in nature. To a man with a hammer, of course, every problem looks like a nail, but that is the wrong way for a magician to think. The Adamic entities are too dangerous to summon willy-nilly, calling forth beings just to look at them. These creatures are dangerous to even look at, let alone stand next to. If one simply thumbs through a book, finds a pretty picture, although unable to read the Talagog scrawlings beneath it, yet still decides to summon it, one has a short career as a magician. And breather ahead of one. And by the way, Our Lady Sarah Thomas says, I just finished watching a show about an alternative reality where witches were used in the military to protect humanity. It's called Motherland on Disney. Well, there we are, honey. Wouldn't it be nice if it were all that benign, rather than just the opposite? Thank you for sharing that, darling. Perhaps a future that we create after Vulcan intervention. Clarice Claudette shares an eye and a starry-eyed face. Love you too, honey. And, of course, one way to deal with this is the banishing, because within evocations, it may be that particular banishments need to be prepared. Any attempt to deal with Nodins, Night Gaunts, or other entities hostile to most Edomite creatures may invoke the wrath of certain beings. Any attempt to work with time in any fashion is sure to bring the attention of the Hounds of Tindalos, for example, or perhaps the Great Race. Banishing is the only certain way to remove these elements of disaster, and is almost always effective. The more powerful the magic, the greater the chance that malign or even bored entities can, or may be interested in, making themselves felt for their own purposes. If a rite is performed without a banishing, a simple, maybe simple luck can help you out. For whatever energy you expend in prayer. The greater the magic, the more potent the expenditure of power, the more attractive the rite will be to invading entities. If your luck fails you, well, then the magician has attracted something's attention. Again, the stronger the magic, the more dire the consequences. An attempt to communicate with the Daemon Sultan that goest awry may bring down the mindless anger of the servitors of the outer gods, whereas trying to communicate with the family ghost might involve no more than a minor poltergeist. Unbanished invocations tend to end with possession. But that's another subject. Yes, Sarah Thomas says exactly to my scenario of a Vulcan intervention leading to such a world as the norm. Blessed be, honey. So it's all about preparation. Certain entities have certain needs. They can only appear upon the earth under specific astrological or astronomic conditions. Prayers and sacrifices must be made, or local terrain and topography must be made suitable. This may be a mere whim of the entity before it answers evocation, or certain contingencies, that are necessary for them to exercise their ability to manifest upon the earth. Whatever the reason, not even the great sorcerers can force an entity to appear when these conditions are not met. Now, I've kind of gone into this before, and of course, this is something that might become a bit repetitive. But understand that most evocations will spell out these conditions, long established by tradition. Exempli Gratiae, Shub-Niggurath and her brood will only appear when prayers have been said over a blood-soaked altar. Yog-Sothoth requires a great tower made of stone at the site of his arrival. So, there are more difficult conditions for more powerful creatures. It's something that one has to take into consideration no matter what one's doing. Evoking sand dwellers is a simple enough task as they are little different than humans. Bringing even a fraction of the Daemon Sultan to Earth is enormously complicated, and so the preparations must reflect this. Spells may have to be cast and operational. Sacrifices must be offered. Constructions created, all matter of things. Simply having a scroll that tells how to bring an alien deity to Earth is one thing. Actually doing it, rather another. After all, many people may have read the Necronomicon or nameless cults in the original German Unexplicklichen Kulten throughout the centuries, but few gods have treaded our paltry shores regardless. Much of this is based upon the name. The magical name of the entity summoned is a complex idea, especially in the context of the Edomite mythos. It is highly unlikely something as so utterly indefinable as Azathoth could really be named Azathoth. The nethermost infinite god of the universe, after all, is beyond the mere meager machineries of the human brain to understand. This is without taking into account basic phenomena such as semantic drifts. So the names of God is, gods and monsters. They change as cultures collide and words are borrowed and shared. And yet, in the human magic systems, the true name of the creature being brought to our domain so often plays an important part of the summoning rite. This is why Michael Aquino spent so much of your tax dollars on developing the Vox Arca. But then that brings us back full circle. And I may as well stop there. I mean, after all, I think I've exposed enough for one night. And it certainly drained myself to a degree. But for those who are here to support myself throughout, my love unto you all. And of course, my appreciation for all of the support that people have shared. Let's see if I can call up something before I shut the stream down for tonight, for this morning, and proceed to back into my own little world. And of course, we have nothing that's coming up on screen in some of these screens where I was trying to... amazing that one of them is still working. The screensaver that I use when I go to refresh myself and don't want the screen to shut down from lack of stimulus. Let's shut that screen down now. And just shutting down everything bit by bit while I... here we are. Back here to our wonderful amount of support tonight. Certainly, the one thing I must reiterate is I need some fiscal support as well. I definitely appreciate that from those who provide moral support, and God bless you all. Wouldn't make it through to the end of the month without you. This being my birthday month, so I'll obviously need a bit of a buffer so that I can go a little bit wild. Clarice Claudette says, many people get sacrificed into these rituals in unknowingness because they don't know the practitioner is using occult sciences to harness one power instead of actually healing. Pray versus pray. She writes that as P-R-E-Y versus P-R-A-Y. Thank you, honey. I understand you've been the victim of something horrible, probably more than once. And not yawning because of you. Oh my God. Just that time. So certainly time I should check out before I start saying something I really shouldn't have said. I think we've gone quite a bit tonight in many directions. And, well then. All right, let's see if Jameson is still with us. Check in on him to help us say goodbye to the audience. And good night to the audience. Good day to the audience, rather. Good day. And people, when they try to say... when they try to sign off with me in the morning and they know that I'm usually going to sleep for the day, they'll often say good night, which is interesting. Just because I'm sleeping doesn't mean it's night. So what people should say when they're signing off with me, knowing I'll be going to sleep throughout the sunlit hours, is simply say good day. I mean, actually, that's fine. Or blessed slumber or something. But just because I'm going to sleep, it doesn't make it night. Since I sleep in the day. All right. Oh my God. Okay, so I take it that was a wild ride for most of you. And if so, provide your support, and hopefully as well it was enlightening to a degree. With that, hey Jameson, you with us? Or did you drop off? Not that I mind. I wouldn't blame you if you had. I'm glad he didn't fuck himself up like he left me this message. Gonna rearrange my brain. That was not reassuring. When I saw that, yeah, I was annoyed. Let's just put it that way. That was annoying. All right. So how do I handle this? The first thing I gotta do is, since these windows are moving so slowly in terms of what I was monitoring, get back into live studio. Miraculously, I made it. All right. So we got down to the bottom of the 11th hour. Let me end stream here. I want to remind everyone, Peter Moon will be on with Penny Bradley on Saturday, this coming Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. But that will be 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So bear that in mind. 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. He'll be on with her this coming Saturday. By the way, let me see if I can find the date for you. And that'll be Saturday the 9th. Peter Moon and Penny Bradley talking about the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II for 2 solid hours. And some other things she might throw at him. And, of course, Sunday the 10th will be Double 10 Day. So I'll be spending a good part of this weekend celebrating, and probably will honestly not get back until in time for transmission on Double 10 Day, and I'll be out of my fucking mind. By that I mean I'll be plastered and probably just, it was so precious. Peter Moon thought I had a hangover when I was crashing. I was talking to him and I said, oh God, I'm crashing. And I said, I've got to take my sweatshirt off, because when I crash like that, I get extraordinarily hot and I just have to take all my clothes off. And so I told him I had to lay down. And while I was laying down talking to him, maintaining the contact with him, he was saying, he was recommending these old frat boy cures for hangovers, vitamin B12, like a vitamin B12 shot. They used to inject vitamin B12 to help with hangovers. And that was so precious. I mean, it just was in no place to explain to him, no, this is that vasovagal syncope, that vagus depression of my nerve that comes from eating solid foods. This is the problem, is that what my mother warned me about. Once I started drinking blood more frequently, then of course I would lose my ability to process solid foods slowly. It would become harder and harder to process them. My body would adapt more and more towards a hematophagic diet, and that means blood drinking, mind you. And so the problem is, when I eat the solid foods and my body's processing them, it knocks the hell out of me at times. This is not common, and it's erratic enough where talking about this is not some kind of weakness that my enemies can strategize upon because it's too erratic. It's like somebody who suffers seizures. There's no predicting when the person is going to get seizures. Now, conceivably, you could trigger seizures by certain things like blinking lights or something like that. But in my case, vagal syncope is not triggered by anything external. It's triggered by the food processing through my intestines. In other words, as the stool, the fecal matter moves lower through the intestine at some point. And this is not predictable at all. Just sometimes it does it and sometimes it doesn't, because depending on the solidity of the food being processed, at some point it knocks me for a loop by depressing the vagus nerve, which runs all the way along the spine and causes me to essentially, well, I'll faint if I don't lie down. This is what happened with my mother. And so it's one of those fainting spells that triggered a violent, a catastrophic brain injury. Of course, that was triggered by misprescribed medication that triggered a violent syncopal spell because of her vasodepressor syncope. It was those reasons I took her to see a medical cosmetologist. The source of so much pain per her own psychosis. Okay, so Clarice Claudette says, thank you, get some rest. God bless you, honey. Mwah. And Sarah Thomas says, loved you, Douglas. Mwah. Loved you too, darling. Parallel Reality says, greetings, Douglas. The depth of your knowledge is immense and highly impressive. You are a rare blessing for all of us who seek true knowledge. I would like to ask you the following questions regarding the magical corporate side of language. I can see that you are using strange to us, writing and spelling. Do you have an episode where you explain the occult reason of why? And is this connected with the maritime law and occult side of it? Would you give us any clues on how to educate ourselves about the language? Can you recommend something to us in that regard for a starting point? Blessing, thank you for the respectful nature of your question. Deeply appreciate it. Much respect in return. And the first thing, I've been asked this quite a bit, and so people think that I'm using, there is some dude who was using some specific kind of language that he felt was legalistic in nature and would make him somehow immune to prosecution. So this had to do with this idea of sovereignty. And of course, by the way, the source of what Parallel Reality is referencing when he's talking about the maritime law, this is something that oh God. Hey, Jameson, are you with us? I'm trying to remember the name of the old man that was into symbolism all the time. I forgot his name. James, come on. The old guy who, God, our man Jameson, he's out. I mean, he's totally out. That guy's eyes are rolled up into his skull right now and shit. He's like one with the zombies. I'm trying to remember who the name of that guy was who was on the other side of the speakers panel. Jordan Maxwell. So Jordan Maxwell is the source of this concept of maritime law. So Jordan Maxwell is a guy who, this is what happens when you're poor. And when you're poor and you got nothing to play with, you have no toys. You can't go out and you can't ride on snowmobiles. You can't go base jumping because you're too old and you've been poor and you never had the opportunity to physically, to do anything as a physically fit person. So you just degenerate with an impoverished diet, practically starving all the time. Despite the fact that Jordan Maxwell had a gut, a lot of that was malnourishment. And so Jordan Maxwell, like many of these kinds of impoverished people who have a high degree of intelligence, would just stretch and warp his mind by digging into all kinds of symbolism. You wind up with, this is all you have left. Jameson Reese is comparatively impoverished financially, so he winds up, playing with spells. This is not how I came into it, obviously. So what you have is poor people who begin, this is kind of, I don't want to demean it by saying masturbatory, but it's kind of like people have nothing else to play with, right? So let's open a dictionary and explore etymological roots of various words. This is what produces this kind of thinking. So with Jordan Maxwell, what he did was he basically came to the conclusion that maritime law of the British Empire was how the British Empire ran the world, and that the British Empire still effectively ran us, the American colonies, via the maritime law, by saying that, well, when you go through a canal, that you're subject to Admiralty Law. And of course, this was equated with various obscure federal symbolism that was like, say, for instance, you may have noticed, well, I'm sure you never have, most people never have unless you're trained to look for this sort of thing. I mean, it's like most people don't notice that certain European nations have the eagle symbol. Well, rather, everybody notices that there's eagles all over Europe, right? I mean, everywhere you go, everybody's got the eagle symbol in the various nations of Europe. But some of them are two-headed eagles, and some of them have one head. The reason for that is the difference between the Byzantine Orthodox Christians, or the Christians of Byzantium, who have a two-headed eagle because it faces both east and west. East towards Byzantium and west towards Rome. Whereas the Roman Catholic nations and later Protestant nations, their eagles have one head and it faces west towards Rome. That is something that, well, unless you were educated in that, you're never going to notice it. That symbolism that Jordan Maxwell would know. And all of this symbolism has meaning and is relevant to a point. Taking it beyond that point becomes kind of like, kind of like a neurosis. And in the case of the Admiralty Law, it became equated in the minds of many with something like martial law. And so when you take a look at much federal property, when you go into deep federal property areas, like certain strategic things like Hoover Dam, or various other facilities which are vital to national security, or federal buildings, and courts. When you go into any court, most of the time, federal facilities, military bases, courts, certain vital national security facilities, you're going to see a yellow kind of frill around the American flag. And that's technically supposed to imply that you are under a Admiralty Law zone, that at that point, posse comitatus does not apply. That if they feel it's necessary to shoot you for national security reasons, they can up and shoot you. This is like theoretical. This is all theoretical. No one I've known has ever suffered the consequences of this. It's because most people working in government have no concept of this. They don't know about it. I only know about it because I was a Department of Defense research librarian working with a bunch of arcanists and occultists. So when it comes to that, there is validity to what Jordan Maxwell says, only to a point. So he took it to an even further extreme that I would deem rather pathological, and said, well, the British run the world because their Admiralty Law, like when you go through a canal, like the Panama Canal or or Suez Canal, you're under Admiralty Law. He said that going through a birth canal, you're under Admiralty Law, which meant everyone was a subject to the British Crown just by dint of being born through a birth canal. That's how they interpreted every birth on Earth. So we're all subject to the British Crown. So Sarah Thomas says Anna von Reitz is another one going on about sovereignty and maritime law. Okay, there you go. Well, you just don't over trip on this. Don't trip on this. It's not something that bears investing energy into. This is just taking things just too far. It's not relevant. It's not relevant to reality. It's at that point, Jordan Maxwell, this is the product of too much malnutrition, just not eating enough right foods, and poverty. It's just abject poverty. He had nothing else to do but dwell upon things too much. So this is a product of overthinking. This is overthinking. So when it comes to the way I write, no, it has nothing to do with maritime law. It basically is a combination of factors, basically, that all converged, probably in the most negative way towards effective communications. But basically, it was exposure to a lot of field manuals and U.S. military nomenclature, and just the need for Aquino in particular, who I wrote a lot for, and many other officers emulated him. They didn't want footnotes because no one's going to take the time to look at footnotes. Sarah Thomas says I didn't buy into it. Yes, good. But when it comes to adding notes, you put them into the text. So oftentimes, instead of footnotes, what is done is the parentheses are added, so that, and Sarah Thomas says there's plenty of people making money from it. Yes, there is, as a matter of fact. It's something that was also known as the straw man, the legal model of a straw man rather than yourself that is supposed to be the tax target. People have used this, and this is like sovereignty. When they say you're a sovereign individual, you're not subject to taxation. You can become sovereign, earn your sovereignty, and don't pay taxes. Okay, all of this will take you all the way to prison. This will take you all the way to prison. That's where you're going to wind up, is federal prison. Tragic, just tragic. Don't buy into any of this. But at any rate, when it came to my manner of writing, so there was a kind of habit that I picked up writing for Aquino, where instead of footnotes, the notes are entered into paragraphs, and they're just integrated into the text. So if you're familiar with that, you just learn to skip over the parenthesized parts, and then you go on with reading the main point of the text. Of course, most people don't get the hang of that, and so the other aspect of it was I often worked with ancient grimoires. So there's a lot of archaic English that I picked up because I had to learn how to interpret it, basically. And so I tend to then write grimoire fashion, like an old spell book, a lot of archaic English. So you combine that with this military field manual kind of habit of writing, with the footnotes added into parentheses right there in text as you go along, combined with the archaic English. That combined with the influence from my mother, who learned English from missionaries back in old China, and they called it missionary English, which is very biblical. So her speaking of English would be very similar to that if you ran into a Mennonite or an old Amish, and they're speaking thee and thou. And that combined with my father's Irish, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, had an Irish brogue. And so there's a lot of Celtic influence and Celtic inflections added into that. So there's this combination of the Celtic, the grimoire grammatical syntax, the missionary English, which is biblical, literally biblical, the military field manual type habituation, and all of that combines into the ungodly, illegible script that is Dietrichonic. And so that's what it's a product of. It's just multiple influences converged into something that people just look at and turn away. This is why I have to have a co-author. And so Clarice Claudette says, yes, this is why we need your teachings on true soul sovereignty. Well, thank you, honey. You're very gracious. And so hopefully that answers that question, at least with some degree of amusement. It's more something to be amused by than anything else. And so it's nothing really to learn. You don't want to learn to write like that. Nobody will read what you write. But the one thing that it does do is usually, I'm not quite sure what purpose it serves, other than that, when I write it, it's certainly what many people interpret it as is some kind of methamphetamine influenced output. That's fine, whatever the case. And of course, one of the things that I learned from working with so many foreign languages, from translating foreign documents, is, of course, you put the actual native language first, and then you follow it up by the Romanization, and then you follow it up by the English translation. So the parentheses within parentheses is where the angled brackets come in. So within the circular, half-circular, semicircular brackets of the parentheses, parentheses within parentheses would be the angular brackets. So that, of course, is notes within notes. So this way you avoid the footnotes that have other footnotes. And there are footnotes with footnotes, but I just throw them all within text the way I was taught. So there you go. That's how you get all this ungodly mishmash that is Dietrichonic. And so semi-poetic, semi-field manual, synthetic, machine-like in nature. Then the combination is just, it's a horror story result, right? People look at it and they turn away. But some people have expressed feeling smarter for trying to read it. So the people who try and read it say that they feel smarter when they get the message, like, hey, I got it. And then they feel much more accomplished, like they accomplished something. So there you are. Consider it just more like a challenge, like a crossword puzzle or something. All right, maintain me in thought and prayer. And there we are. So Clarice Claude is still cracking up over the Dietrichonic. Yeah. And my love unto all who support myself. And obviously there's enough of you out there. God bless you all, and maintain myself in thought and prayer. Had a kind of loved one who's probably broken off from myself permanently at this point. So there you go with that. Well, life has its disappointments. And so seeking a soulmate out there, I guess, and certainly probably will need someone to replace me in terms of a cosmetologist to replace the one that I have now, or probably no longer have. But at any rate, your prayers will probably help. Aside from that, so Sarah Thomas is always in my prayers, Douglas. Thank you, honey. And a lot of holidays coming up, the Double 10 Day, and then my birthday on the 20th day of this month. The 10th day of this month will be the national holiday of Taiwan. The 20th day will be my birthday. So we did make it right up to the top of the hour, and Peter Moon never woke up to join us. So there you have that. And for the present moment, I will end stream. All of you have a blessed day, and join us on Sunday when I return from Double 10 Day. Well, physically at least, hopefully. And but mentally, fuck that. Yeah, God knows what that'll be like. Vicky Johnson says, much love to you, Douglas. Thank you, honey. I love you, darling. And with that, I'm going to end our stream. And okay. And